memories with my dad. And even though, I mean, he probably doesn't want to be in this position to need and rely on me in some ways, but like also that's that's what family is for, you know? But also like it's just it's gonna be temporary, you know, like it's a temporary solution. Like I don't even want to let him borrow my car. Like I'm only doing this because it's because, you know, it's just more so like because otherwise like he doesn't have anything else. Does that make sense? And so I only say this to say like I'm the kind of person when it comes to grief, and maybe it's because I didn't have like the most close relationship with my grandma, that I am still grieving, but I feel like I deal with grief in a different way, and especially because we didn't have the most like close tight-knit relationship. I feel as though like it's this grief is not as intense as if it were to be like my sister or, you know, my, because I've spent throughout my life, I've spent way more time with my like immediate family, and because our family has just been so separated, I feel like that's why like, but I think what I'm learning about relationships, thank you W Bounce for the gifted sub. What I'm learning about relationships in adulthood is it's best not to make excuses, and it's best to just show up for the people and put an effort, because that's what relationships are. You can't be mad that you don't have relationships with anyone, but then not go out there and try to initiate spending time together or making an effort to see each other, making an effort to talk about life, about whatever it is, you know, that you can spend those special moments. And I feel regretful that I didn't spend enough time. And honestly, like after this, I am feeling quite regretful of like not being present, especially even with my sister. Like her birthday just passed and we don't live together anymore, but I've been telling her I really want to take her to a BTS concert. It's just like the BTS concert tickets are an arm and a fucking leg. So as much as I want to do that, I was thinking of like maybe we just do something more simple. But at the same time, I'm the kind of person that like I really want to do this for her, and her birthday gift is going to come a little bit later, but it doesn't matter that it comes later because at least I'm doing it and at least I'm putting in the effort. Now, it might not be on the right timing, and I think that's where I've gotten wrong is like, even if I don't have all the money for the gifts, I think it's also there is value in like making time for events and stuff like that. Yes, I'm okay. But like I'm also just I'm going through a lot of family like situation stuff right now, so it's definitely a lot of mental pressure, but also just like I don't know, I feel as if I feel like you can always improve as a person, and like you can always like learn to be like showing up better for your family. But I think it's just one of those things that there are going to be moments where it's completely like out of your control. And I don't want to be like, I'm not trying to be like careless. I think it's just throughout my life I've made certain decisions that were careless, you know. And I think that's why it's come to this point where it's like it's even hard for me to make time to go do something really important. But yeah, like I think about it a lot, and like I think about how like if if my other family members aren't gonna help my dad, then who will, you know? And I would hate for him to have to start asking like my sisters for help because they don't deserve that. You know, I don't deserve that, but I just feel like if it keeps going in the way that it's going, I feel like it's only going to get worse. And it's only going to get worse, you know? Which is why I wanted to leave, but at the same time, leaving, I feel like, would be bad because I do think that family, at the end of the day, still needs to rely on each other, even in the midst of things not always going your way, you know? But at the same time, sometimes prioritizing yourself and, like, you know, making time for yourself is important too. I don't know. That's just kind of how I feel. And everyone processes, like I said, everybody processes grief differently. Yeah, that's true. That's what I thought about too. But there are genuinely times where he needs help, you know? But yes, I get it. Yeah, like I'm completely aware. And sometimes even like telling those people no, like sometimes that'll help them. Or sometimes they never learn. Which is why sometimes it's so important to like put yourself first. Even if that means like these chicken nuggets taste horrible. I'm gonna try the Tostinos. That was a little bit better. Everyone needs help sometimes, but also like let's say I do stop, you know, helping my dad. Let's say I do. Mm-hmm. Then who's he gonna start asking, you know, for help? You know? Like his mom is, you know, not doing well and I don't know. Yeah, I know I should get Kings again, but honestly, I need to be mindful of my spending. I was thinking of just getting groceries and stuff. Thank you, Cap Tuna, for the bits. $8,000 a month? Don't you think that should be plenty? Oh, maybe it's like, maybe it's the place that you live. That's a lot of money, though. What the hell? So you're saying even with 8K you can't save? Are you joking? Or is it like is it your... Oh, okay. Okay, so I'm assuming you're helping your family? Well, that's good on you for supporting your family, yeah, but it's also good to put yourself first, you know? Like, one thing I've been learning is, like, you can't really help others unless you put yourself first sometimes, you know? But anyway, guys, I think we should get into the gameplay. It's been a minute. Is my camera too big, by the way? Let me make it smaller. Oh, what the hell? What the hell's happening?
Hey, little respect.
Yeah, I was thinking about, like, maybe ordering groceries, to be honest, like, soon. Wait, you get free game items in the drops? No way. Thank you for the gifted sub, Senna. But the eye patch on, it's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable. Be like,
¿Qué demonios está
ah,
haciendo, señor?
hell nah. Ay, ay, matey. It's uncomfortable. And I can't even see. Like, I need to wear my glasses. They need to make it more comfortable.
Un artículo estupendo.
Esto podría servirme.
Oi. I don't think the drops are free. I think unless you gift a sub, right? Or let me know, Senna, because I don't know, honestly. Oh my god. My back hurts so bad. Axelito! Thank you for the 5 gifties. I appreciate you. Does it look better on this side or the other side? Sometimes it keeps rising up. Oh, so cute. Ah. W bounce with the 1,000 biddies. Okay, take it off. I mean, it's part of the costume, though. Oh, and I have a sword. Wait, let me show you. Well, not a sword, but it's like a little dagger. This is the full outfit. Like, look at the skirt. This is the skirt. And this is the full outfit. You see? Yeah, the fit is for the game. And look, I have this dagger. I think you put it on your leg, like one of those, like, bands, like wedding bands, but I was thinking about just putting it on my arm. Or, like, maybe around my waist. Alright, matey. Like, I thought about putting it on my arm, but I'd probably get irritated by the... Or I could put it, like, right here. Is this a good spot? No spoilers, please. Oh. Thank you, Exolito, for the 5 gifted. And thank you, Santa, for the 1 gifted. Thank you, Prodigal, for the gifts. Am I lagging? You're playing a tycoon game on Fortnite? Oh, damn. What do you guys think about the outfit? Let me know your thoughts. Also, let me know, maybe I need to put the camera a little bit down so you can see the full outfit. Because then you can see like the necklace and then the... Cute, right? I like it. This one was like pretty cheap on Amazon too, so... I think I make it look like $100 though. Yes, I did watch the Backrooms movie. Okay, basically you have to watch Jessica play Assassin's Creed in order to get the game. What's the song gift feature? Eh? Wait, what do you mean? New song gift feature? I don't know. Thank you for the heartbeat though, Ash. So where do I go? This way? I think... It reminds me of Captain Clark from the Backrooms. That's what I was thinking too, a little bit. Thank you guys for the hype train, by the way. I really appreciate it. So do I go to this gray exclamation point? W hype chest. Hype chest on the way. Unlock 1 emote for a gifted sub. 1 emote for a gifted sub. Damn. This is the new resynced one. Oh my god, Uzi with the rascal. So cute. I love raccoons. Raccoons are so cute. Thank you for the raccoon gift. High quality, how quality seems very less. Can I know your specs? This is a PS5. Does it look okay? Or does it look bad?
Hello.
Oh, I think I have to talk to him. Hello! Oh, we also have to do an intro for our YouTube channel, guys. Remind me.
Edward?
Maybe, Tuna.
Hello, Edward.
You put it in my suggestions.
I found a man to purchase my remaining sugar. Huh? Quite a coup, I must say.
He just called you Edward.
Oh, that's the merchant who sailed me here.
Thank
Out
you for
of
the high
caution, I
BAs.
gave him a false name.
Ah, well done.
We'll catch up on it
Thank you.
later.
Let's scoot in real quick. Okay.
Very punctual, Duncan. This way.
My chair's like on
Here he
carpet, so
is.
that's why I have to like.
A man both Templars and assassins have sought for over a decade. I am told your surname is Roberts. Is this so? You recognize this, I think.
According to old tales, the blood of a sage is required to enter the observatory.
We have the key. Now we need only its location. Perhaps Mr. Roberts will be eager to provide it. Transfer him to my residence.
Such a fuss over one man. Is the observatory really such a grand prize?
Sí, sin duda. The observatory was a tool
Does
built
this make
by the
sense?
precursor race. Its worth is without measure.
Or do we hate
Precursor
the eye
race.
patch?
I see.
Honestly, I feel like the eye patch kind of
One
takes
of
away
your early
from.
letters mentioned a desire to kill the Mayan mentor Atabai.
Oh, I could put it over the glasses.
Were
Oh,
you
you're
able to
right.
carry
Wait,
out
which
this
side?
contract
Left or right?
before
Right.
coming here?
I was not, no. Too many complications along the way.
A pity. But the maps you delivered with the vial will see that
This
job
is
finished.
weird
Aye.
and
That's the idea.
overstimulating.
It's too quiet. I don't like this route, Torres. We're exposed. Something is wrong. Stay close, Grandmaster.
I'm
I feel it too.
overstimulated.
Do not let them get their hands on the sage, at whatever cost.
Overstimulated already, chat.
Assassins!
I can't see.
We are at this range. Proteger al sabio, vamos!
I'm pulling you.
Protect the governor!
I know they need to make one opaque. A cheap like dollar store one, bruh. I know, I'm just missing the parrot on my shoulder, but it's fine.
Watch the streets and alleys. They could be anywhere.
It's the assassins. Oh wait, let me fix something real quick. Are you laughing, clown? Are you laughing? Who's laughing? And W Uzi for being top gifter, by the way. Appreciate ya. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Above!
Can you guys still hear me well, or like is the audio bad? I'll pull the mic closer. Okay, that might be better. Sorry about my headphones, they're so tangled. Let me pause. Oh, my headphones are tangled. Bruh. Oof, my back is hurting for certain. We might need to do some yoga later. Should I also curl my hair? I was thinking about curling my hair. Oh, I kind of just want to get into it already. Maybe just the front pieces, because I won't curl like my full hair. I'll just curl the front pieces. Yes. I do want to get contact lenses. Thank you for the heart me, Zenji. Love Zenji. I have, yes. I don't know why this keeps rising up. It's supposed to be like right here. Can I send the song gift right now? It's gonna play a song though. Okay, I mean, I don't know what that is. I mean, we can test it out, sure. If only if you feel like testing it out though. No pressure. Oh.
I know that's the thing everybody says, but I mean it different.
What
Nothing
the?
wrong out there.
What the hell? Wait, that's so cool. Oh, it plays like a snippet. Okay. Wait, that's so cool. Wait, that's so funny. Bro, when did they add that gift? See, that's what I be liking about TikTok. They be adding so many new different gifts. I gotta take some notes and give you guys some fun things to do for subs on Purple, huh? I gotta take some notes. That's pretty cool. I liked it. Thank you for the music disc. How many coins is that? Wait, let me check. See how many coins. 1 second. Oh, 199. Okay, not too bad. Oh, and by the way, guys, just so you know, don't buy your coins on Apple. Like, don't buy it on Apple. Buy it on Apple. Buy it on the laptop, desktop version, because or the Safari version. You get a discount of coins. Just so you know. Just in case you didn't know before. I was gonna put a link in my bio about it, but like, I don't know if anyone knows still. But wait, who else we gotta kill? Oh yeah, I buy it on the website. That's good. That's good. Where the hell's the other assassins? I don't see him. Oh, there he is. So how do I shoot him? Bro, I'm whipping. There we go. Defend Grandmaster Torres, okay? Android gives you an option to buy on Chrome. Ooh, that's nice. Bruh. Apple really do be some ops. Like, they just want their 30% cut. Like, that's crazy. Kind of insane. Like, I think after this Apple iPhone, I mean, I love the Apple iPhone, don't get me wrong, but Aurora. What is that? What is that? What the? Oh my god! Oh my god! Thank you. What is it? Aurora? Aurora Groove? That's so cool. Thank you, Ash. I appreciate that. Oh, I think there's more assassins right here. Oh wait, I should have played stealthily. I don't know why I'm not playing stealthily. Sorry, guys. Wait, what? Wait, what happens if I die? How am I supposed to heal? I am pressing up on D-pad. I think I ran out of heals. Oh my god, my hand's falling off. You think any of them got some heals on them? Bullets. Carry. None of them have any none of them have any, what I need. Boom!
Here's another attack.
Can I make heals? Let me see. Codex? I don't think I have any heals, or I don't think I have anything to heal. Which sucks. Another attack? Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Keep forgetting that you can lock onto them. Oi. Oi! Am I lagging, guys? Let me know if I'm lagging at all. Gotta purchase more heals at the store? Oh. There we go. Boom! Boom! Ba-da-ba, boom. Oops. W top gift. But yeah, no lag? Like no gameplay lag? Oh shit. No. He really went in there like somewhere. Okay. Desynchronized. Reload, let us see. What do you think of the game so far? It's good. It's pretty good. No gameplay lag, that's good. Let me curl my hair real quick, guys. Sorry, I know this is like a pain in the ass, probably. Is it overrated? I mean, I don't think it's overrated, personally. I think the graphics look amazing on PS5. So far, I'm enjoying it. And I also think it's a fun for me because I'm a streamer, so I can do like cosplays along my... alongside my, Does that make sense? Like, I could do cosplays, and I have fun with cosplays lately, so... Or, like, just fun little, like, interactive kind of segments. And so I feel like games like this that have, like, the whole pirate aspect, it's kind of funny. Like, it's a good way to connect with an audience, I guess, you know? You with your audience. It'll be quick, sorry. I'm just gonna do the first 3 strands, and then we'll stop there. So, I think it's really fun, but I think also because, like, I'm a streamer, so, like, I get... The reason why I'm playing it is mainly because, like, there's drops and stuff, so you guys can have drops on Purple app, and also... It's new, so it's, like, perfect game. I feel like games that are new are, like, perfect to play. Axelito with the tier 3-o! Thank you so much. I will go ahead and make you VIP. I really appreciate that. Slash VIP. Oops, I'm typing it wrong. Thank you. Hold on, let me do it after I'm done with my hair. Thank you, Axelito. I really appreciate that. Tier 3 is actually insane, and it helps us push for Partner Plus even faster, so I really appreciate that. Exactly, like, it makes perfect sense, but at the same time, you need to play games that you want to play. Exactly, like, I think that... But honestly, I have played Assassin's Creed games before, so I actually have been wanting to play an Assassin's Creed game for the longest time. This is actually my first one that I'm doing, like, an actual first full thorough playthrough. I have been wanting to play an Assassin's Creed. It's not just for the drops, but the drops are just like an added benefit, as well as the cosplay. Is like a fun little touch, you know. But I would say, like, for me, when it comes to streaming, it's not really about like the game that my favorite game, like, because as much as it is good to play my everything, I also, if I want to treat it like a hobby, then it'll be a hobby, you know, I think. This for me is not a hobby, so I get kind of like, it's not that simple as like, oh, play what you want. Like, yeah, of course, play what you want, but also it's good to know what works on social media, like what, you get what I mean? Like, not just works on social media, but also like something that's, I don't know if that makes any sense. Thank you, it's me, Axolotl, for the tier 3. So, like, for me, yeah, exactly. So, like, but I would say, like, obviously, like, me playing these new games is not everything. Like, eventually I do end up playing, like, the ones that I like the most, so. Just depends. Okay, what the heck? I can't tell you how much money I make on social media. Not allowed to. Where do I go? Oh, there we go. And think of the new followers you get that are really into this. Exactly, like... But it's not even just because of this game. It's about the vibe that I bring to the game also. Oh my god, why is my game bugging? Nah, it's lagging like crazy. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. I have to restart. Hold on. Restart my capture card. I don't go through like the details of my finances on stream just because like I'm not a financial advisor or like frankly it's none of your guys' business. I try to keep it very private. Like I don't even tell like some of my family. I don't tell any of my I think that when it comes to finances that's like a very very personal question to ask. So you should leave that for like when people ask me I usually give them like a estimate like in person. But I sometimes don't even tell them, like, I don't like telling people how much money I make, because, like, first of all, it's irrelevant. I mean, it is relevant, but it is irrelevant to you. I don't know. Secondly, it's just kind of rude to ask that kind of question, because it's kind of personal, you know? Only person who got worried about it is me. Don't worry. Don't worry. How many did the balloons you be storing below that cap? I also like started stream like 1 hour ago, so like judging my view count 1 hour in is crazy. I was also like going on a rant, so that's why like I wasn't really focused on the game earlier. So sometimes when you're not focused on the game, people just dip. Also like viewer count doesn't really matter. I know, yes it does in some ways, but like you can still make money off of it, even if you're not. You can still make money off of it, even with a lower viewer count. You know I multicast, right?
Stop him!
You know I've reached gaming rankings like 4 to 5 times, even with my little 10 viewer.
You're a nimble one, I'll give you that. Hang back and make.
And I'm actually, I mean, I don't know if you guys know this, but the reason why I was even invited to TikTok headquarters was because the minimum amount of diamonds you'd have to receive on TikTok Live is 500,000 diamonds.
Or I'll kneecap you.
For context, that's like. That's around $2,000 US. And then TikTok gets the other half. So technically I made $4,000, but since TikTok took 5,000. Yeah. So that's why I was invited to TikTok headquarters, because I'm actually one of the top earners.
Ha! Nowhere to run.
Doesn't people hating realistically just help you? True.
They could never catch me.
My bad for asking. I mean, yeah, I mean, look, I understand your concern, and I understand, like, your want to understand, but also, like, yeah, I get it. Like, I'm not as popular as, like, fucking guys in that, but, like, that doesn't mean that you can't make it a potential, like, it's like when small businesses, like, start a lemonade company, like, obviously they're not going to be that great starting out, but, I mean, that's kind of part of the process, like, if you're not taking any handouts and shit. Yeah, TikTok takes half.
Well done,
Yeah, I was invited to TikTok headquarters. That's why I was even
We'll
invited.
see him to the prisons, Grandmaster.
Because you'd have to make at least a
Double
minimum
the
of like
watch.
500K within that month.
Well, I'll be buggered. What an active day we've
And I
had,
mean-
gents.
See, beset on all sides by our enemies. We must
That was
be
just
more
that
cautious.
month.
I do wish I could remain to
They were
see
gonna
out
clone you.
Ramadan, but I must avail myself of these winds
They just invite you
Sail. By all
to
means, Captain,
see about your
speed
strategy and help you
fortune to
grow as a creator.
With luck, I'll return myself a
They invite like a bunch of creators to also like
and with
collab
my
together
idiot
too.
king's
But it's an
blessing,
invite
no
only
less.
event, so
Adios.
they actually like reached out
As
to me
for
because
you,
they saw
Mr.
how well I was
Walpole,
doing.
I consider this the first
And they've
payment
seen
in
it,
a long-term
they've studied my
Gracias.
account like statistically over
Obliged.
time. And even though
I would
yeah,
like you to be
I
present
have
for the
my
interrogation
dry
tomorrow.
months and my
Call
slow
around noon.
months,
Yes, sir.
I make like a relatively good amount of money. But I wouldn't say it's like life-changing like Tyson had
A thing
life-changing.
of beauty. All that toil for this pittance.
But I mean,
Jesus.
I honestly don't really care about like getting rich off of streaming itself or like gifts, because at the end of the day, like that's not really the consistent revenue. The consistent revenue is actually like the sponsorships. The consistent revenue is like working with brands and stuff. And like obviously, yeah, my financial situation has definitely changed a lot. Like you can go from being the top earner on TikTok to like back down to the bottom of the barrel. Like that happens all the time, and that's part of streaming. And that's why I think a lot of people don't do it, because you have to see months where you're not making a lot, and then you have to see months where you're making a shit ton, and then you just have to like allocate your resources in a strategic way. And you just also have to create systems in place so that way people want to support or want to gift. And I've done that over time. Obviously, like, I'm not fully a professional. I've only been doing this for like 8 years. I think when you start seeing money is like when you start getting into the decades of experience. So, yeah. Thank you for the heartbeat, Star Seeker. But obviously, like, I mean, yeah, my viewer count on TikTok definitely fluctuates, but that's also because
French stout is sweeter than any other.
okay, you really want to know how much money I've made off of TikTok? Oh, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to tell you. Just kidding. I'm not going to tell you. But honestly, like, money comes and goes. Like, I'm really bad with my spending, so I think that, like, I definitely, at the time when I was doing well, like, I took it for granted.
What a marvelous surprise!
But I invested in myself, so technically it wasn't fully for granted, you know? No, I gotta tell you how much money.
God sink me for this pittance. 1,000 reals for those
I had
mats.
1 month,
That's what?
but I got
100
extremely
pound at most.
lucky. I had 1
How's a man
month.
supposed to become rich
I
in
made
these times
over
with a miser
5
like
figures.
Torres running the world?
Oh, wait, was it 5 figures? 2, 3, 4,
You ever
yeah,
worked on a
I made over
plantation
5
before?
figures.
You know what I'm
1
thinking?
month. In 1 month.
I'd like to see this observatory the governor's going on about.
So, like, people can make fun of me
He
all
said
they
it were
want,
like a
but, like,
device that could follow people around and show
that's,
where
like,
they
a
were.
very rare occurrence, though. Like, it
ludicrous
happens
idea.
very rarely.
Imagine
So-
my wife with such an advantage over
And
me.
I just got really
Imagine
lucky
what
because I had,
thing
like, a whale
that'd
gift
be
for her.
worth.
Yeah.
Sell that to the right
That's-
person, and I'd be the richest pirate.
So that's what I mean by, like,
Privateer in the
TikTok
West
actually
Indies.
can earn more on TikTok than you can on,
I'll
like,
catch you up on it.
places like Purple.
There's
But,
a
like,
sage
Purple
in
still
that
has
house
a
I
lot of
must speak
strength.
to in private.
And obviously, like, that only happened, like, in a month. Like, I don't think I've ever seen something like that happen to me again.
You should have paid
But
me
before
fair,
that, it
Torres.
was, like, you know, pretty reasonable. Pretty reasonable amount. I wish I made $1 million. Not me, I wish. But I mean... Yeah, I think it's really funny how, like, people... Personally, I think you like creativity at a complex level. Purple also doesn't just restrict streamers for absolutely no reason at all, so there's that. Yeah. Wait, what do you mean restrict? Oh yeah, like TikTok does that all the
Cass
time.
mentioned a prison. Time to find it. My god in the watchtower is looking lively. To free the sage, I probably need a key.
Am I supposed to be offended by some random chatter who would give up eight years into their craft just because just because they aren't earning enough. Like, that's pathetic. Imagine letting being broke stop you from chasing your dream. Couldn't be me. Are you intimidated? Bro's just trying to rage bait me. You're just trying to give me the spiel info while you're over here asking personal ass questions. Your ego can't hold from explaining? I mean, don't we all have ego though? Acting like you're so humble that you don't have an ego is crazy. So you're getting mad at me having basis of existence. I don't understand what this guy's issue is. Like, imagine being so miserable you have to come into a girl's chat and be like, so how much money do you make? Oh yeah, it's not a lot. 8 years, GG's. Okay, bro. Like, way to tell everybody in chat that if it took you 8 years to get good at something, you would give up. It's like, okay, giving up is not a flex, by the way. I'm not upset. I find it really interesting that first you want to pocket watch, then you want to come after my creativity as if you know anything about me, which, if you genuinely don't like me, then why don't you just not watch my content? Like, aren't you wasting your own energy and your own time trying to convince yourself I'm a bad person? Like, if you already think I'm a bad person, then why don't, for yourself and for your energy, why don't you leave? Or do you just enjoy, like, being negative so much? Like, that you have to be around somebody like me, because apparently I'm just so full of ego and I'm lacking creativity, I guess, right? When what you might find to be a creative genius is some grown-ass man yelling at the top of his lungs. Okay, like, alright, bro. Like, go ahead. To each their own, you know? Like what you like, but, you know what I mean? Like, fuck you.
It's pretty to watch.
Anyway, back to the game. And mods, you can let him stay here. I think he really enjoys the negativity that my stream brings to his life, so let him enjoy. I didn't even give the specifics. Just let him stay here. He enjoys the negativity. If someone's calling you a bad person, maybe it's because you're a pirate? True. Okay, lock in on the game. But yeah, mainly that money, when I did make it, I spent it on investing in myself, and also I paid off a lot of my debts, which is nice. Oh, maybe I shouldn't. Thank you, Kian, for the hobby. But like, obviously, like, the whole concept of streaming is For me, at least, I don't really necessarily... I mean, I do it for money, but I also don't do it for money. I don't know. It's my job. Like, it is my job at the end of the day, but... like... I'm getting mad and calling people wallets, like... as if you're not on an iPhone right now, like... brother, you're a customer too to a lot of different brands and companies. If you don't see the value in certain brands and certain companies, then that's your prerogative. No one's forcing you to be here. You can dip if you feel like I'm just such a horrible creator and I've been averaging 10 viewers for a long time. It's like, okay, I mean, yeah, but yesterday we had like 40 yesterday. And the past couple of days, we actually have been doing, we've been averaging like around 30, 40. Doing like, what is it, Rainbow Six? Yeah, Rainbow Six. I do this for money, but I don't do this for money. I mean, like, well, yeah, it's a business. I'm self-employed. The bills ain't gonna pay for themselves, you know? I gotta work. It's technically my job. It's okay, mods. Let him stay. Let him argue with himself. We're gonna ignore. It's really true what they say, like, haters really do be your #1 fans, like, keeping the chat active, making sure that we're good. I had to step out of my game, let me at him. Well, that's interesting, you talking about my dad. Because out of all my family members, I've helped him the most with his financial issues. And even when I left, I gave him $1,000. And you know, it's not a lot, but it's something. I gave him $1,000 just to be like, hey, like, I'm gonna be leaving for a little bit. I'm gonna focus on me. And even though he doesn't really mention it, he is grateful for the fact that I'm supportive to him as well, you know, and I'm there for him as well. And I am grateful for him, even if me and my dad have problems, but... And I'm sure he's grateful for me, even though we have problems. And I've done a lot for him. I've done a lot to be there for him, emotionally, financially. You don't really know my dad the way that I know my dad, so it's best you keep your own business involved in yourself, and if he's not grateful for it and whatever, that's his life. I supported him because I cared. He supports me because he cares. But two things can be true at the same time. Your dad can be emotionally, financially, and in a lot of ways abusive and manipulative. Not because he wants to, but because he's struggling too. You know?
Jesus. What happened here?
But yeah, two things can be true at the same time. You can neglect your child while also caring about them and wanting the best for them, but sometimes not always being 100% there.
Basta ya!
So.
What is your true name, rogue?
It's,
Hi, Maggie. Hello.
Captain Piss Off.
Rien qu'un pauvre paysan.
Where is the sage? Did you set him free?
I had nothing to do with that. Much as I wish I did.
Take him to the ports. Send him to Sevilla with the treasure fleet.
Oh, wait now! I delivered your treasures, didn't I?
You did, yes. But you robbed us of Duncan Walpole.
Edward?
Ahoy, Dove. How are you feeling?
No worse. Just a bit of nausea that won't let go. Have you been at the pub?
I only had 1 pint to save up some coin so I could bring you this.
Is it
Oh.
chocolate?
Aye. It's from the Americas. I mixed it
Thank
myself.
you, Tech. I appreciate the kind words.
Go on, have a taste. You see, as a privateer, I'll find all manner of novelties in the New World. We'll be the talk of Bristol.
And I would like to say one more thing. I do not see my viewers as wallets. They can help me only if they feel like helping me. There's a whole, that's the reason why when you're watching streamers, it's completely optional. Do I find ways to make it, strategic so people want to enjoy and troll me from time to time by using gifts? 100%. But at the same time, by me running a business isn't, I don't know what people expect, Running a business is normal, And I'm just being realistic. You shouldn't, if you feel hurt at the fact that, yes, I say, doing streaming and doing content creation is my career and it is my job, and I do have to worry about money in some ways. I don't think you should be offended by that unless I was, forcing you to send me all the money around. Does that make sense? And I would love to highlight, there are, I don't know if you guys know this, but there are I've heard rumors that there are people who use, their faith, their belief in Jesus to be I really pray that we get a galaxy. I pray we get a galaxy. And so they're basically using people's, those are the people that are manipulative. Then calling me an arrogant streamer, what are you gonna gain from that? This guy's so angry. For what? Okay, we're gonna block him now. I do not know what his issue is. He was not stopping. He just kept going.
So, how's it?
He just kept going on. I'm honestly really shocked. But anyway, moving on.
Drink like a duke.
Edward, my father is a merchant. I've had chocolate many times.
Have you?
Have you not?
No.
Yeah, and I know, since Pokemon's already pretty
Go on,
much,
then.
made it, she literally capped her donations at $5. And if I have a moment where I, make it, I will cap my donations too.
It's nice.
But right now, I'm still making things
We'll
work,
save the
figuring
remainder
things
for
out,
after tea.
and that's part of the process,
Oh, thank you, love. This was so very thoughtful of you.
Who is this girl? And what the hell's going on? Dang, I missed the drama. I'll fill you in. This guy came in asking about my income and how much money I make off of 10 viewers average because he's apparently he doesn't think I make enough to go full time.
You hungry?
But I've actually been full time for about 4 or 5 years now. And although yes, I've gotten myself in a lot of like obviously debt and stuff, like I've been financially irresponsible. I could have done better, and I could have done more.
Find my weapon and steal a ship.
I mean, I'm 24, so like, I technically have room to make mistakes and to take risks and to invest in myself like this. And if you don't see how, like,
Follow my lead.
if you don't think that me doing that is fair to my other family members or whatever your thought process is behind that, well, that's how you feel. And I can't change how you feel because you don't know the full story or the full context of what's actually happening in my family dynamic. I've only shared a little bit of it, and I'm only sharing it because I genuinely feel like I need help. And I'm asking for help. There's nothing wrong with asking for help. As long as I reiterate, you guys are not responsible for anything. Unless you want to contribute, that is your choice. You know, you really don't need to do that at all. But yes, my job is to make money on social media. Like, I've been making money on social media for years. And I do sometimes talk about how much money I make just to give people, like, a peace of mind to know, like, even if I'm not at the correct size to make it full-time and yada, 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 whatever people are saying, I don't fucking care. You're only seeing my alt account. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, obviously, maybe it's not the right time, but, like, maybe I should wait until I quote-unquote make it, but like, I don't really listen to people that I wouldn't trade places with. And when I asked one of my close friends who does streaming and content creation full-time what was his advice for actually taking it serious and doing it, and his advice was, you have to be fully committed into it and you just have to light that fire under your ass and just put yourself into the deep end. Like, obviously there are better ways to deal with it, and there are better ways to go about it. But if that's the advice that I got from one of my friends that is a successful content creator that I look up to, then, like, in my opinion, I don't know. I am entitled to take his advice because no other person in my life has quote unquote made it. So any of their advice that they give me is based off of their own experience and their own idea of what it looks like to be financially stable, which to a lot of people is go get a 9-to-5, go get a job that, and yes, I am gonna do it. I already do a job on the side of streaming. I shop for groceries for people because I used to be grocery clerk, and so I'm really good at finding the grocery items very, very fast, and I get really good tips off of that because I'm really fast. And I do that on the side whenever I need to make extra money, so I don't have to ask anybody in my family for money or anything like that. Or not even ask you guys for money, because I am taking myself, like, I'm holding myself accountable for the decisions I've made that have been irresponsible, and is doing streaming full-time, like, at a time where you're not necessarily the smartest idea. No, but you gain so much, like, valuable experience, and I'm not recommending anyone do that. It's just, I've been doing it for, like, 2 to 3 years, and then so on and so forth. Like, it's been 4 or 5 years now that I've been doing it full time. The only reason I make it work is because I don't rely on one source of income, and if I need to work another job, like a part-time job, I'll do it.
Free what men we can, then find a fast ship to flee in.
But I'm actually getting, like, a brand deal really soon, and I just did a photo shoot, and I'm getting money from that, so I'm not just getting money from just streaming itself. I think that a lot of people just, like, obviously I need to allocate more time to, like, my YouTube channel, and I need to allocate more time to, like, working with brand deals and working on my TikTok, which is, I've been posting consistently on my TikTok main channel so I can start getting brand deals again, because I used to get brand deals off of that channel, and that's why I initially was able to be quote-unquote full-time. So I know it is very confusing that, oh, Jess, but you only have this amount of viewers, so, like, why are you taking it full-time? And that's a really great point. But you have to understand that I also have other sources of income, and that's how I've been able to make it work. I know it's confusing, but I'm figuring it out. And for a while, I actually I was making like so much money. I was making really, really fucking good money for like 3 years, but everything is like comes and goes when it comes to content creation because it's so inconsistent, unless obviously you push yourself creatively or you do something different. And I understand people's frustration with me and the fact that I am not growing as fast as other creators are in the space, but you also have to understand the reason why they are at the size that they are is because it has to do with a lot of the time who that they're around and the type of content and the clip farming that their editors are putting out. Like, they have whole ass teams. I'm one person, you know, and I am working on outsourcing to try to like build a team around me, but I first have to start creating like a more stable amount from just streaming itself, right? In order for me to start outsourcing. What comes first is like the obvious, my necessities like food, water, bills that I need to, you know, get out and about and get my education and get what I need to get like for streams and stuff like that. And obviously not everything is perfect. Like, I've shared a little bit about the times where I'm struggling, but I always end up figuring it out. So I got this. Don't worry, guys. And I'm already like taking steps. Like, I've been like actively like in the mornings I dedicate my time to doing orders for the grocery stuff, and I make like a quick $20, and like that's really good for like, because I have a lot of bills, so I need to be able to pay my bills off. But I feel like because I stream so much, like people don't see that part, right? Like, I know I need to work on like balancing my time better, so I'm allocating more time to like my YouTube channel and to things like, you know what I mean? Like, I 100% have so much to work on. Like, I'm pretty aware of that. But I also think, like, you have to understand, like, comparing me, I think that's a very interesting thing. Like, people just compare me to a lot of different creators, which is super unfair. A lot of these creators have, like, a whole ass team running their shit. And while, yes, they worked hard for where they're at,
You're sailing with me.
that puts me at an extreme... Like, being on my own puts me at an extreme disadvantage in some ways, because I don't have the same, like, reliable system that they have, you know? But, which is why I'm working towards that, but getting people to be a part of it, like, it's a lot harder. You have to be able to financially be able to cover them on top of yours. It's a lot of pressure, but it is possible, and that's the point I want to reach soon. For sure. And I do recognize that, like, my ego has gotten in the way of my growth in the past. But don't we all deal with that? I feel like it's kind of how life is. I feel like sometimes life is about, like, learning from your mistakes, and not all the time do you get the opportunity to learn. But when you do, you take advantage of it, you know? You take advantage of the learning opportunity that you gain from it. And technically, like, me moving out on my own, even if I did move out really early, it was honestly like a really big learning experience for me. Like, I was able to learn how to really lock in and get, like, really financially stable. It's just a matter of, like, time and real effort that I am actively working towards. Like, me doing my little, like, grocery side gig, that is going to help me to be able to offset some of my dad's costs on top of my own costs. And I am actively trying to help, but at the same time, he's an adult and his responsibilities are not my responsibilities. And so there are going to be some moments where I have to be like, look, Dad, I can't, you know, help with XYZ, but I can help with this. But even then, like, me doing things all for free, or me doing things, like, completely all for free, I don't necessarily think that that's fair to me. Like, I feel as if I should have my own freedom, and that's why I'm gonna get like a separate job. Because I truly feel like sometimes he shouldn't rely on me in certain ways. And that at the end of the day, I think those type of people who think, oh, but your parents are your parents, so once you get money, like, oh, you have to give all of it to your parents. But it's like, yes, you should share if you have enough to share, 100%. But isn't it supposed to be like the other way around? Like when you have a child, you're supposed to be able to take care of it, and if you can't, it's not fair to the child that they have to take on like a parental role as a child, you know? So, yeah, that's how I feel about that. Anyway, back to the
Come on,
game.
lads. If we're to drown today, it won't be here.
It's like the whole concept of like even having to pay rent. Like, I mean, I understand, like I'm an adult now, so like I get it. Like it makes sense why I would pay rent now. But I think I'm more so saying in the context of like for any of his like extra stuff, like that's just stuff that like I don't think I can make certain sacrifices because I'm gonna try to help out how I can. But at the same time, oh wait, I think you know what I can do, chat? I think I can climb up on the building, right? And get away so that way I can assassinate them. But yeah, that's a sad part of like sharing your own, like that's the reason why like most creators don't really talk about their family problems like on stream, because I feel like there's just so many people out there where it's like, well, that's your family, so you need to do what they say, and if you don't listen to what they say and you don't do every single thing that you do, then you're an ungrateful ass piece of shit. And just so you know, that is a very unhealthy and problematic environment. And how does a parent expect for their child to grow if they're even putting them in that position to begin with? Your parents should be there to help you learn how to grow and build and be an adult and do all of the responsible things. If they can't even do it themselves, are they really, I'm sorry, but like, are they really doing their best? I mean, I get that not everyone has everything handed to them, but when your parents decide something like having kids, they need to be held responsible. That is life. Do they deserve grace and here and there, you know, having help from other family members? 100%. And it's really sad that like you can try to come to the internet, and this is why it's bad to come to the internet about your problems, because everybody has an opinion on what you should and shouldn't think, what you should or shouldn't say. But here's the truth. In my opinion, from my point of view, this is the truth. I think it's unfair for a parent to put their child in a position to provide for them. When you are an adult, you have to just become responsible for yourself. Like, that's just life. And that's what I am trying. That's what I am doing, and I am trying to do. I don't think anything's wrong with that, you know? And I think the people who are constantly on their parents' defense, and parents that they don't even have not experienced being involved with, isn't it insane that they're trying to defend somebody that they've never even dealt with when it comes to like, you know, like when it comes to like a personal relationship? Like, you really don't know what people are dealing with in their family and stuff like that until it's like really severe. And just because somebody has you as a child does not mean that you are entitled to what your child earns one day or da 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 da. And that makes no sense because it's your responsibility as the parent to provide for them, you know, until they're able to get on their their own 2 feet and provide for themselves, you know. I'm not saying you should never be there for your parent, but like, I'm just saying like, it is important to have boundaries on certain things that you can and can't do. And so that's why like, it is, I think I need to stop like oversharing about my personal life. I've just been kind of treating it like, I just don't know who really else to talk to. And yes, I am going to be in therapy tomorrow, so don't worry, I'm going to therapy tomorrow. And I'll discuss it with my therapist. But just because he's not like physically abusive with me, or he's not robbing me of, you know, da da da, you know, I'm willingly allowing him to borrow some of my stuff. And yes, I do hold some resentment because I'm feeling kind of distraught with having to take on certain responsibilities. But at the same time, my mind changes a lot every single day. I go from feeling like, dang, like I shouldn't be taking on this responsibility, to also going to like, no, but this is important. Like, he needs me and he's my family. I'm going to try to help where I can, you know, and I think that is perfectly normal. But like, I think where I've gone wrong is like, maybe I just need to set better boundaries, and he has to live with the consequences of his actions, you know. And as much as I would love to help in a lot of different ways, I'm just not. I'm 24. Like, I may not be a child, but my brain is not even done cooking yet. Like, I'm still figuring out my own stuff. I'm still figuring out exactly like who I want to be and what I want to do. And the fact that I did go out on my own and try to like break free of like this toxic cycle, I did gain some like valuable experience from that, you know? And I think that like, I think people on the internet really don't know what they're talking about when it comes to like talking about your own family and your own like, because you're not the one who's dealing with it. So how are you going to speak on something you absolutely do not know? And how, like, I just never understood the concept of like, how can you claim that like a child is ungrateful when they were taught they were a burden since birth, but then they do something for themselves? To me, it sounds like you're separating yourself from a toxic person who feels entitled to your money, your time, your energy, to you doing tasks for them for free, for you doing a lot of things for free, being there at their beck and call. And then when you set a boundary, all of a sudden, well, we're family, so boundaries don't exist. And just so you know, if you have a family member like that, who, when you set a boundary, is upset that you set that boundary, that is not somebody who you should be around for a long time. That's just the truth. And that's what I'm starting to recognize, not because I'm not grateful for what my dad has done, not because I don't love my dad, not because I don't care, but because I financially can only afford to provide for my own life. And I am trying to do more so I can do more for him too. But also, I find it to be extremely unfair because these are his adult responsibilities that he has to take care of. You know, so that's why I think that's why boundaries are so important. But when someone's just completely disrespecting your boundaries, it doesn't really matter if they are a family member at that point. That person doesn't really have any care of repairing that relationship. They are fine with you just leaving. Because guess what they're going to do when you leave? They left me. Because I was trying to care for them. I was trying to be there. Were you though? Like, were you though? Or were you just being completely like, you know, some people just don't understand what it's like to deal with a toxic parent or a toxic family member. And that's honestly, I hope that you really appreciate them, because on the other side, there is a lot of people who unfortunately have to deal with a lot of emotional abuse. And And it's a lot deeper than just, oh, they're being mean to be mean. I know my dad and my mom don't want to be mean and rude to me. And I give them grace in the sense that it's their first time living. But it's also my first time living too. And I've done a great job to make sure that I keep a good head on my shoulders, even when things have gone rough for me. And I know that, like, I haven't made the best decisions throughout my life, but I am actively trying to make better decisions for the future of me and for the future of my siblings, and I am trying. And I am doing my best that I can. Do you realize that your dad probably had to deal with his broken boundaries while raising you? Mind you, having a kid is optional, by the way. It's optional. And you know, I was planned, right? It's optional. So that's the part that really gets me pissed off. Is like the fact that people like that can't exist on the internet to tell you, oh, but you have to be grateful for everything. And no, because that they did this and they made sacrifices for you. And I'm sure they did. And I am grateful for it. I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did. I'm sure. But that doesn't mean I need to keep tolerating disrespect and emotional abuse. I don't need to tolerate that. Does that make sense? And you can still love your parents from a distance. Like, that's just the truth. If that's how you feel. And it's okay to set boundaries and to be like, hey, like, I can't afford to do X, Y, Z, you know? Like, not because you're greedy and stingy, but because I have a lot of stuff that I have to, you know, pay for. And obviously, like, I haven't been the most financially stable, so maybe that's, like, my fault. Oops. Wait, did I die? But, like, I'm sorry, but, like, I'm sorry, but, like, feeling entitled to your kids just because you've given them the life that, first of all, the life that, you know, will help them keep themselves afloat. But also, like, try to keep yourself afloat, too, at the same time. Like, I'm sorry, but, like, the fact that I'm even doing anything to help, like, I'm doing more than enough. I'm doing more than enough. You know? And if it's and this is the crazy part too, is it's like this is not the first time that this happened. I would understand why you would think I'm an ungrateful piece of shit if this was the first time that it happened, but this is not the first time that this happened. It's a continuous pattern of conscious decisions that he's making that is affecting his life. But instead of taking accountability for his own actions and trying to fix it, he is the kind of person who unfortunately will make other people feel as if they are responsible for his wrongdoings. And I still love him regardless, but I can only do so much. You know, like, when I did make a lot of money, I started paying way more rent than I should have. Like, I originally was paying $400 in rent, but that specific month that I was doing really well, I believe I gave him $500 for 2 months in a row. And that was, like, pretty good because I originally agreed on, like, $400 because that is what fits my budget right now. And I personally don't think I should be paying rent, but I'm only doing it because I'm trying to help him, as well as, like, he's giving me this space, you know? But I feel like the fact that, like, people grow up and and they feel like it's right to start charging their children like crazy amounts of rent just because like they feel as if they're owed it just because that's your child, and like, oh, you gave them this opportunity, you gave them that. But it's like, at this age right now, I'm 24. This is the age where I'm gonna make mistakes. I don't have it all figured out. I'm still growing as a person. I'm still learning how to be better with my time management. I'm still learning how to like just get everything together. Yes, I do have money saved in a savings account. Yeah, I have an emergency fund. But the thing is, yeah, like adulthood is extremely expensive. Just doing streaming by itself, it is really challenging to do. And that's why like most people my age, they end up getting like roommates, you know, so that way they can split the costs of how expensive it is to actually go out there and live. That's just tiring. They don't see their own wrongs. Exactly. And it's like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to my dad, and I'm not trying to say that I'm not grateful for what he has done for me. Like, because I am grateful that, you know, he's put me in a good school and I was able to get a great education. But that also doesn't mean that I should compromise not being able to pay my own bills because he needs help with his. Does that make sense? That's like I'm taking the parental role. And I feel like that's unfair to me. I feel like that's unfair to most kids that are in that situation. Do you understand? And I'm not trying to be disrespectful when I'm talking. Yeah, he works. My dad does work. But I think what has happened throughout the years is he's consciously... Girl, 400 to 500 ain't even a big difference. Like, have you ever tried living on your own? But, like, he's my dad, so he should be providing for me, though. Like, that's the whole thing. That's the point of, like, why I don't pay more than that. And if, like, you genuinely... like, $405 is a lot of money. That's feeling entitled. They don't owe you anything after you turn 18. But that's not entitled, no. Your parents should be helping you past 18. Because what 18-year-old makes $6,000 rent? Like, and can afford a $2,000 apartment? Like, most cannot, you know? But see, that's the thing about bringing problems to the internet, is you don't even know the full story. That's not feeling entitled. Because not only that, but... but it's also the... That's what I mean by, like, you shouldn't be telling people, because they don't even know the full details of anything. And if you genuinely feel like I'm some entitled brat who's ungrateful, then, like... then that's your prerogative. But I personally think it's really unfair. Because... he decided to have more kids past me. Like, it was initially just us three. Me, my older sister, and my younger sister. He consciously made the decision to remarry and have 2 more kids. Those are his decisions that he ended up having to take on more of a financial burden. Having that many kids and knowing that you don't and that you can't afford, you know, certain things, it's like, it's not fair. Some people don't even have parents, Jess, so I find it a bit selfish with your mentality. How is... Okay. You're allowed to feel that way. I don't think it's selfish. And by bringing up people who don't even have parents is actually wild. Because how does that have anything to do with, like, I mean, like, I get that, but I also think, like, am I delusional to say that I wish to have, like, I wish to have been treated better? I don't think that that's selfish. I just think that if he's a grown adult and he made decisions to have two kids after us, and he knew, okay, well, you know what? I had 3 kids with this, you know, okay, now let's stop, right? Let's stop now while we can. Well, you know, I have to focus on my kids right now. And I am grateful for what I have. But I can also point out when I feel like things are really unfair. Because not only am I helping with that, but I've been babysitting my brother for free. And you might think I'm crazy, but, like, if I can't go out and work a job and I'm babysitting for free, don't you think that the 400 is pretty reasonable while babysitting? When I could, during that time that I'm babysitting with my brother, go out and work another job on top of what I'm doing now? This is what I mean by, like, I'm not ungrateful for what he has done for me. I am incredibly grateful. I am incredibly grateful. But that doesn't mean I can't stand up for myself and set financial boundaries. Even I talk to my sisters about it. They think that 400 is a pretty reasonable amount for how much money I make. And it's not in LA. No, it's not in LA. I'm covering like 30% of the rent. But there are some months where he has had to borrow money from me. And he has, you know, and what I would do is I'd be like, hey, like, okay, if you're going to borrow money, then I will just take that out of the rent. And then the same thing with, if I'm going to be babysitting, I won't be able to work. And so if I can't work, then I can't pay you a certain amount of money, right? Like, and so I told him, I was like, if you need me to babysit, well, then you're going to have it so that way I pay less rent. And for a family member, I feel like 400, 500 is pretty reasonable. Yeah, and I'm an adult, and I've accepted the fact that paying rent is a really normal adult thing to do. 100%. It doesn't include food. It does include utilities, like utilities are covered. It doesn't really cover food, only sometimes. But I mean, if that's genuinely, like, normal adults don't complain about it, we just have to do it. I mean, I'm not complaining about the whole aspect of having to pay rent. That's not what I'm complaining about. I'm complaining about the fact that he's been asking for more than just that. He has been asking me to pay his insurance for his car payment, and a down payment for his car. He's also been asking me, and before, when his car first broke down, I didn't have the money, but he needed like $190 to fix his battery for his car so he can get to work. And I did the right thing and I helped him. But I told him, hey, like, you're gonna have to pay me back, because, like, that's, like, I shouldn't be paying for your adult expenses. Like, that's not fair to me. Didn't you just say you feel like you shouldn't even pay rent? Well, yeah, I mean, because I'm the daughter, like, in this situation, so I feel like, yeah, I mean, it does suck to pay rent. But I'm not saying, like, I'm not gonna pay rent. I'm gonna, like, no one wants to pay rent. It's just, it's a sucky thing. That's all. Like, it just sucks because it's a lot of fucking money. And I'm not really, it's not a really, but it's like, what's wrong with, like, not wanting to pay rent? Like, I don't know. It's just like, I don't want to. But like I said, it's not just that. Like, I just listed a whole bunch of other things that I, like, that is basically, like, thank you, Ross, for the galaxy. That is basically out of my ability to do, you know? And then on top of that, using me for babysitting and then expecting me to pay rent on top of that. Like, does that make sense? Like, I think that if he does want me to babysit, okay, then we need to discount the rent because I'm not able to, during that time that I'm babysitting, to go and work a normal, regular job, you know, to get more money. And yes, he is totally entitled to the rent money. Like, that, 100%, I agree. Like, yes, I should be doing that, 100%. But am I tired of it? Am I sick of it? Yeah. Am I going to complain about it? Yeah. Is it going to change anything? No. Yeah, but that's the thing about parents that don't know how to communicate, you know, or families that don't know how to communicate, is we were never really taught that, to do it in a healthy way, you know. And so and that's how I feel too, Justin. But I feel like a lot of people nowadays, like, I don't know what it is, like, I don't know what it is, but with, like, today's society and with how people are, but, like, when you're a parent, you make the conscious decision when you decide to have a child that, sure, yeah, at 18 they can go and get a job, right? But realistically, at 18, you're still a fucking child. Like, even if you're an adult, you're still a child in some ways in your mentality. And getting a job in order to pay 2,000 rent on your own, like, now that's unreasonable. My rent, it's pretty reasonable for my pay and for the fact that I have to, week during the summer, every other week, I have to cover Leo and make sure that we're eating and make sure, because even what about the food costs? Like, no one's talking about that too. It's like, that's the whole reason why, like, I think sometimes when it comes to, like, stay-at-home wife, there's seriously men out there, unfortunately, who, like, think that, like, women just have to kind of figure it out. Like, childcare is pushed on women in a way that's so unfair. Like, not even the cost of the food, but that was, like, one thing. I knew he was struggling financially. I was okay with it, but I still feel like I'm being, like, my time is being taken. Like, the time I could be going and doing things, you know, it does really suck. Let alone rent being over $1,000 for most places, on top of a car, with car insurance. Exactly, the food. No 18-year-old is doing all that. And you know what's the craziest part? I had my ex-boyfriend, he told me about his story about how he got kicked out at 18. And he was living in his car. And his mom was totally okay with him living in the car. For, like, years, he lived in his car. And he would go take a shower at the gym. Like, poverty is seriously no joke. And if you knew going into having children that you didn't have finances to take care of your children past 18 years old, and yes, I'm a firm believer, yes, I do think you should be able to help your kids past 18 years old because you brought them here. Now, does that mean that, like, they shouldn't take accountability for their own self? No. Like, they should be independent. They should be responsible. They should build their own credit. They should go out there and take on. And maybe, yes, by him charging me rent, he's pushing me. Yes, of course, I see that. And I think that I don't complain about it, like, all the time. It's just, in my opinion, with all these other added stressors on top of it, yes, it does feel like, dang, I feel like I shouldn't be paying for this. But at the same time, am I going to still pay? Yes. Have I been paying? Yes. And there were a lot of times where when I was making really good money, I gave him more than 400 because I was able to. And I was okay with it and I was willing. That was my choice completely. And it did give me a sense of peace of mind knowing that, okay, he has another system of income that he can rely on to get his shit together. Because yes, life has been brutal to him too. I am totally empathetic of that. If I wasn't empathetic of that, I would have fucking left and found a different situation. And I do want to leave. But not because I don't care, but more so because I feel like in family dynamics, I deserve to have financial boundaries. He deserves to have financial boundaries. I would totally understand if I asked him for $100 and he said no. I would totally understand. He has his own stuff going on. I have to be considerate of that, you know? In the same way that he has to be considerate of the fact that I have bills too, you know? And I have shit that I have to do too. Do you understand? And so I don't think it's selfish of me at all to be like, this is unfair. I'm taking a lot on more than I should. You're making me, and the thing is he's not forcing me, but he is making me feel like I need to pay on certain things that are not my responsibility at all whatsoever. That's why I brought up the insurance, the car payment, and the down payment. Because here's the thing. I'm paying my own car payment. I'm paying my own car insurance. I'm paying for my own gas. I'm doing what I have to do, and I have to figure it out, yes. And I'm sorry, but like I can only help with letting him borrow my car and all that. Like, yeah, exactly. And that's why like I am living here because it's more expensive for me to like live on my own, and I'm giving where I can while I can. Does that make sense? And my dad has been borrowing my car, which I'm totally okay with. Like, I'm totally okay with that. Like, but also, like, obviously it builds resentment because it doesn't feel like he is finding solutions to make his situation better. It feels like he just keeps coming back with more problems that I cannot hold the weight of. Does that make sense? That's why I'm overwhelmed, and that's why we have not been getting along. You know? You guys sound desynchronized. You're good. Oh yeah. I mean, I think a big issue in our family dynamic has always been communication. And a lot of the time he waits until the last minute to tell me what I need to do, when I need to do it, stuff like that. And it's very bad, like very inconsiderate. And very emotionally taxing, you know? 9 times out of 10, the parent went through the same struggle. Why bring someone else into it? I agree. I feel like sometimes when you're dealing with your own bullshit, you just have to figure it out on your own. That's okay to, like, get help, but I really don't understand, like, what's problematic with that thinking. I think not a lot of people are exposed to how family dynamics work when the parents actually push themselves, you know, to try to do more. And he is, you know, he's working on his second degree right now. He is working towards that goal. And I think it's just a matter of time until things eventually settle out and get better. And for a while they were better. Things were getting better, you know, and it is like one of those things where it's like things get better, things get worse. But I'm still entitled to feel the way I feel. I'm not ungrateful for feeling overwhelmed by the amount of things that he has to he has to pay for. Don't you think it's pretty unfair to ask me to pay for his car problems when having a car is like a privilege, it is a luxury. That's why people go from that's why people use public transport, because they don't have those same luxuries to do that. If he's making the conscious decision, oh, this wouldn't be a financially good decision for me to get a new car, and he's expecting me to pay for it because he feels like it's my fault that his car suddenly broke down, that is not how parents should be. That is, he's trying to exploit me. Do you understand? Because he could take public transport. Now, is it inconvenient? Is it going to take longer? Is it going to really suck? Yes. For a while, when I didn't have a car, and I couldn't even afford a car or anything, I took my bike to work. I showed up to my job sweaty and shit, but like I showed up because I took accountability for, you know, my responsibilities. You know, and I know my dad's not doing great, and I am trying to like be as empathetic as I can possible, but I do feel like it is unfair to make it seem like I can just pick up the pieces of like his problems. Does that make sense? When, like I said, I agree to pay a certain amount, you know, and that's that. If he needs me to move out, then I'll move out. But yeah, like calling me selfish and calling me like, that's so crazy. Without knowing the full situation is crazy, but. And I know he's not doing like the best. And I know he's had to sacrifice a lot for our family and do a lot to be a provider for our family. You know, but at the same time, this is what he chose. This is his decision that he has to live with. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to be insensitive to his situation, because I understand it's a really hard time. It's a hard time. It is. But I can't just snap my fingers and grow money like it's like I'm like some type of millionaire or something. Like if I was, I wish I could, you know? And I have a sister who also is 24 and she don't even work. She keeps quitting her job she's ever had and keeps saying people treat her bad. I told her that's life and you need to stop quitting every job just because you don't like the people you work with. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, the thing is I do have a job. I don't know. It's obviously not a typical job, and that's why, like, you know, I do want to, like, get, like, a normal job as well. I'm 46, old enough to be your father. I don't disagree with 404 rats for a month. Although, he can take a bus or ride a bicycle. I do. I wouldn't expect my kid to be like that. Yeah, like, I mean, I think it's because he's running out of options at this point, probably, and he's really going through this hard time. And I do feel bad, but also it's like, I can't help him if I'm unable to put myself first, you know, because it's like that airplane analogy where it's like, when you're going to help people put on their oxygen mask, you have to make sure to put yours on first, you know, and I'm barely navigating the realities of life, and it is extremely difficult. He does have a stable, consistent job, but I think the problem has been like a collective, all of his decisions leading up to this point haven't always been, in my opinion, the best for him. Like, he had gotten a car that was like pretty much a luxury car, and he has made expenses that, like, you know, he wants to make these expenses, but then he has to suffer the consequences. You get an expensive car, okay, to repair it, it's gonna be expensive. You know, you kind of put yourself in that position when you do decide to make certain decisions. And so that's why we're having a strain right now. We're having a strain because he seriously needs to make better decisions, because decisions that you make right now, you might not be able to see it until years fucking later when you're trying to figure out a situation, you know? Like, that's why it's so important. Does he also have ADHD like you? Potentially, yeah. But I don't know. I don't think he's ever been diagnosed. And, like, I do care. And that's why, like, I work so hard at content creation, because if I could be, like, as rich as fucking Kai Cenat or fucking rich as fucking, like, Jason Ween and shit, like, I would fucking help him in a millisecond. I would give him all that I can. You know? But that's unfortunately not the reality right now. And I wish it was, you know? And I do feel bad. And I do want to make it work. Because I understand what it's like. But I also think him relying on me financially is not smart for him, because then he's not able to see how bad things get when you make bad decisions, you know? And I feel like sometimes in life you need to let people learn from the consequences of their actions. You can't always be people's saving grace in life, because that's just how it is. And maybe he's learning now, and maybe he's regretful now. You know, but at the end of the day, sometimes in my opinion, how this will help is if we both try to work together and we try to communicate and we try to make compromises where it's fitting us both. But the reality is if you can't afford something, you realistically cannot afford it, and you have to find another solution. Just like how the past 5 months, we haven't had heat, we haven't had hot water, we have been, unfortunately, you know, struggling. But cold water isn't gonna kill me, it's not gonna kill him, and we can survive. Like, there's bigger issues like not being able to afford food that would actually cause serious issues like health problems and not surviving, like not having water. Those are like the serious, like, main things we need to focus on. But obviously, like, I get why, like, him having a car is so important, because he needs to be able to work his job so that way he can make the money, so he can get food, and he can, you know, it's a whole ordeal. But how I see it is a collective choice of decisions that haven't always been great. And even with me, like, me getting the car that I did, I think about it all the time, and I think about how stupid it was. That I should have just got a regular beat down old, and it's an old model, like it's a really old model. It's not like a new 2020 or past. It's an old one, and I'm fine with my old one, but honestly, I should have got like a beat down, like, used one. Like, that isn't the most glamorous, and like, but yeah, it's things like that where it's like, when you're not given like the right, thank you for the gift. I don't know, maybe he just hasn't always had things like handed to him, I guess, or maybe he got used to like his family, you know, providing for him. I don't know. I don't know where this comes from, and I don't know where he learned how to be this way. But I don't know. And I'm sure he loves us, and he's doing the best that he can. Like, I'm sure. But there are a lot of times where he makes like really, really bad decisions, like in the spur of the moment, you know? And I feel like he's let himself down in a lot of ways, and that's why he can't fully be like, you know what I mean? No, you shouldn't sign up to pay anybody's debt. That's not your that's not your problem to fix. Like, that's not your responsibility. But like, two things can be true at once. You can love your family member, you can care about them, but then still place financial boundaries, because at the end of the day, if you have stuff in your life going on, you have to put yourself first, you know? That's just how it is. No, I don't take medications. I want to, but I don't know how to go about that. And I don't think medication, they have a lot of side effects. Like, I'm sure he doesn't want to, like, put me in this situation at all. Like, he doesn't want to have to do that at all. Like, I know that. But it's also, like, it's important that, like, I'm in a similar situation, so I get everything you're saying. But, like, it's not insensitive, and it's not wrong to set those financial boundaries with family, you know? Especially if you're, like, already dealing with your own stuff, you know? But yeah, that's all that I'm gonna say about it, but life is like not being fair to like everyone, you know? I feel like in adulthood it's not gracious to anyone. It is always going to be harsh all around, you know? And I think like making better financial decisions is really, 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 really important. But like even the fact that he decided, like, not saying, well, you can't turn back time and change what the past is, you know? You can only focus on the future. But, like, I'm not saying all this stuff to, like, demonize him. At the end of the day, he is still my dad, and I love him, and I care about him. And if I had all the money in the world, and I'm sure he feels the same way, if he had all the money in the world, he would pay me back in an instant. He would, you know, not ask me to pay for any rent if I can't afford it. But, like, realistically, with how much money that I make, I'm paying what I can. And what is, like, a reasonable amount for rent to pay, in my opinion. You know? And I am looking into getting another job so I can help even more. And I can start, you know, doing way, way, way more. Like, because the thing about me is, like, I'm not avoiding trying to pay rent. I've already accepted the fact when I moved back in here that we agreed, okay, I'm gonna help out with rent. Especially knowing, he knows that I can make enough money to afford rent. And so that's why I'm paying it. And I really have no problem with it. I obviously am just sick and tired of it. But I'm not gonna not pay it. Like, unless he starts having me do a whole bunch of free labor and shit. Okay, that's when I'm gonna start considering, like, okay, so when am I gonna start getting paid for this free labor? You know, like, stuff like that. He's a single parent, you know? He decided this for himself when he didn't want to work out with his wives that he was with. He made the conscious choice, I'm gonna do it by myself. I'm gonna do it by myself. If he wanted to work it out with those people, he would have made it work. He would have made it work. So that way he didn't have to be the sole provider when it comes time to my brother being here, which my brother's only here every other week. you know? Unfortunately, we live in a world that's like almost fully ran by how much you make, and that tends to ruin things and relationships a bit. It's happened with my parents too. Yeah, and it's like if they could do something to change it, you know, they 100% would. But they also consciously, knowing they are gonna be a single, you know, you're a single dad, you made the conscious decision to not work it out with your wives. And that's something you're just gonna have to live with, you know? Now, maybe the wives, I don't know what exactly 100% what he's fully experienced, but from my understanding, my stepmom did a lot for us growing up. More than she needed to. Okay? And I am lucky to have even been able to go to school. Like, I'll say it. I'll be the first to say it. Yes, I am a privileged ass motherfucker at the fact that I could even be able to go to school. Like, a lot of people can't afford to go to school. A lot of people don't have parents. So yes, at the end of the day, I'm supposed to be living the good life. To some people. But because they think because I have privilege all of the sudden, I can never have any problems. Same thing with my dad. Like, for a long time, I used to think, well, he has a master's degree and he's working on his second degree right now. Or he already finished his second degree. He's working on another master's program right now. And even him, supposed to be making a good wage and has a master's degree, is struggling. And I personally don't think it's because he's not making enough money. I personally think it's because he has consciously made decisions because he was able to have money and went a little bit overboard with it. Like, he has 5 children. If he knew getting into marriages and having more kids, if he knew how, and he knows how, he had us, and he had 3 girls. He took care of us. He knew how expensive it was going to get. Then he made the conscious decision to keep having kids after that. And I'm not saying we should have never had kids. I'm just saying that like for him, he should have never had those kids. I'm just saying, like, if you knew it would put you into this financial, then why not, since that point that your children have been birthed, make consciously better decisions so that way in the future you have a safety net to land on for yourself. Like, and that's something I'm currently working on right now. Like, I'm currently working on building my own safety net for myself, you know? So that way I never have to ask for my family for any help or anything like that, you know? But at the end of the day, like, I know it sounds very overly optimistic and a little unrealistic, but what? And I'm not saying you're wrong. Wait, can I ask what exactly it is you're saying, like what it is that he said? Because maybe him having and raising successful children to the best of his ability is what drives him. Like, that's enough. I get that, but also, like, yeah, maybe, I guess. Maybe I never really thought about it like that. Yeah, maybe. But to me, it doesn't really, like, feel, I don't know, sometimes it just doesn't really feel like that, but I think it's because, like, that's just how I feel, you know, and that's, I'm entitled to feel the way, you know, I feel, you know. What about your mom? I won't be living with my mom. I am the second oldest. Not at the moment, but to me, it's one of the most beautiful things a person can do. Why do you think people in third world countries still end up living lives full of happiness? Like, I've traveled and seen it firsthand. Yeah, I mean, 100%, but I still think it's, in my opinion, bad parenting if you go into parenting not being prepared for the responsibilities that come with it, even past the age 18, you know? But I'm not saying he ever has to pay for any of my bills. The only thing I ever ask for from him is a place to live. That's it. He's never paid for my school. He's never paid a single bill of mine past 18. In fact, as soon as I turned 18, I moved out of my dad's. I moved out and I fully lived with my mom because I just needed living in a separate divorced household since birth, since you're 8 years old, that you're going back and forth and you're living in a different house and you have only a certain amount of things you can carry with you, you know, and he did do the best that he could, you know, and I'm very grateful for that, you know, but it's like I was a child of divorce for since I was 8 since I was or I think I was 4 years old. I don't think it was 8, actually it was 4 years old. And yes, my dad did do the best to protect us. He fought in the court, and that's the thing, like, and yes, I do understand, like, divorce is not only hard on the kids, but it is a extreme financial load onto him, and because he has to get attorneys and he has probably dealt with legal issues since we got into this insane divorce, you know, with my mom, and I totally like I totally get it, but I also think in a way sometimes when you decide to marry people, you have to be smarter about the people that you choose, because at the end of the day, I genuinely think some of the women in his life were trying to get a better life for themselves and their family. Like, it is a real thing because of how much poverty exists in third world countries, that they will be with you and, you know, coerce you and get pregnant, and then now you're trapped and now you have to financially provide. And so it's like, I'm not saying that like it's a bad thing that he remarried, but see, the thing is, he could have been, you know, smarter about the woman that he has chosen. Picked a woman who has a career that lives, you know, in the United States, or you know, like things like that. But he tends to really like foreign girls and stuff like that. And so he basically, exactly, so for years he has had to pay child support to all of the women because he has chosen women that do not have a job or like live in the United States in the past. As well as like, well, with my mom, she was an American citizen and she did have a job. So actually my mom was probably, in my opinion, I mean, they've all provided in their own way. Like, I can't speak for my stepmom's story and I can't speak for my brother's mom's story. But all I know is if he was trying to be, you know, protective of his family, and I get he wanted to do something for himself. He wanted to go and he wanted to find love, and he deserves that. I 100% think he deserves that. But please, like, pick women that are not going to take advantage of you for your money and for your like privilege of living in America and being able to have a master's degree. Like, the only reason I feel entitled to his money is because I'm his daughter, you know? But I would never ask him for money, or I would never try to put him in the position to worsen his financial situation unless I really needed it. You know what I mean? Like, the only thing I ask for him is like a place to live. That's it. I try not to be too much of a burden to him or add on any unnecessary stress. He tells me, Jess, you do the dishes. I do the dishes. Maybe I should have done them before even him mentioning it, but you know, like, I'm still developing and he is teaching me really important things, you know, like, but he is also in pursuit of love, right? He's been trying to find love since divorcing my mom. He's been trying to find love, and has he made the best decision? I don't know. I think he deserves grace, but at the same time, he needs to make like better decisions, because, you know, and he is trying. Like, I know he is, and I did apologize for like adding on more stress, because I do care. You know, and I am trying to like be better about like
being responsible and not, you know, relying on him fully. Because I totally understand like how much of a burden it's probably putting on him. And yeah, the first time I ever like actually started to understand what he was dealing with was when I watched this one movie. It's called Marriage. And if you are not like already well off, marriage and legal troubles like divorce and child custody laws are extremely, extremely expensive. Like, extremely, extremely expensive. You know? Oh my god, thank you for the... Thank you. I really appreciate that. Sorry, I really appreciate that. Wow, that's so much. You guys don't have to do that, but thank you. But yeah, and I do understand that he's going through a hard time, but I also think like we really need to work on our communication, and he has to be really careful about his hostility with me and like his tone, you know, because it's like I can't communicate that way, you know. But in my mind, it's like this, you know, like when you marry a woman, you know, as a man, like this is like probably the best advice you'll get, because it's like when you decide to marry a woman, it's so true that like you definitely don't want a woman who's gonna fully financially be responsible for you, because at the end of the day, if they can't go and get like a job, you know, it's like now you have to cover it. And knowing how the court works, it always sides with the person who's not making as much money, but then never making them like hold them accountable, you know, for having to be an adult and take that step. Because unfortunately, especially when you're the father, like you just have this expectation placed on you, and it's really fucking unfair. And I've lived that, and I do want to help, you know, as much as I can. Thank you, Vesselair, for the 50 gifted vibe. I really appreciate that. That is really kind of you. I'm just trying to like hold him accountable while also I am trying to hold myself accountable. And if any woman is ever going to be like entitled to his money, it should be his own daughters, like his own sons. Like that's it. But like that's why relationships are so scary, and they really are just like sometimes it is sometimes like women just marrying a man because the woman knows that this man is going to give her a better life, you know. And I feel like he's just been continuously like effed over, but also like he hasn't always been the best partner to them too, you know. Like I think in this situation there's there's victims in every story and in every, you know. But in my mind, when you have kids, I don't know, even past 18, I personally think that you should help, you know. And it's totally fine that I step up and do the same too, but like, you know. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure he knows that and he's gonna start making better decisions, but at the end of the day, he doesn't really have much time. Like, he's starting to get older. And so I'm not really trying to cause any strain or like make it seem like I'm ungrateful. I'm only stern and setting boundaries with him because I know that, like, him facing the consequences of his actions, even though that's not fair to him in some ways, like the stuff that's happened to him is not fair, but also it is the consequences of his actions, and you kind of have to live with the choices that you make, like leading up to getting your situation together, you know? Does your older sister help? My older sister is living her own life, and my younger sister is living her own life. And because we all live separately, like we all live in separate places. No. I mean, I don't know the details. Like, maybe she could be, but I don't really know the details on if she is or not. I don't think so, but... But, like, if anyone is gonna do it, I don't mind. But I also mind in the sense that I just want to make sure that I pay my own bills first. I want to make sure that I'm still able to go to my, just be able to, like, go and be independent. And that's all. Like, I just want independence. I just want the freedom, and I just want the respect. But I understand that it's his, it's his rules, But he also has to have, like, more respect. And I get that he's going through a hard time and all that, but I think that, and I'm also going through a little bit of a rough time as well, but if he really wants to work on this together as a team, he really needs to start strategizing and finding solutions instead of asking other people for help, because in my opinion, it would help him more for him to become more, and he's already self-reliant in a lot of ways, but I think it could help push him even more if he works with me on his communication, not just like finances, but like put in effort about communication so that way we can work together and we can work as a team. And I don't know, maybe I need to sit down and have a conversation with him, but unfortunately I feel like he has one of those like older mindsets where it's gonna just turn into an argument and he's gonna feel like, well, I'm the older one, so I know better, but I and it just feels like it's almost like if I do try to help him, I can't. Thank you for the heart, me. Can't teach an old dog new tricks. You should just do what's best for you at the end of the day, and you don't want to be stuck between a rock in a hard place when it comes down to it. Better to set boundaries sooner than later. You deserve the respect. Yeah. And be the leader you want to see. Yeah. So your older and younger sisters are married with their own lives. They're not married, but yes, they are living their own lives and are doing their own thing. You lost your conductor job? What? Yeah, that's a really good piece of advice, Exium. I appreciate it. Man, it does really suck though that like I shouldn't be even talking about this such personal stuff with you guys, because here's the reality of like putting out your fucking airing out your shit sometimes. There's a lot of people coming in and being like, you are a selfish brat. Like, which honestly, I mean, I can see how it seems that way, but I realistically have been the only sibling in our household that is financially helping him. I saved his dog too. Like, when his dog was dying, I took the dog to the vet and I had to put 2,000 down to save the dog because I couldn't, it's just like, it's our family dog, and it's technically not my dog, but it's my family. The dog is part of my family, so I took on that responsibility. I've taken on certain responsibilities that like my other siblings have not. And yes, I feel like it does create that like resentment. I mean, but I would say like my other sister Larissa, my younger sister Larissa, she did help a lot with like babysitting for Leo, and she still sometimes does. So But I am trying to really, really help and do the most I can while taking care of myself too. Which is why I put myself in this position to do streaming, because he really doesn't understand how much opportunity is in it. And I'm actually getting like a brand deal. I finally got my first brand deal in months. It's so long. Which means like my hard work, it's paying off. You know, and like my consistent TikTok uploads is paying off. And so I'm getting a brand deal soon. I'm really excited for that. That's the good news of stream today. Are you angry at your sisters for not helping? No, because they have to put themselves first. And I totally respect that. I totally understand that. You know what I mean? Yeah, we're working out a deal right now on what the timeline is looking like, but I'm not entirely sure. We'll see what happens, what they say. They just haven't responded to my WhatsApp, so I might just respond to the email. I'm so happy for you. Thank you. I know it is a lot of pressure to help and stuff, but if it's just like, if I was, and which I am, I'm currently working on getting in a better position to be like, and show up better for streams and show up better for like, for my, you know, just making sure that I'm good for the month and making sure that I have it all figured out. Like, I thankfully have a really good, like a really optimistic like way of thinking. And so when it comes down to stuff like this, I've been really surprisingly optimistic, even when things are just like, everything seems like everything's burning down and shit's doing bad. And the thing is like, I am trying to help and I actively am going to do better. I think it's just like, I think I just needed like more of a wake-up call. And I feel like living here it's been good and bad. Like, and I'm really not trying to come off as like selfish, but I have my limits, you know, like in terms of like what I can afford, especially because have I been a wee bit selfish by traveling? Maybe. But I also just am never going to be young again, and I've always wanted to travel. And I know that sounds crazy, but like, it's my money, you know? And if I've been working myself to the bone, streaming every day for like years, it's like, I deserve a break for at least 1 week. And I was only there for, it would be different if I was there for like months or like da da da. But like, I deserve like a time where I'm away from the PC. I gotta just take a break. And honestly, I really needed that for that time. But I get how that can maybe come off that way, but it's like, and I do feel guilt around it, but at the same time, some of his responsibilities are not mine, you know? Does that make sense? And that's why, like I just want to make sure, because even, like, there's no time that rent is going to be, like, this affordable. So that's why, for me, I just wanted to go and travel while I'm young, you know? And then it's also, it wasn't fully just traveling, like, twiddling my thumbs and fucking kicking my feet up and forgetting about work. Like, London was fully a working, like, every time I travel, I always try to make it out to, like, a TikTok or something. It all technically is work. And I was there networking with VCT, and I met some creators. Like, even the Streamer University thing, like that, even though I didn't have to really pay much other than, like, gas to... I didn't have to really pay much, but like gas to get to the Streamer University thing, like that was work. Whether people like agree or not, that technically was work. Especially because it exposed me to a lot of audiences that already watch streamers, like, and people were seeing me go and visit the Streamer University. And my dad probably thinks I'm freaking crazy for like doing that shit. My sisters think I'm crazy. They just wanted to make sure that I was safe, but like, I'm safe. You know? But I'm basically like doing these things to survive, you know?
Buscad con cuidado. Prueba allí.
I did want to ask you about how you can afford new games and stuff. Are you subtracting that from stream costs? Well, yeah, because I've been doing a side gig as well, so I've been able to afford more stuff. Yes. And also because TikTok has been doing a little bit better, that's also why. And the way that I think about, like, especially games like this, when I buy games like this, technically, like, and this happened with Lego Batman. I earned back the money that I paid for Lego Batman because so many people wanted the Lego Batman badge. Like, that was probably one of my best months in terms of subscriptions because so many people wanted the Batman badge. So by me making this business expense, like, I know it probably sounds, oh my god, right? But it's actually a business expense because these are like collaborations. But like, I am trying to like not spend a whole bunch of money on games anymore because I was spending way worse before. But now I'm getting like a lot better, like I'm only picking intentional games that I know are gonna do really well on stream, as well as like, not just for like the viewer count, but also for like if people want to subscribe. Yeah, I was talking about how I do have a side gig, that I already do that, so. I just couldn't do it last week because like I had said, like my dad was borrowing my car, so that's why we were dealing with like, with some financial struggles because he was using my car. And normally when I do want to work my side hustle, I need my car to be able to do my work, so, and be able to go to, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? I'm also currently doing Patreon as well. Like, that's another way that I've been trying to, like, diversify my income sources, as well as YouTube. Surprisingly, YouTube pays really well for creators. So I've thankfully been able to, like, allocate, like, a lot of my costs from YouTube, which is awesome. You think it's a waste of labor and time? I mean, if it's just like some quick cash, I don't think it's like there's anything wrong with that. I feel like if it's just to get yourself like on some more stable footing, I feel like it's fine for like a temporary fix. But yeah, I do want to get like a regular job. That I thought about like being like a content creator manager for like another person's company. Just so that way like I can start like, you know what I mean? Being a little bit more financially responsible. But I mean, I'm already kind of doing pretty well on social media that it's like, I don't know, I don't think like me doing this job is necessarily like selfish. I feel like it's more about like, I'm taking risks with like high reward. I don't know if that makes sense. Like it's high risk but high reward. So like when things do work out, they work out. And it's not just like a coincidence. Like I think because a lot of people just judge non-conventional jobs, they're very afraid to like get involved and start. But it's actually a lot more lucrative than I feel like people make it out to be. Especially like that guy coming in and like judging me for my 10 viewers and stuff. Like what he doesn't realize about that is like, it is not a coincidence that I've been one of the top earners on TikTok, like in the gaming space, like by accident. Like that's not an accident. That is like, I'm aware of like how you can get like an insane, like you just can, there's so much opportunity. That's what I mean by like content creation. There's so much opportunity in it, and sometimes better than 9-to-5 job. Like I'm gonna be the first to say it. Sometimes if you actually can make something like content creation work, it is actually better than a full-time job. Like the only really amazing thing I feel like about full-time job is at least you get a stable income and you never really have to worry about your paycheck like changing, and you have a consistent, reliable source. But you can still have that in streaming. You just have to like set up certain systems. Like that's kind of like what I do, but I'm still obviously still figuring it out fully. So
There's a brig nearby just waiting for us
dang,
to
600
take
a
it.
week? That's a lot. Yeah, I make $100 a week off of my side gig. So that's been how I've been able to kind of like afford new games and stuff. And a lot of streamers, they have real jobs alongside doing streaming. Like it's actually not as uncommon as you think. But obviously like when they sacrifice their time, they're not able to invest and commit to streaming in the way that would actually be beneficial and give them like a lot, like a full-time like salary, I guess, if that makes sense. I thought it was extremely uncommon. I think it's solely dependent on like where you live, and it's dependent on your like the state of your economy in the place that you live. Like if you look up, like if you ever feel like you're not getting a lot of money from like if you're doing Uber Eats or like any type of grocery job like that or something like that, you can if you go to like the richer areas of like your city, you can make more money. Like you can make more. Like obviously you're gonna pay and like having to travel out there to said city, and it's probably gonna be expensive, and the gas is probably gonna be crazy, so make sure to get gas beforehand. But yeah, you can actually like make a pretty like people tip really good on those kind of sites. So I know because like I did it for the next year. Like that's one of my sites. Yeah, I do sites. And there's no shame in the game. Thank you, Enderman, for the roses. There's no shame in the game, like having to do what you gotta do, like. I go out from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. That's smart, yeah. Especially DoorDash. I heard DoorDashers make really good money because DoorDash is like everyone wants to buy DoorDash. Like, especially if they have rich people love DoorDash. I'll just say that. Unless they have like a private chef already. Actually, the tip game has decreased all deliverers nowadays. Really? I guess it depends where you live. Work in the morning, stream at night is what I've noticed people do. Yeah, that's what I do sometimes when I feel like streaming isn't doing well. Yeah, you just have to trust the process, true. The cosplay has me frying. It's frying me good shit. Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like we're like trying to get like we're trying to do our YouTube content, and I'm over here like trauma dumping. My bad, chat. What am I supposed to do? Pirates read? Rescue the pirates? Eh? Wait, which? So I go to the next boat? Oh. Like we're supposed to be over here locked in. I mean, technically we are locked in, but we're also strategizing, which is good. Strategy is important. Thank you for helping me strategize, chat. Oh, there we go. Up. Up. Yeah, we gotta do our YouTube content because yeah, that's how I've been able to afford video games lately. But I am gonna try to stop paying for games because I'm on a budget, but I think like obviously there are certain games where it's like it's absolutely necessary, because especially if like I did try to get a key for this game, but the company is not responding fast enough, so I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna buy it, you know? It's not worth like waiting around for the game to not be popular anymore. Like Wolverine is gonna have drops. I know GTA is probably most likely gonna have drops. What the fuck? And drops have been a really good way that like streamers have been making a better amount of money off of subscriptions, because then they get a badge for gifting a sub and whatnot, or like let's say it's 2 subs and stuff like that. Like, it's actually been I've seen, like, significant increase in subs just because, like, people can get that badge. Because the reality of it is, when it comes to streaming, is, like, if people feel like they're not benefiting in some type of way, they're not gonna wanna support or, like, subscribe to you. Most people don't really care about you. Like, well, not that they don't care about you, but, like, they just don't care about you enough, like, for that to be, like, their priority. If that makes sense. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not their priority to da-da-da-da, right? But, like, let's say you give them a benefit out of it. Like, but that's just like running any business. Like if your lemonade tastes like ass, no one's gonna buy that shit. You gotta make sure that the lemonade tastes good. And then people are gonna buy that shit, and then it's good for you because then you get sales, and then that's how it is. Like, that's how companies have been doing it for years. Years upon years upon years. Oh my god, am I dead? Oh. Does that make sense? Yeah, being able to be, like, relatable is also a really big thing, which is why, like, lately I do get, like, really embarrassed at the fact that, like, I sometimes need help, like, financially, because I've always felt so much shame around it, and I feel like my parents kind of raised me to always feel, like, shameful around, like, needing money. But here's the reality: like, when you don't come from a situation where everything is necessarily handed to you, you kind of have to, you go on survival mode and you have to figure it out yourself. And even though I haven't made, like, the best decisions, I feel like I'm doing the best with what I have, and I am being more, like, strategic as I go, you know? But that's the stuff that makes you relatable, like struggles. It's what makes you relatable, and it's what makes people feel like they can connect to you and that they can, you know, almost feel like they're in the same situation. Like, and that's kind of like how connection sometimes is formed, through, like, struggle and sharing. But then I've also had, like, a lot of people in my ear being like, oh, you shouldn't ever talk about, like, your relationship problem, or, like, talk about your this problems online. Like, people shouldn't be knowing that business about you. Well, yeah, it's fair, and there is evil eye out there when it comes to, like, sharing information, and there's a lot of people who want to tell you what your situation is and tell you, oh, you're this, you're ungrateful, you're that. Like, that's the hard part of, like, trying to come to the internet about your problems. But at the same time, with all those people that are discriminating, or not discriminating, but, like, criticizing you in that way, it's like, there is people who are, like, who see that you're struggling, they relate to it and want to help, and have room to help. But also, at the same time, people like me should not rely on anybody else. Like, which is why, like, I've been taking accountability this week, actually, specifically. I've been taking more action around, like, making better TikTok videos, because instead of, like, relying solely off of just, like, gifters or, like, da-da-da, right, like, subs and things like that, like, TikTok was a way that I was able to have it was one of my different income sources that was actually really lucrative. But because I stopped posting on TikTok, I lost a lot of my brand deals. But I am really excited that I'm excited a brand really wants to work with me, and I'm excited to do a project with them. And that's what I mean by, like, it's your creator's responsibility to do that. You know, create fun incentives to incentivize people to subscribe and kind of make it feel like the viewer is benefiting in some type of way. Not just feel, but actually help them benefit in some type of way. Which is why recently I've been, like, sharing more content creation advice and what I've learned from my experience, because I noticed that, like, and I read this actually on my way to London. Like, that's why, like, London was awesome, because I finally get some time to read and actually, like, because I have ADHD, so reading and, like, sitting down and reading is really, really hard for me. But when I'm on the plane, I literally am so bored. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna read this damn book. So I read the damn book, right? And one of the things in the book, it talks about how, like, instead of trying to be, like, stingy with the knowledge that you know, it is so important to, like, people will want and feel more connected to you, like, if you genuinely say and give them advice that, like, actually helps them. Like, it will stick with them, because the fact that you've done, like, a selfless act and wanted to help this particular person to get, like, footing in terms of the content creation field, which is an extremely competitive and extremely difficult industry to make your own footing in. not the part of like streaming, like right here, right now, like me streaming, like this is not hard. Like I've developed the skills of talking for hours, and I don't get ever tired of it. I mean, I do get tired. I am losing my voice. But I wouldn't say like I get. But anyway, basically what I'm trying to say is like, it being hard, people connect with you giving advice and stuff like that. If that makes sense. Because it just helps them feel like they're actually benefiting from watching your stream rather than just like wasting time sitting there talking. Like, which is why I feel like which is why it's so important to like continue bettering yourself and being like someone that you admire. Oh, there we go. You think I'm the best streamer? Oh, thank you.
We're going topside.
Is your real mom still living in the US or did she move back to her country? She is, but right now her home is not like a suitable like environment for me to like live in and to stream in, like mainly because of the fact that we have a very toxic relationship and it worsens when we are together. Our relationship has actually flourished after I left. Would have thought we were playing Silent Hill or something. She's slicing and that's sort of, yeah, indeed.
Hurricane coming!
Hurricane? Jesus.
Sorry to hear that. It's okay. I mean, it's just like I mean, we still have somewhat of a relationship, but it's just not healthy in close proximity, like when I'm relying on her financially, which I don't ever want to like rely on her financially ever again. You know, like I'm fine with relying on my dad because
keep watch on those galleons. See they don't give us trouble.
Just right now, he has like, you know, done a really good job to like work on his college and to get a good career, but even then he has taken on a lot of the brute front work. So has my mom. So she feels really entitled sometimes to my money and stuff like that. And I never really like it. So what do I gotta do? Escape the fleet? What the hell am I? What are we talking about?
Out. Let's go.
What? Get the There we go. Get the cannons. Oh my god. Oh, it's a lick assassination? Oh, clean. Is that lightning?
Get the tanks ready!
Look out, man!
I see it.
The sea's trying to swallow us!
The sea is trying to swallow us. This is scary. I stream every day. He is a little bit older than middle-aged, but yeah, I think what has been going on is like I had mentioned, like the remarriage and stuff, it's been a financial strain as well as like dealing with the divorce and child custody, even not going through a divorce with his last wife. It was just more so a child custody battle because the mom was trying to take Leo to China because it's cheaper there, and yeah, Leo's Chinese, and his mom is Chinese. I think his mom is doing like the best that she can though. Like she puts him in like fencing. He's been in fencing, and he's in a really good school, but it's like not in our city, so it's actually a lot farther than. And so I think that's why he's also just been financially struggling, because he doesn't really have a say in what school she put him in. And so now he kind of has to he drives to another city to. And that's why I help him, because it's also mainly for my brother as well. Like for him and mainly for my brother. As well. I feel as if like helping him is helping my brother, you know? And so that's why like yeah, like also I think what's really interesting about like the internet is like you come to the internet about problems and they're like, there's other people suffering worse than you, and I'm like, okay, but like that doesn't really take away from the fact that other people can't suffer, you know? It's quite insensitive. He does, yes. Stay clear of what? Oh my god, is that a tornado? What the fuck? The tornado's coming for me. Oh, hell no, there's 3. Where am I gonna go? Where am I gonna go? You'll just never be happy if you compare pain, which is why it's like, that's why I never try to compare my pain to his pain, because at the end of the day, like, I know, I watched, like, I don't know what he's been through, so I can't really say I know what he's been through, but you know what helped me kind of, like, understand his pain a little bit more was, and what his like, what he's been dealing with has been, like, this movie, like I said, it's called, like, Marriage. The movie's called Marriage, and it goes over, like, what parents really deal with in divorce. And it's not just, like, what the woman deals with, but also what the dad deals with. And, like, the amount of financial, like, struggles you can, you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Oh, by God, we pulled this one straight from the teeth of Neptune. I'm Edward. Much thanks for your aid back there.
Adewale.
Ever been to Nassau, Adewale?
Not yet.
Yeah, that's why I do, like, content creation.
By God, she took some knocks, didn't
Because
she?
it's like, you know, we're just trying to survive while also bringing high value content if I can.
All hands aft, lads!
As much as I can.
We're taking this one home!
Because at the end of the day, you know, even if people hate me for saying it, like, this is a job. You know, and I know a lot of people hate that word. They hate the G-O-B word. They hate it. And they hate that this can be a real job. And I get that it's dystopian, but like...
I'm calling her the Jackdaw. A sly bird I loved as a child back in Swansea.
A dark little creature, no?
Did it rub you wrong when I took this brig as mine own?
It was the sort of rub I have learned to endure, sailing among faces of such fairness.
It's true. Most of these men wouldn't accept you as a captain. So what fair role would complement such unfairness?
I'll be your quartermaster. Nothing less.
All right. And as quartermaster, have you any immediate counsel for this Tyro captain?
Rest and repast would do us good before Nassau. Water for drinking. Hunting for food and repairs.
Well reasoned, sir. Hunting, it shall be. We'll find a decent place to drop anchor. Come off the wind! I spied a few items in the hold earlier. Powder and a few pistols. Think I'll fashion a second holster if I can.
It's a good start.
One you find
I got into a 2-hour argument with someone in the other day that can becoming a social streamer is easy. And see, like, I'm not gonna say, okay, look, I'm gonna be so real with y'all. There are some moments where some streamers can get it very, very fucking easy. So while I do agree with that comment, the hard part is becoming discovered. That's the hard part. And getting people to stick around and wanting to watch your stream and caring about you and caring about watching you. Now that's the hard part. But I will say there are some streamers who are in the right place at the right time. So what I've learned, and I even read this in my Psychology of Money book, some people are only rich mainly because, and they're in a privileged position mainly because they are in the right place at the right time. Like some things you just cannot control. Like somebody's spawn point being that they were a Nepo baby is what I mean by that. And not saying that Nepo babies can't struggle or can't deal with pain ever. I'm sure they deal with their own stuff. And I'm sure their parents are strict, you know. And some parents, like, especially if they know how they got to their amount of money, like, Nepo baby is somebody who, like, inherits their parents' wealth because their parent did really well in life. So, like, if they're rich or, like, a successful actor, they basically reap the consequences of their family's success because their parent was already successful beforehand. And they basically, their spawn point is just, they had good RNG, right? Their spawn point is just really insanely good. And at that point, you can't really control that. So while I do feel like in some way, yes, other people's spawn points are going to be just horrible, you cannot let that be like a thing that's going to make you self-sabotage, because self-sabotage is a real thing. And if you do deal with poverty, stuff like that, self-sabotage is a real thing, and it's actually pretty common if you've dealt with poverty and stuff like that for you to make decisions that cause you to self-sabotage. Because you just weren't raised in a position to learn anything else. But that doesn't mean it's impossible to potentially learn and to potentially get yourself out of that situation, which is why there's things like school, and that's why certain government, there's certain government, you know, programs to help people actually get educated, and then they don't have like financial aid. But every place you live, it's all different. But I mean, I think XQC is honestly a different one because he was also like a professional Overwatch player. And I mean, that could happen and give him the right place at the right time, but he also did put in the work to become a professional Overwatch player, and that's why he's so well known. That's how he even got on the map. That's how some streamers that are creators now today have gotten their start. Like even Queso talked about how he was a professional COD player, and before he ever decided to go and take a pivot and become a content creator. But like saying certain creators like it's all luck technically is like not true though, because it's not luck. Mainly because they were just in the right place at the right time and they recognized, it's kind of like stocks. It's like investing into the right company, and then all of a sudden that company has like huge hit, like it's a huge success, and your money triples because you invested $1,000 into the S&P 500, and now, you know, you're set. And so no, I don't think life is about luck. I think it's a combination of things, and I think everyone is different. I think that everyone is different. I think it's about like, I don't know. S&P 500 is investing. I am thinking about ordering some food, guys, because I am so fucking hungry right now. We have no groceries. Ugh, I don't want to spend money on fucking food. Oh my god, that scared me. I know Fortnite was like a trend, but also like people like Clicks actually did work hard for what he has. I know you don't want to hear it, but he did work hard for what he has, in the sense that he became a professional Fortnite player. No one would be able to have his amount of fame if they weren't a professional Fortnite player. That's why he's so successful. On top of that, he just invested in himself while also investing into Fortnite at the time when it was popular, and that's why he was so successful, because he invested into something that he saw was going to do extremely well. And a lot of creators are actually making the claim, they think that
GTA 6 is gonna be the next new wave of the biggest content creators in the world, because mainly because of this simple word. It's called compounding over time. And people that are doing, and I think about this all the time, and this is why like I really want to start playing GTA 5 content, doing GTA RP, but my PC is just so fucking bad at running GTA RP. I need to figure something out for me to do it, and start getting into the role playing. And that's why like I started Red Dead Redemption 2, because because it's like I'm gonna order Subway. Okay. Yeah, Subway's open late, I think. I'm getting a tuna sandwich. And then so basically what I'm trying to say is like, although it may seem like it's luck, it's actually not. Throughout content creation, as I've learned, it's actually not luck. And there's no such thing as luck. Actually, I personally am a firm believer of like there's no such thing as luck. It's kind of like, it's like when people invested into like Netflix before the Netflix stock completely skyrocketed. And people who invested into Netflix really early on, they became like really rich, depending on how much money they invested at that time. But that's not luck. That's because they recognized that, and even with like AI, like we are going through a time where our world is like turning to AI and like it's turning so dystopian, and it's turning so weird. Like a lot of people predicted that like companies like Netflix was gonna do so well, because they even tried to bargain with like Blockbuster. You should watch the documentary about Netflix and how they became so successful. Netflix becoming successful is not luck. It was them being in the right place at the right time, as technology was getting more and more commercialized, and like more people were, do you get what I mean? Like more people, it was like such a norm for everyone to have an iPhone. At least middle class. I'm not talking about like low class, low income families and stuff like that. But like low middle class and higher, everybody has an iPhone. And so basically like how Netflix saw creating this subscription type site as like a potential opportunity, like a business opportunity. And Netflix got rejected by Blockbuster just for them to turn around, and their stocks went insane, and that's how Netflix is so successful now. Yeah. So isn't that crazy? Because the amount of technology we have now at our fingertips, like everyone is able to just go, and like it's so much more convenient than paying like $13 to watch a single movie. Whereas like now Netflix is completely revolutionizing media, like access to media for people. Now all you have to do is pay $11 and you have access to all kinds of movies, documentaries. And you know what's even smarter about Netflix? The fact that they're making their Netflix originals. Now that is a business, like, because you know how I'm a creator, right? I make brand deals, right? From time to time, I get brand deals, but here is the real winning way is to make your own original content that can't get copyrighted, So sort of like, instead of me taking brand deals, which are very necessary in the beginning of content creation careers, or like taking brand deals and kind of hitching on the back of other brands to try to learn from them and learn how to build your own brand. But instead, creators, the reason they're able to compound their success is because of building their own brand. So like, for example, Kai Cenat's brand Tone his merch line for Stream University. These are all opportunities to, instead of getting brand deals, like he worked with State Farm and stuff like that. Now he's building his own business and his own like line. And that's how these brands have been able to make success. Which is why for a really long time I've always wanted to come out with my own business, but I just wanted to make sure that I knew 100% of what I was talking about and what I'm doing, to make sure that I'm not selling you guys some type of facade. And things like that, unfortunately, take years upon years to build, decades even, like, to build if I want to see results. Mainly for the fact of that, if you don't have all the capital in the world to do what you want, that's kind of like the only way. But I have thought about coming out with merch. It's just like, for me, I don't want to sell you guys some rinky-dinky, like, t-shirt. Like, I want to make sure there's some quality behind it and there's some passion behind it. In my opinion, when I've watched creators like my fam, whenever they've been able to make a business, it was when they started becoming way more than financially stable off of content creation. I'm not there yet, but we are working. I mean, like, we just had so much love today, so like, it's kind of been insane this past couple of days. Like, the amount of support has been insane, especially with the R6 community. Like, so many people have been so fucking supportive these past couple of days, and I really appreciate it. And it really is because we put ourselves out there and we win, and we visited Stream University, and we, even though we didn't win, we put ourselves out there, and a lot of people are going to recognize that, you know. And I hope to really build something special. Like, and I know that I have a lot of work to do, and I have a lot of shit to take care of, and it is getting stressful, but we are figuring it out day in and day out. And, you know, even if I don't have the opportunity in the way that other people have, it doesn't take away from my success. And I learned this really important lesson from a guy, like one of the guys that I was in the Phase 1 Top 20 competition a long time ago. And guys, I had everything. I had $1 million that I could have won. I was 1 in 20 creators of winning $1 million fucking dollars and changing my fucking life forever. Just for another person to take it. Another person to take it, and I lost my opportunity. And it put me through a really big depression of like, what the fuck am I doing with my life, you know? And I thought, something's wrong with me. Other people are taking my place. Other people are taking my opportunities. But then I told my friend Legends about this, and he came to me and he was like, no, Jess, no one's taking your opportunity. There is a bunch of space for you to take and for you to go out there and make your opportunity. And even if you didn't win that $1 million, I didn't win it either, but I'm still going to push myself forward. And yeah, resilience basically is like a really important thing and part of like doing streaming and content creation. Like, it is extremely draining, and it does feel like, dang, like, am I doing all these long hours? Am I doing all this like for nothing? Or am I just wasting my life away? You know, and sometimes it can feel like that if you're not seeing any progress. But I've actively been thankfully seeing progress, and I'm super happy to be doing my YouTube channel, which I'm still, like I said, when it comes to YouTube, I am a bit of a perfectionist, but I am really working on like building. And you know what I was thinking about coming out with? This is one of my ideas. I was thinking about selling like photo cards, like kind of like how K-pop idols do, and selling them and like printing them for people to like, kind of like a collectible or something that they can hold on to. But yeah. But yeah, that's just kind of like how it is. I don't know.
Slow match, still burning.
Christ.
And just nearby,
I know, right? That was one of my ideas, because I thought about how, like, I know, like, people keep saying, like, oh, I'm a fucking Korea boo and shit, and they think I'm Asian fish. Brother, I know I'm not Asian. The only reason I take so much inspiration from the K-pop idol, like, industry is for one reason, and one reason only. It is a brand, and it is a way that people
create personal branding around idols, that works. It works. They sell albums. They sell photo cards. They sell all of that. And it works.
No, indeed.
And so what can I
We'll
learn
make it
from
a
that?
point
I can
to
learn
keep
how
this ship and
to,
its
I can
crew
learn
in
to create a
fine
direction
condition.
for what I'm going to
To
do
that
moving
end,
forward.
we're gonna need a
And
proper
that's why I
shipwright.
like
We should keep our
K-pop
eyes
idols
open
and
for
the
one.
K-pop idol industry so much. Like, obviously, I know it's so glamorized, and it's not as, like, beautiful and luxurious as I make it out to be. Obviously, there is going to be an amount of, like, money you have to invest in yourself, and there's going to be a lot of skills you need to learn, and doing it as a one-person thing is definitely not easy, which is why I want to outsource, and I want to, like, there's this one girl I watched, and she's, like, a financial TikTok creator, and she talks about finances and bringing financial advice to her audience for free. Sometimes she takes brand deals, so I don't fully trust everything she says, but there's one thing that she talked about that she feels like in her business really helps, and that was her getting an assistant. And I thought for a really long time, like, I could really use an assistant. So once I start really making good money, I thought about, like, hiring an assistant to help me with things, as well as, like, you know, I don't know, you know? I just don't want to, like, hire someone and then feel like I'm just, like, taking their time and their energy. Like, I just want to make sure that it's worth it for them. So once I get myself more sorted out, and I asked, like, the internet, and it says, like, once you're reaching, like, good amount of money each month, then that's when you start outsourcing, and then that's when you start, you know? You don't ever want to have, like, that poverty mindset because sometimes it's like you gotta start now, you know? It is expensive, yeah. But, like, that's how it is out here. Like, I thought about, like, maybe hiring, like, a part-time assistant. Someone who I can hire just on the part-time, and I'll just, like, pay them, like, maybe, like, a flat salary each month. As well as, like, editors. Like, I did have an editor that hit me up, and they said they would help edit for me for $50 a month, and I was like, oh, $50 a month? Maybe I could do that. I have to reach out to them, but I also don't really trust that their edits are gonna be, like, necessarily up to par of what my expectations are, which is why I handle all the editing. And honestly, from the creators that I admire, I've noticed that, like, a lot of them do their own editing. Some don't, but the thing is, you can't really, like, teach someone to how to be a creator. That is kind of, like, my work that I take on, the editing part, and then the being present and you know, showing face and, you know, being part of streams and engaging with the audience and, like, doing all the things that I need to do, like, right? Because, like, it's important. It's part of the business, like, model, like, you know? But the thing is, right, like, as soon as you start, like, you just need to make sure that it's consistent first, right? Like, then you can start adding on assistants, editors if you need them. But I feel like editing, I always felt like editing was always something that you should learn on your own, because no one can take away, like, your special sauce of, like, editing. And once you become an editor, that's part of creating. Like, it makes you so unique, and it makes you so different, because anyone could just hire an editor, right? But what about you learning how to be the editor yourself, and you learning what works through, like, studying your analytics and things like that? That, I feel like, is more valuable, like, spending your time to learn how to edit, and maybe even taking editing courses, rather than, like, you know what I mean? Which is why, like, even though I am, like, a Twitch partner, I multicast on many different sites. Because I understand that at the end of the day, Purple app, Twitch, is a business. So they're profiting. Actually, I like saw a tweet. I came across a tweet, and it made me realize, like, they're profiting, like, more off of us than we are off of them. Does that make sense? Like by them, it's like a whole mess, like, in my opinion. That's why, like, most, I feel like, content creators nowadays are, like, becoming kick streamers and things like that, because they're realizing, like, how much money Purple app is actually taking up from us and our audiences, and how it feels kind of like Netflix in a way that, like, they're trying to, like, you know how when Netflix came out about how they were gonna make subscriptions only for one person,
Oh, it was a rampage. It was a rampage. Everybody was like, absolutely not. I'm unsubscribing from Netflix. Oh shit, my bad. I was unsubscribing from Netflix and shit like that. And then Netflix was like, they had a decision to make. They either cater towards their customers and their hard working customers, or they set that boundary to earn more income for their business, to not let you share your Netflix with your family members and stuff like that. And so when Netflix did that, they were like, oh my god, they received so much criticism, rightfully so, because like, who the fuck wants to, why is it a one Netflix subscription per person? Like, that's crazy. So dumb. Like, at least lower your prices then, at that point. Like, I wouldn't mind if, like, someone put me up on their TV and, like, 5 people was watching. Because, hey, that's, like, 5 more people that are joining my stream and being chill. And, like, maybe it won't show in the viewer count, but, like, hey, like, it'll show in the fact that maybe I'm on somebody's TV and, that's cool. I think, like, the more the merrier. The more the merrier, But, yeah, at the same time, like, yeah, it is good to set boundaries as a business, right? And, like, not overextend yourself. I forgot where I was going with that, but anyway, like Netflix got that outcry, and like at the end of the day, you can't bite the hand that feeds you, You gotta be careful about that. Sorry, I'm like really hungry. Kind of exhausted from yapping so much. Maybe I shouldn't. Yeah. So, I have to go to the shore. I was like wondering what the fuck I was supposed to do. I'm gonna show you to my little nephew if you put on the eye patch. Okay, bet. Let's see. What do we think? Oh, hell no. It's like, it's hard to put on top of my glasses. Get food, so yap more and more W content. Yeah. Thank you. I just feel like I've been so out of it lately, so I'm so sorry if like I've been off lately and like just kind of emotional lately. It's been like a rough time for me and my family, and we've been kind of just going through it.
Something mauled these men.
Uh-oh. Oh, thank you.
Animals have been in the fish.
But then you have like brands that like this brand is hitting me up and they're willing to give me $100 worth of product, but then they're only willing to pay me $50 per video. Oh wait, that's actually not that bad, but like I normally charge a little bit more. But I don't know, guys. What do you think? Should I take it? It might be worth it, depending on how big the company is. I always like to like think about, okay, if this company is a small company and their net worth is not in the billions or millions, then they don't have to pay me a fair price. It's fine usually. Usually, as long as they don't have like a high net worth. But if it's a multi-million-dollar company and they're asking you to be like, oh, we only want to pay you this amount.
Paw prints. Smaller than a jaguar.
You have enough money to give me to pay me my fair rate, okay? It's only the companies that you should work with that are smaller. If you want to work with the smaller creators and it aligns with your content, that you should, that you should, That's why it's so valuable, guys, to start posting on TikTok. Like, I kid you not, I've only been consistent on TikTok for a week and I just got back. And I'm already getting stuff in my inbox, like, about this. And it's little brand deals. It's little, it's little... But it's something, And that's the strength of TikTok that I love so much about TikTok. And I feel like TikTok is the only platform, in my opinion, even though they do take half of our money. It's actually, well, technically they don't take exactly half. They technically take 45%, we take 55%. So technically it's not half and half. But it is. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. But anyway, maybe someone fact check me out. Maybe I'm wrong about that one. But see, that's the value in TikTok, like, in the fact that it actually, as long as you're making like high quality content,
There are ocelots about. They have skins
it is
that would make for a good
very lucrative.
I'll see about those ocelots.
But see, I think
load
that's
the
where I've
supplies on the
gone wrong.
jackdaw.
Is like I kind of have been getting a little bit lost in making only streaming content and not doing like the TikTok videos as well. That's where I've been kind of like losing myself, you know.
The ocelots have built their own nest there.
Oh. But I love streaming so much, and streaming I feel like has been taking off for me a little bit in some ways. Like it's been doing a little bit better gradually as I go, you know. Yes, I like the game. Maybe we should lock in on the game though, and I might need to take a break to rest my voice soon. How long have I been streaming? Hold on, let me see how long. 3 hours already. Okay. Today might be a shorter day. Like as soon as it becomes like 6 to 7 a.m. Oh my god, 6, 7! 6, 7! Six to 7, I'm gonna leave to go. I need to go visit my school. I didn't go yesterday because Sundays they're closed, but tomorrow or today I'm gonna go visit my school, and then I'm gonna do my side hustle, and then I'm going to go to bed. And I might be able to do a stream when I come back, but maybe I can leave the stream on, but I don't know. Maybe I don't. Maybe it's not good to do that. Maybe I'll just turn the stream off and come back. I know that's what I did last night, but then it doesn't send out like when I am present and when I am on stream. It doesn't resend out the live notification, so I'd have to like stop my live stream and then restart it for the live notification to go out. So maybe that's also probably why like some people are coming and going, you know, type thing. So what do you guys think? Do you think it's beneficial that we do sleeping streams? Or do you think that they're like, nah, just end the stream and just come back when you're ready to like be present on camera and yap and stuff? Because I've noticed like a significant, like as I've been streaming, I've noticed like significant decline when I'm sleeping and no one's there. Obviously, I mean, you don't want to watch me sleep. That's just boring. Yeah, maybe ending it is probably better. Ending the stream, yeah. What I'll do though for like the subathon, since we technically are doing subathon, I will just, when I have to go and do live stuff, I will pause the stream and go do my live stuff and then come back. What's the upside to keeping it up?
Poor sod.
I could potentially be earning ad revenue in my sleep sometimes, but it's not that crazy much that it's like a life-changing amount. It's just like I could be earning that, but it's also not that much because it's probably a lot more when I'm active and present on the stream anyways, because people might just click in, watch for a couple seconds, maybe watch like one ad, and then they'll go and leave. And so sometimes I don't think it's like that. How consistent am I with streaming schedule? I like go live every day. But I know that's probably not healthy. Like I've considered maybe taking like one day off for a week, for like weeks sometimes. But what I've been doing instead, if I feel like, oh, maybe it's not worth to take a break, maybe I just like take one day off a week, or I just do like a shorter stream that day, and we still do a stream, but it's like shorter. Like a 2-hour, 3-hour stream. I think being live all the time is actually like, counterproductive sometimes. But at the same time, I think sometimes I can get away with it because like I have like such a supportive like community. You know what I mean? So that's why I think that like maybe it's not healthy though. Like long term though, I feel like it's definitely not the healthiest thing. Where do I gotta go? Oh, maybe this way, this way. all the oh my god, look at the ocelot. Oh, look at them. Oh my god, no, I have to kill them. No, I don't want to kill them. Oh my god. What? I don't want to kill the cats. Oh my god, this game is brutal. This game is brutal. It's just fiction. It's just fiction, guys. It's just fiction. It's just a
I'll
game.
need more of this.
Poor cats. I did not want to kill them. They're so cute. I was like excited. I wanted to go up to it and pet it,
That's
bruh.
enough to fashion a holster.
Oh, smooth operator. Smooth operator.
The crew have their provisions, and I have my holster.
I can let you know what probably brought me here and why I stayed. Okay, yeah, that would be helpful feedback. Yes, please let me know why you. I actually, I love asking people their feedback on my streams. Just so long as you guys are please respectful, please be gentle on my kind soul, because sometimes I get like, like just please be gentle with your words, please. Like it is good constructive criticism, I do accept. Just please be gentle with your words. Just not too mean. But I know I have a lot of work to do.
We've provisions enough to sail for Nassau. Should be some old mates there.
Like I say, I don't watch streamers and I've been here a while, so something's right. You think so? I mean, yeah, I think I've been trying to like get it together, but like sometimes I fall apart. I really need to work on that though. And I feel really bad like bringing it on stream because I feel like it's kind of selfish for me to bring it up on stream. And so that's what my therapist is there for me for, and I'm gonna be visiting her tomorrow, so don't worry. I think the thing that makes the stream nice is how personable.
Captain. Find what you need.
Oh, really?
My needs and wants are oceans apart,
Personable,
mate.
yes.
But I did fashion
Strength.
myself a new holster. All I need now is a pistol to lie in it.
Yeah. Taken from the holds, just as you said.
Little more than a blowpipe. But it'll do.
You bring up very real and interesting
So,
topics,
are we
and that's very
rested?
rare and makes people want
Or
to
should we
watch.
idle a while longer?
Because they can probably relate
way,
in some
Anchor.
ways, yeah.
I think
And
the
it probably
crew is
helps them
itching to
not
reach
feel so alone,
civilization.
I'm guessing, yeah.
You'll find no civilization in Nassau. But it's a fine place to be merry all the same.
That's fun. That's an interesting concept, yeah. Because I remember I had one friend tell me, like, you should never talk about your problems on stream. You should never talk about what's going on. And he was like, you just don't talk about that stuff. And da-da-da. And I was like, I don't know. I mean, this is my community, though. Like, I need to tell them when something's wrong. Like, it's going to eat me alive, not expressing that. Like, I understand be considerate and, like, don't trauma dump on, like, especially when things are really, really heavy topics. Like, of course, don't trauma dump on, like, potential things that, a therapist needs to maybe resolve and whatnot. But at the same time, like, people need you, like, and you need people, and your stream needs you, and your community needs you, and sometimes it's okay to vent. Maybe it's not always the best place, like, yeah, of course, you're... Oh my god, what the fuck? 100%, yeah, like, the people who support you, like, they're not responsible for how you feel. You, at the end of the day, as a streamer, are responsible for how you, conduct yourself and, how you can show up better for people,
Give us a shanty!
Give us a shanty. What? What the hell is happening right now?
Shamrock and Rose, boys. Shamrock, Rose, and Thistle too. Shamrock,
Love a good sea shanty. Like I said earlier, if you get like 5 people who watch you but join every day and value the things you say, you're leaving a great impact on individuals' lives. True. No, talk about it. Don't shy away from it. Yeah, I feel like it's so good, yeah, to express yourself, but also I don't know, I've had so many people like in my ear telling me like what I should and shouldn't be doing that it's like it's really hard for me to feel like, okay, well, are they right? Or like am I sabotaging? Am I doing things wrong? Am I like a bad streamer? Am I a bad person? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what the fuck's going on and I'm confused. We're all confused, but like I'm genuinely real confused. Like, and it can be a little hard, but then at the same time, like I think about it and I'm like, sometimes talking about your problem is good to talk about it, you know? Like, 'cause it is hard to do things all by yourself. And like, that's why I wish like, that's why I think like some men in particular, like they struggle. Do I have to go in the boat? In particular with like mental health, because they don't talk about like they don't talk about how it's affecting them. They don't talk about things, you know? They need someone to talk about it with, you know? Go off your instinct and no one else. Yeah. I'm gonna enjoy a shanty. Wait. So where do I go and why isn't it moving? You don't know what a sea shanty is? Nor? So where am I supposed to go and why am I not moving, guys? I'm confused.
Fire!
Huh?
A song.
Alright, lads. Where am I to go, me Johnny? Where am I to go?
Oh, I think I'm supposed to get some hints or something. I gotta set the sails.
We best have quiet a while.
Yeah, that's why I have like my Discord server because I feel like the Discord server really helps connect everybody. And sometimes we'll have movie nights here and there. Oh, here I think, right? Use the lift. Oh my god! So I got to set the sails down? How do I do that? Oh. She pulls like 6 to 10 people each time. That's good. Wait, that's really good though. I mean, yeah, and even like 10 viewers is honestly a lot. It's still really good. Oh, I think I got a text message. Ooh, my food is here, guys. Oh my god, I'm so excited. I'm so hungry. Okay, I'll be right back. Grab my food. I'll be right back.
some Subway. I split it in half. Yeah, I'm back. And I got like, what's it called? Some tea for my throat because I've been having like, I feel like I've been losing my voice from how much I've been like talking lately. Thank you, Splitter Sama, for the 6-7. I got a tuna sandwich. You have the same situation as my homie's sister, and I've been crushing on her for over a decade. Oh, wow. Really? Like, what kind of situation? Oh, she's like having, yeah. Sucks. Yeah, it's like a tuna sandwich because I normally get the tuna one because I like it. I don't really like ham or turkey. I don't know. It's like not that good. This is called Assassin's Creed Black Flag Racing. Okay. I don't really like tomatoes either, so I took the tomatoes out. I'm picky. Oh, I was gonna get Advil. My head keeps getting itchy under here. Sorry, I have to like, because I don't have, I'm running out of lotion, so I have to like force it out. Oh my god, my back hurts, guys. I need to stretch and do a yoga class or something. I need to do a yoga class or something. Ow. And my boobs hurt. This fucking bra sucks. Sorry, that's CMI. Just a sucky, like it's irritating me. There we go. Hold on, I'm just fixing my hair. And I'm like stretching a little bit. Okay. This hat just began itchy a little bit after a while of wearing it. Oop, I don't like this shirt, but why is this shirt? I wanted to just be like an over-the-shoulder shirt like this. There we go. See? Oh, we got it all figured out. There we go. Thank you, Hugo, for the flower gift. Wait, what am I supposed to do, guys? Man the sails? How do we man the sails?
So how do we man the sails, guys? I'm confused. I'm confused. Right here?
The wind is shifting, Captain.
What? What do you want me to do? Oh, is it the anchor? Do we need to release the anchor? Or pull the anchor back up? Where's our anchor? Hmm? Oh.
Hands in the water!
Don't I have to go over there or something? I don't know. Hello, Free Alex. How's it going? Client the poles in the middle. Hmm? I think I have to be here for some chests. I'm drinking tea though. This tea is supposed to, it's called throat comfort, so hopefully it helps my throat. I just don't like the taste of this tea. It's like really weird. I'm not gonna scream. And do you know that whispering can actually strain your voice more? I might just take a break here for my voice. But I'll still play. I just want to rest my voice a little bit. What is voice therapy? Oh. I've never played the original recorded. I can't tell you. Hi, Alexis. Dang, that sucks. I think I need to go on the boat. Oh, I hear. Hmm? Oh. Mm-hmm. What? It was like just glowing and then it stopped.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know. Sorry guys, my voice is kind of hurting right now, so I'm like, I don't know, maybe I should take a break. But I'm like, I can't, but I maybe I just take like a 30-minute break from talking. Would you guys mind? I'll still be here. I'll just be not yapping for at least 30 minutes. Okay, ready? Start.
Bruh.
Sign-in is required to continue with this premium voice. Or, if you prefer, you may switch to a free, unlimited voice.
Thank you, Waffle, for the galaxy. Sorry, I am on voice rest so I don't lose my voice. Thank you everyone for your gifts and support. I just be yapping way too much. Lol, this is funny. I was going to say something about Netflix being a cool business because it expands and makes original content and not just follows trends, and that's why it flourishes. So in content creation, although my numbers are getting there and I am learning, this experience is the foundation to a long-lasting career in media, entertainment industry. What I have learned you cannot learn in a marketing class. You can only learn the foundation of the principles of marketing, not saying it doesn't help, by the way. The whole point of education is applying what you learn, and if you never apply it, how will you ever learn? I learned this in my book, The Psychology of Money. Bill Gates quit Stanford, not because he has an ego but because he knows he can build something, and that lived business experience is the reason he is the successful man today. The most ironic part of him dropping out of college is that he put his 2 daughters into Stanford University. I learned this because while I was at an event with the Valorant influencer team, because the Dome concert takes place at Stanford, and I took a school tour. It was embarrassing leaving the tour group early because I told them I need to pee real bad and low-key dipped cuss I had my concert right at that time, lol.
Thank you, Free Alex, for the motorcycle gift.
To explain, I am on voice arrest because my voice is very sore and hurting. To explain, I am on voice arrest because my voice is very sore and hurting. Yes, I get money within a week. I believe if I end stream before the 13th ends, I will be able to get my check by the 15th, so yes, I do. TikTok checks work differently. They are sent to PayPal sometimes, but I have a PayPal debit card. I will most likely save it for bills, emergency funds. Like being able to use alerts on stream to incentivize gifts costs around $20 a month, so that's what they mean by you have to spend money to earn money. OR Some TikTok creators create emotes for their 3 top gifters of all time, that week, OR that month. OR in general. I am still learning so much, which is why I plan to attend school, and thankfully my school pays for itself cause it's a community college and I have grants thankfully. My last university did not make any sense. 40k tuition was honestly stupid. My financial aid and grants plus my dean's SCHOLORSHIP covered almost all of it, but at the time I was paying 1k a semester while living at home. It was rough, but I learned a lot about psychology and that I don't like expensive universities. The most I have ever reached for what? Also, I am on voice arrest because my voice is strained and I decided to take a break from using my voice so I can still yap with you guys. Maybe moving forward I will stop going on so many tangents to give my voice a rest for a second. Sometimes when you have big dreams it's okay to express it to the world, but be careful because there is a lot of dream crushers in the world. WHO are jealous and miserable. What I think helps is finding 3 tangible steps a day to get you closer to your goal is the best. You shouldn't worry about the outcome, it's more about falling in love with the journey. For me, I really want to live in Korea and I have told my parents, but they judge me really hard and don't think it's a good idea. But I don't care, I silently study Korean in my room to one day get immersed in the culture. I also watch tons of Korean dramas and listen to the music. I also am trying to find a Korean pen pal I can study with and we can exchange languages if they are trying to study English. It's hard to find yourself around people who want to grow and don't see struggle as defeat, but the more you love yourself and invest in yourself, the closer you are to reaching your goals. And sometimes goals are good, but don't get too attached to the outcome because everyone's journey is different and has different challenges. I also train and dance on the side and I am obsessessed with it, but I am a beginer dancer, and what I have learned helps is including your siblings in on it, or some of your friends who have similar goals. Taking the solo path is not a shameful thing though, so don't judge yourself for having to do things on your own. People come and go. When you start feeling bad for being alone, remind yourself that is just a temporary irrational thought. Because the reality is, you are not alone and there are people who will understand you. It's about becoming your best version of yourself first, and you will naturally attract the right people. Even if you have to become the best version of yourself alone. It's better that anyways, because misery likes company. social media also is a huge lie. If I put on a mask on stream and never talked about my issues, people would probably assume I had everything handed to me. The reality is the opposite. But I keep being resilient no matter how hard things get. One time I had a viewer WHO assumed my dad paid for all of my expenses and bills. The craziest part is I have been paying my own bills since I was 18, but back then I did not have as many responsibilities as I do now.
Oh, I can talk now.
The only thing I never paid for sometimes was food and sometimes rent. I only helped with rent if I really needed to, and now that I can't afford rent now I do, of course.
Hello, I'm back. Okay, we go back to the game. Thank you for waiting on the break. Thank you again for all the gifts, guys. Yeah, my voice is kind of cooked. Maybe I should take more breaks here and there, but I'm so lost on what I'm supposed to do in this right now. Yeah, I think like reading really helps. And if you ever feel like you're like doom scrolling too much, I think one thing to replace your habit of doom scrolling is like picking up a book and reading. That, if you can get yourself to read, and I'm somebody who has ADHD, if I can get myself to read and kind of like romanticize it in your brain, you should do it.
Go to the wheel.
Hmm? Go to the wheel? I would recommend not doom scrolling because it's bad for your like attention span. Where do I go? Yeah. We love you and sending you positivity and hugs. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, yeah, I think it's really interesting like how people are very... I am on PlayStation. People are very quick to assume things. And that's why I say like social media is like a lie, because a lot of the time I will tell you guys like surface level things, sometimes deeper things, but very rare. And I think I barely like scratch the surface in terms of like very like personal things. Because I try to be like protective of what I do say and try not to let too much out into the world, because a lot of the time when you kind of overshare, it gives people like grounds to make comments about you and your life, and you're just, it's a lot, right? So that's why sometimes it's better to keep those things private if you can. Stream watching was what replaced my doom scrolling. Okay. It can actually be an amazing community experience. Yeah, that's true. And don't take this the wrong way, it always goes wrong. Good night, Millie, by the way. Dang, chat. If you haven't been talking the way you have the last few hours and was just playing, you would have just dipped, huh? Okay. Well, that makes sense. And just doing what like 99% of streamers does. I want to be in here right now. That's true. But also I need to stop trauma dumping. Well, I'm not trauma dumping. I feel like I'm just kind of expressing my struggles, and yeah, you're right. I guess we do all kind of low-key. Life is so like such a small world, so I guess we do all be living the same experiences, to be honest.
And yeah, I guess that's true. I guess that's true. So how the hell... So what the hell do I do? It's nice to hear your voice again. Love and hugs from Switzerland. Wow, Switzerland! Amazing! That's so cool. Oh god, I want to go to Switzerland. You think trauma dumping is when you try to make people pity you? I mean, trauma dumping, it basically what it means is like, it's like sharing your, personal trauma. I don't think it's like, you know, I'm not trying to be manipulative. Some people might take it as that if I try to express myself. But yeah, I do think like expressing yourself is huge.
No use wallowing about here.
Get those bars free. Let's see that dock.
Oh. Do I go this way? Wait, I think I had to go this way the entire time.
Click to the head, sir.
Give voice, you tars.
Why can't I go? What the hell?
We're headed straight for land, sir.
Oh, do I have to park it like right here? Oh shit. It's just an excuse not to not make people upset, but that had no right to be in the first place. I think so to an extent. I mean, yeah, like some people just cannot handle like super heavy emotional conversations. So I feel like for some people, it's like definitely not the right thing. Where the hell do I go? Oh, there we go. What the hell? Finally, jeez. I don't even know. Thank you for the follows. Which one's a banger, guys? Homeward Bound. I did apply to Stream University, yes. Fortunately, we did not get in, though.
I've never played this AC.
Sing a new song.
Whenever people... Ooh, Johnny Balker. What is that? You think it's whack? Anyway, I mean, look, I don't think the people who got in deserve any hate, or I don't think Kai deserves any hate. At the end of the day, sometimes I think that some people deserve... I think some people get that opportunity because they just work really hard for it, you know?
Do it Johnny Bonker do.
And like, you know, it is what it is at the end of the day. I don't think any of them deserve any hate, but you know, stuff happens. Basically, it is what it is. I'm pretty sure if you genuinely wanted streaming bad enough and you had the finances to invest in yourself,
Tell me I'm under
you could make it work.
Call me!
Huh?
Them your breads.
Fly away, boyo! Back to your master!
Aye. We was privateers together before the wars ended. I'll see you ashore. There will be some familiar faces at the old Avery. Lads there are a churlish sort, but friends all the same. Will be good to see
Thank
them.
you, Roger, for the
And
rose.
there might be some able
Thank
bodies
you.
about to add to the crew.
We'll need more hands.
I'm Jack Sparrow, but not drunk. Thank you, Rufus, for the corn.
Home, exactly. But Nassau is the only place in the world where a pirate can live free. And the scoundrels here, they make for good company. They'll be stirring up trouble at the Aviary for sure.
What's all this pissing and moaning about?
I'll be back. You hear me?
Good night. Thanks for coming.
Manners, I don't doubt.
Yeah, I still have the sound. I work overnight anyway. This is unfortunate. Unfortunately normal. Dang.
I demand an apology.
Oh, I remember I was also... I forgot to mention when I was working, I also was like a baker.
Seen in some time.
I worked in the bakery and I did work overnight shifts. It was pretty cool. I like the schedule.
Your friends have started without you.
Is that a
My
rat?
God,
What
you're
the hell
a
was
sight
that?
for salty eyes.
It's a
Come
cat.
in and have a drink.
Morning, all.
It's a cat.
Can we? Who's this?
Adewale, the Jackdaw's quartermaster.
Jackdaw.
Thank you, Free Alex. I appreciate
You
it.
named your brig after a poxy bird.
Ade, these
Okay.
lads are the better part of our
Thank you.
growing confederacy
Thank you, thank
here.
you.
Ed Thatch, Ben Hornigold, James Kidd.
I appreciate it. Goes a long
You
way.
let him carry a pistol, do you?
Peace, Ben. Ade saved my life. And now we're looking to find a crew to fill out the rest of my ship.
Well, there's scores of capable
Oh.
men about. But use caution. A shipload of the King's sailors showed up before night back, causing trouble and knocking about like they own the place.
Right. I'll see who I can muster.
Send any men you find to the Jackdaw. I'll put them to work.
Cheers, Ade.
I did play Red Dead, but I didn't finish it. Oh
Edward
boy.
Kenway captains his own ship now.
Aye, and he needs crew. It might be you can help him with that.
Wait, what the fuck did I get in my hair?
If you need hands, you'll find them all over Nassau. But the Redcoats have been taking whoever they can for the gallows.
Aye. I'll save them from the gallows and offer a place with me.
Well then, there's some in need of saving, right here.
Crew recruitment. Rescue the pirates. Look at the girl. Oh my god, she a baddie for real. She a baddie for real. Okay. Body tea. Body tea. Body coffee because tea wasn't strong enough. Okay, let's go.
Get your hands off me! Help! They'll string me up! Those heels told me they sailed for King George. They said it were a queer name for a captain.
Well, I'm
Whoa.
a captain looking for some crew. We regroup at the Aviary.
Aye. You'll find more men in the town square. They haven't already been hanged. Bleed for this.
Yeah, why is the guy sitting behind him?
I was done for till you came along.
Come fast! The soldiers have kept a man in irons. They mean to hang him.
What? Come fast.
Aye, what was that for?
Where is she? Oh,
There she is. Save the pirate!
On his hands. His Majesty.
Oh shit. What the fuck just happened?
How dare you!
Boom!
There's more of them.
Revive.
You there! Clear out.
I don't think so, mate.
Your fate is sealed.
I kind of prefer shooting them because it's like not that, doesn't take that long. Okay, we did it.
You'd best get down immediately.
What do we think, guys? What do we think? Should we play something else now or keep playing this? What do you guys think?
Not a damn thing. Well, back to me work.
Yes, I did get my subway.
Move along there.
Yeah, I'm trying to find my chapstick real quick. Oh, I don't know where it is.
Move on.
I don't know where it is. But how's everybody doing today? What else should we talk about? I don't know. I'm chilling. Should we play R6 today or? Yes or no? I mean, maybe we should. We can always pick this up tomorrow. What do you guys think? How long have we been playing this? 4 hours? I mean, to be fair, I wasn't playing like I kept getting distracted and we were just like yapping about stuff. What do you guys think? But I'm still getting pain in my wrist though. Like from the mouse. I don't know why. I'm getting like pain in my wrist. It's so annoying. Okay. Now do I go? Let's just keep playing.
There he is.
Oh.
You did good, Edward.
What's
Your
the
Odyssey
Odyssey?
is fully crewed, and the British have learned how we do things in Nassau.
We could have slipped the noose round their necks and given everyone a show. Ha. That bottle. Are you saving a trophy for yourself, Anne?
Aye, away with you. We're saving it for a real celebration.
Now you'll want to sail somewhere rich with plunder.
Have you heard of a place called the Observatory?
Aye. It's an old legend, like El Dorado or the Fountain of Youth.
What have you heard?
It's meant to be a temple or a tomb, hiding a treasure of some kind.
That's it. See here.
Oh, rot.
I'm eating a Subway
Fairy
sandwich.
stories you prefer to gold, is it?
It's worth more than gold, Thatch. 10,000 times above what we could pull off any Spanish ship.
That ain't a fortune. It's a fantasy.
What? Oh my god. We're in Silent Hill. We're in Silent Hill. Wait a damn minute. Are these prostitutes? My bad, TikTok. Don't ban me, please. I love TikTok Shop. I love TikTok Shop and I use TikTok Shop every day. TikTok Shop. This game looks very beautiful. Wow, 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 wow. I love TikTok Shop. Please, TikTok, don't ban me. Oh. Sorry, girl. How that? Okay, where do we go now? I don't know. I think we head this way. My hat is falling off. Okay, there we go. Now we chillin'. Now we're chillin'. Jack Daw. So what the hell am I supposed to fucking do? I'm getting tired, Chuck. Oh.
Morning, Kenway. Not a bad-looking tinderbox you got there.
You sound a bit green, Horny Gold. Is it envy? Because mine's bigger than yours.
No, I reckon it's this Jamaican funk. I prefer the Spanish stuff. So, you've got yourself a fancy brig now. Fine. Well, I'm gonna teach you how to sail her right. And how to take a prize the proper way. Thatch, we'll catch you up at the old fishing village. Aye.
Sorry.
Name?
Where's your helmsman, Kenway?
I take pride in piloting my own ships, Ben. Keeps me alert.
Let's make some headway, shall we?
I've no need for schooling. How many prizes did we take together as privateers?
You know what I was also thinking about doing, guys?
Difference between joining a
Like
raid
doing streams where I'm
and
standing.
one.
It's another idea I was having. Because I sit so much that like I was thinking like, bruh, I should stand. I have a standing desk though. That's the thing. I just don't know how to fix it because I think it's broken right now. Maybe I need to plug it in or like do some repairs on it or something. I really want like a standing desk. Because look, because like let's say because you know how Wii Sports game is coming out. I was thinking about getting that one. And then maybe we do like working out on stream, and then we're like working out, we're playing a sport. It'd be so fucking lit. You know what I mean? Wouldn't that be so cool? I'm watching. Wait, the new Mario Tennis game is out, and I'm watching this guy. This is the streamer I'm talking about that I watch sometimes. He's Japanese, and he's playing Mario Tennis Fever. We should do this, guys. We should cosplay as like one of the Mario characters.
Bro, that'd be too good. Man, I just wish I was sponsored by Nintendo so I didn't have to buy every single fucking game, bro. Oh yeah, the dance parties, those help a lot, yeah. That's so real, yeah. Maybe we can do one today. Where do I go? Are you actually gonna do that? I mean, I just have to fix my desk and like figure out a way to make it stand again. Cause I don't know, it's been so long since I've tried to like actually set it up so it can. Oh, Cleo looks so happy. She's so happy, guys. She's so cute. Well, I just want to say a really big thank you to everyone who's been supporting me in the streams. It really got my spirits up because I know, yeah, it's been tough as hell, but yeah, don't ever feel obligated to do anything because I feel bad, but are we finding them? What is happening right now? Oh my god, I completely whipped them. Is this loot? Can I pick this up?
For your victims must always have in the back of their minds the uneasy idea that you could snap at any moment and unseam them from prick to sternum.
They're dropping powder kegs, Kenway. Order your men to fire them with the swivels before they cause you any trouble.
Fire what cannons you will, and land a few strikes if you must, but for God's sake don't sink them. It's no fun fishing cargo out of the sea. Although it can be done. You've stuck her up nice. Only don't put a hole below our waterline. Oh, she's dead in the water. Steer up alongside her. Hold your fire, Kenway. You don't want to sink your first prize as captain. Ease in close. We'll ready the grapnels.
What? Oh, shoot! This is when the action is happening, guys. Out of ammo. Thank you, Eric, for the hard hands. Thank you.
What the hell is happening right now?
Buen dia, senor.
It's starting to get
I
good.
am Captain Hornigold, and this is my crew. We're sailors like yourselves, but quite unalike in our purpose. For we intend to take all that you own. And no harm shall befall any man so long as he remains at ease. Is that clear?
No me mate, señor. Tengo familia. Se lo suplico.
Anyone speak English? English?
Little bit.
A little
Tell
bit.
your friends we're stealing your goods, and we won't hurt nobody if everyone stays as still as a sandbar. You got that?
Please to repeat.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Lock him in the hold and take everything that isn't
Dang,
nailed down.
we're so mean. Why are we stealing their stuff? Oh yeah, we're pirates. Oh yeah. Well. Hey, we're just stealing their shit? It's crazy.
Courtesy of
Oh
one
my
Ed
God, we're
Thatch.
evil. And their stink just sank. And their...
A good take today, Kenway. Half a dozen scores of that size and you'll be set for a year. Now let's sell this cargo and fix up your jackdaw with a few more trinkets.
Sod a year. I'm looking for a prize that'll set me up for life. I'll be king of the West Indies then.
We came to Nassau to get away from the likes of kings.
Well, I'll be a man of property and promise anyway.
Jesus, let that dream go, lad. Nassau is the place to be, not England.
Hard mode
Do you
is
ever
no
dream of the
joke.
big score?
How to turn
A
on...
ship so full of gold and silver,
Turn
you
off the
just split
anchor.
it and sail home.
Sure,
On
but it's only a
PS5.
dream.
Assassin's
Every man hopes to find a
Creed.
dozen chests of
Black.
gold with no owners.
Blah.
They're as rare as an honest king.
If you don't hanker after gold like the rest of us, Ben, then I wonder...
We're
what sort
anchored
of a
in.
pirate does that make you?
Lad, wealth is a means. A force of creation, not an end. Our pirate republic, now that's an end. But if we ever lose her, it'll be on account of pirate captains who can't see past their own inclinations.
It's these pirate captains who keep the empires out and haul the prizes in.
Why can't I move?
Give me another one, lads.
What?
Thanks.
What button is the anchor, guys? The anchor won't let up. They won't. The anchor is stuck. How do we undo the anchor? What the heck? Oh. Ouch. Bruh, I don't know what this is. Okay, I'm taking a break. Break time. Break time. I want to change my outfit, guys. I'm getting overstimulated by this outfit. W pirate outfit, though. Right? I'll wear it again next time. I'm changing to something more comfortable. Okay, everyone. I'm back. I changed because honestly, that was an uncomfortable outfit. Okay, guys. Well, do you think I should take a break soon, or should we play R6? Or I don't know. R6 or we can play trying to think. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. I don't know. I say we play R6 because we still have yet to beat level 50. Get to level 50. And I know I've been telling you guys I'm gonna do an R6 stream, so we'll do an R6 stream. I mean, technically we're supposed to do R6 because it's like a challenge to reach level 50. Like that's our challenge is to reach level 50 if we can. But I hope you guys like the Assassin's Creed. I like it. I think I just need to be like in the present moment when I'm playing it. Like sometimes I get a little distracted. I'm a little bit confused on like did you stop playing Elden Ring? I did for a little bit, but mainly because I feel like I don't really want to like play that game as much, you know? I don't know. I just haven't like it's just for me, I get like bored of games. Like after a while I get burnt out. I have tried Mecha Chameleon and it was good, but like with every game I get like for some reason I get so easily bored. Yeah, Elden Ring is just really hard. But the thing is like I can do it. It's just I'm annoyed by how hard it is. But I should do it anyways, I know. I know, I'm sorry, guys. But it's just so difficult, man. I don't know where I put my brush. I think it's in my purse. Hold on. Oh, yup. I don't know where my hair is so like my hair is so tangled. So tangled. You know what I mean? Okay, here we go. We should do predictions as well. How'd you guys like the Assassin's Creed though? It's good, huh? It's pretty good. I liked it. I liked it. Also, green screen or no green screen, guys? Okay, we're currently at level 31. Hey, that's not too bad, honestly, right? Right?
No green screen? Okay. It's a little messy in the back, by the way, I just want to say. It's kind of messy in the back. I don't know if I have it. I should have put that away. I know. You know what? Let me clean up my back. Let me clean up. Look, hold on. Let me. I'm gonna put on like longer shorts too. I'm hot right now. So fucking hot. Sorry, guys. It's just a bunch of clothes. Ignore my my messy ass room. Sorry. The creeper in the back. It looks so weird. Okay. Turn this off. I don't know. Creeper's back. I'm just gonna. There you go. Everything's perfect, right? Right. Why is it taking so long? 4-minute wait time? Oh my god, I should have played. I should have played earlier today instead of in the morning because no one's on right now. Who the fuck is playing Rainbow Six at this time, bro? Should have thought about that. Well, what about like what about a cleaning stream where I clean my room? I need to clean my mouse pad. I have these like wipes, so I'm wiping down my desk. What game am I like my peak game? I would say either it's between probably Fortnite or Valorant. But I would say Valorant, but like honestly no, actually I would say Fortnite actually. Fortnite used to be my main game. And in some ways like I could wait, we should play Fortnite. I haven't played Fortnite in years, guys. No, we have to play R6. But it's like it's 6 in the morning. Who the fuck is playing R6 right now? Yeah, I don't know, chat. I haven't played Fortnite in so long, though. I probably have to download it. That's the thing. Why don't we just do cleaning stream? I need to clean. I feel like cleaning helps me kind of de-stress, too. Happy wife, happy life. Maybe the comeback needs to happen. I know, right? I do play Rivals. I used to play Rivals here and there, but... Sorry. I used to play Rivals here and there, but then I stopped. Should we just play ranked? Rama 6? These queue times on. I've been in queue for 5 minutes now. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is why we got to unlock ranks, so that way we can, I should do buns one day. Wait, like buns like this would be so cute. Just thinking about that. Maybe we do some cleaning. Oh, damn. I'm so like just waiting, bro. At this point, we should just clean. Or download Fortnite. Let me see. Do I have even Epic Games? Let me see. I don't even think I have it. Because I probably deleted it because it's taking up too much space on my PC. Let's see. Hmm. Or maybe I just need to update it. Let me see. Oh, it's updating. It just needs to update then. I guess I do have it downloaded. Dang, what happened to Fortnite anyways? Jeez, just 6 minutes we've been in queue. Okay, I don't know. Maybe we play R6 like tomorrow, guys? There is like this Nintendo game that I was thinking about playing. But mm, I don't know, chat. I don't know.
Oh! What the hell? Why does it do that? Did I disconnect? Hello? Am I still alive? Wait. Am I still alive? Yes? Oh, I'm alive. Okay. So, guys, what do you think? Should we do like a cleaning? Like, I'll just clean for a bit. We could try to re-queue, but I feel like I don't think it's gonna. I don't think. Also, I don't know why we had followers only mode for an hour. My bad. Let me turn it off. Oh my god, my back hurts. My back hurts. I really want to play Mario Tennis Fever. Oh, Mario Tennis, is it on discount soon? It's been out for a long time. Match started. What? You mean matchmaking? Standard price is $69.99. Yo, Cayetano, thank you for the flower gift. Is it better to be on here or on purple? Wherever you feel is good. Wherever you feel. Damn, chat. 48 tier 1 subs this month. So far, so good. Start a new sub goal. Oh, I forgot to add time to timer for all the gifts that we got today. Do 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 do. Oh, match started? What? Oh, okay, I guess we can play. Okay. We'll play for a bit and then we can do some cleaning in a little bit too. What should be the to-do list for today, guys? I don't know. Okay, we'll play a little bit of R6 and then we will do some cleaning, I think. Is my camera too big? Oh damn, my camera's taking up like half the screen. Is that better? Okay. Oh no, did I crash? Oh shoot. Oh, I don't have enough space.
Need to use your drone to locate a bomb.
No? Okay. Good morning. Oi.
10 seconds. Your drone has found a bomb. 5 seconds to go.
Oh damn, we've been streaming for 5 hours now? Damn.
Make your
Okay.
way to its location and defuse it.
I will play like a couple of games and then we'll clean and then I think I'm gonna go out. I gotta go to my school to ask about the financial aid stuff. Your sunburnt? Oh my god. Too much fun in the sun. Okay. Wow. 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 Are you serious? Are you dead ass?
You must recover the diffuser.
Oh, 1 second. Pin this real quick. There we go. I waited 10 minutes to get blasted entering a window? Yeah, true. True and real. I took my pup to the beach first time and guess I didn't apply enough sunscreen. Damn. Yeah, you gotta reapply too after a couple hours. And if you're like in the water and stuff. Oh, did you guys see that? Like, there's like a way to stream vertical and like landscape on Purple app. I always thought that was so cool. I've never tried it before though. I have never tried it before. It seems really cool though. Sorry, let me go ahead and change my streaming settings real quick. I'm dead anyways. Feel the pain coming back. I feel pain already in my wrist. This is bad. That's how, like, maybe I need to take a longer break, but I'm like, Oh, I accidentally picked the wrong rainbow for the game on TikTok. Oopsie. Let me go ahead and fix it. Damn. Yeah, what should my routine consist of? Today I was thinking, what routine? I know, right? What routine? Like, I mean, well, can you believe that people were calling me like, that's actually wild, guys. Like, do you guys think I'm actually selfish? Like, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't like re-talk about this stuff. Like, do you guys think I'm selfish for like not wanting to, like, I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if you guys were here during all the whole drama. Like, there was drama because I was talking about my family situation and dude, this same thing happened to me. Like, when I was dealing with like my like a long time ago, my mom was just being really emotionally abusive, and I would like go live on TikTok. Like, this is so like, don't do this, but like I would go live on TikTok. And I would show them like how she was treating me. And the fact that like some people were like, "Oh my god, you shouldn't be filming her. Like, you shouldn't be streaming." And I was like, but I wasn't like filming her out of like, oh, I was trying to like be mean. It was more so like because I was already live and she was basically like bullying me and making me feel like, I don't know, like it was just a lot. Like, I don't know.
10 seconds. Insertion in 5 seconds. A bomb must be located and defused.
More like venting instead of a selfish act. Yeah. You think so? Okay, that's good. Yeah, I was just kind of venting about, I mean, I was just venting about like right now my dad and I are having like he's just really bad at communicating, and
You have
he's been
located a
having
bomb.
certain stuff he's been struggling with, and I've been trying to help, but it's been really hard because it's only me, like, doing that stuff, like, because he's a single dad. So it is definitely not easy for him to, like, handle all the bills, you know, on his own and whatnot. But at the same time, I mean, I don't know.
You must recover the diffuser.
I found one.
No!
Drop
Why did he just run in? This guy, bro. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like internalizing what other people are telling me. I know I shouldn't read into what others have to say about you. That's true. That is so true. Honestly, I think that's something I struggle with. It's like I'm just really like I have a guilty conscience, I feel like. So I don't know. Like what about me setting boundaries financially is like bad? I feel like that's not a bad thing at all. Like I feel like the type of thinking of like always thinking that like because you're the child of your parent that your life is you're forever indebted to them, like that's just such a toxic thing, you know? I mean, I feel like it's good for us to have these conversations because I'm like, I don't know, I feel like it's toxic to feel like your children are indebted to you, like, and like that's extremely selfish to assume that like I don't know, like to assume that like you're like your kids are like your retirement plan. Like that's so mean. Like I'm sorry, but like no, like what? If you want to have a good retirement, you have to like look out for yourself, you know? I feel like that's just how it is. You cannot have kids and then make them the ones who are like responsible for that or like responsible for any of your bills for that matter, you know? Because it's like
15 seconds left.
ridiculous. I found my chapstick. Hold on.
10 seconds left.
Like, I believe that's my role. I never say that's how most people should go about it.
Op 4 eliminated.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just, like, I don't mind, like, helping. It's just, like, I'm the only one helping, so I feel kind of like, dang, man. Like, I don't know. It's a sucky situation, I guess. There's my chapstick. But, like, you get what I mean, chat? Like, I don't know. I feel like some people have never really, like, experienced, like, toxic family households. Like, it's, like, a very, not rare thing, but, like, I feel like it happens, like, way more often than not. And then, like, us as a society, I feel like a lot of people just kind of turn a blind eye to, like, the emotional, like, the emotional neglect or, like, the emotional abuse or, like, the financial abuse. Like, it's almost like, I don't know. I think the reason why it carries weight is because, like, one of the people who mentioned it was, like,
You need to use your drone
I think
to
someone
locate
who
a bomb.
has been in my streams before, and they were, like, a regular viewer or something, but I don't know, maybe they're a parent themselves, and they've, like, neglected their children, and so they relate to people who neglect children, like, or, like, are super emotionally abusive to their children, like, and I get that, like, especially in Latino households, like, it is a very common thing. Like, it is way common because it's so normalized, like, abuse and everything, like, the chancla and everything, like, the fact that that's so normalized is, like, honestly kind of sad. Like, the fact that some people can't come to terms with the fact that, like, if you got spanked as a child,
Proceed to bomb's location and
like, that's
defuse it.
abuse. I know you don't want to accept that, and you don't have to, like,
hold on to grudges or hold on to the pain if like you feel like you are willing to forgive your parents or something like that. Like, that's your prerogative, you know, that's your choice. But I feel like it's uncalled for. Like, I don't know, I think because I've had education in psychology and I'm not right about everything at all, but like, I just feel like because of my background in psychology, like what I've learned about like parenting styles, it's just, I just don't really understand the point of like being so like mean to your children, you know, like having respect, like even if someone is younger than you, like having respect is really important. And I feel like the only people who don't think respect is important in relationships are the people who cannot like keep relationships or like keep people. What the fuck is this buzzing? Oh, it's my controller. I was like, what the fuck? Computer. I'm like, come on. There we go. My spankings were needed. I used to be off the wall when I was in my younger days. But the thing is, like, I literally like studied like parental dynamics in college, and a lot of the time like physical abuse and like using fear was like a very quick way to discipline people and like take control of people. And I'm gonna give an example. It's gonna be a little bit controversial, but I'm gonna give an example. Like in religion, they hold like a father who holds it against you that you're gonna burn in hell if you don't XYZ is not a good father. That is an abusive father who's trying to manipulate and control you. And here's my, like, I'm agnostic, so I'm not like, I don't really have a religion that I like claim. But like, if you ever took a philosophy class, like they'll make you think about how if a God really loved us, like if there was a God that really cared and loved us, he would never hold something against you, like you being going to hell and stuff like that, and would give you free will to, like, not just give you free will, but they would give you like, they wouldn't hold something like that against you because you don't believe in them. Like, that is so stupid and sick and twisted. And that's what I think what's wrong with like certain religions. And I think that's what's wrong with certain people is like, they don't mind. Like, I think, here's my assumption of religion. Now, it could be wrong, right? But this is what my assumption is. I personally think religion and religious constructs were created to control big masses of people. To get people to all have the same way of thinking. And also for money. Because if you know anything about like becoming a pastor or becoming they work with the governments to like give money to like people. So like if you're a pastor, sometimes you can literally get paid to like be a pastor. Oh no, my mouse disconnected, or my keyboard disconnected. This is bad. Does that make sense?
Bomb location compromised. Plan accordingly.
You can literally make so much money. Like, I met this one couple that they were like teen pastors, and they lived in a
10 seconds left.
They live in like, when we visited their house, they lived in a mansion. I kid you not, they lived in a mansion. All because they were getting paid to be like pastors, but not financially paid. They were given the house for free. And a lot of people in the church, they can literally cut down their costs to absolutely zero if they become a pastor in some way. That's why like being a pastor is like a big, like it's a business. Like I hope people realize that, but like I don't know, maybe it's because I like I had the experience of like growing up in a church, and I saw that they were really like exploitative of like my mom's will, like she really wanted to help the church and just like be a good woman, and she holds a lot of like pain, and so she goes to church to help her mentally, right? They exploit that. They want her to work for free multiple times a week, and I'm just like, absolutely not. Like I'll be the first to say it. I feel like they're quite exploitative. Now, is it every church? No. But I'm just saying, like, for me, that's kind of like how I view religion. I don't know. After I took like a philosophy class, one time I like changed, it started making me question things. It started getting me to like think of how powerful like those who like believe and conform into religion, like how powerful of like a cult it is. And in my mind, I see it as a cult. Now that's not to say like there aren't like really horrible and weird people that need help and da da da, right? Like it's not to say that we shouldn't have any zero moral compass, you know, but I do think we kind of understand what's the difference between right and wrong. Like we all get a level of like discernment, you know, and we kind of all know what's right and wrong, but I mean, right and wrong happens all the time. And like if a parent is ever like holding it against you that you'd have to go to that you have to go to hell and burn there if you don't believe in them, like that's just like the most toxic relationship ass shit I've ever fucking heard. Like, and I just don't like that shit. And I don't know what is wrong with people who like can't fathom that other people have bad experiences with their parents, like, and don't want to like stand up for those who have been mistreated. Like, and then the fact that that viewer brought up, like, what a shitty person. They brought up that there's people who don't even have parents to me. Like, you sound like 5 years old with that mentality. Because, yes, it is true that people, like, grow up in orphanages and everything, and that's horrible. And 100%, I think, like, 100% I believe, like, yeah, that's the probably one of the worst situations to be dealing with. No, 100%. But, like, that doesn't mean that I'm not allowed to voice my concerns about dealing with emotional neglect. And like I said, two things can be true at the same time, you know? Like, a kid can be grateful for all that a parent has done for them, but also be able to recognize when your parent falls short, you know?
5 seconds to insertion.
And recognize when there's things that are happening that you do not deserve, even if they are your family. Because I feel like people get this big misconception of like, well, they're your family, so you have to do anything, you have to listen to them, you have to just shut up and take it. It's like, no, that's just ridiculous in my opinion. Like, that is horrible. And that's a horrible way of thinking. Like, and I think that's what's so wrong with today's society is like, so many people are so obsessed with the fact that, oh, but older people, oh, they deserve, like, just because you're old does not mean that all of a sudden you know better than everyone else. I think that, like, the only way you can truly, like, figure out whether someone is, like, a good oh, fuck. Is, like, a good teacher is, like, if they've lived a lot of experiences and they've learned from their experience, you know? Does that make sense? Like, I don't know if that makes sense, but I don't think the Lord that made us all and understands exactly what is we're going through is spiteful. I think religion is like a cult, honestly.
Mission failed. All friendlies were
Even like the more tamer versions of religion, like Christianity, it's still a cult. It's still a cult. Like I can't lie. Like it's still a cult. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like religion. Not that like I judge people for it, but I don't necessarily like judge them. Like it'll probably change the way I think about them, but it wouldn't change. Like I still have respect for people. Like you know, if you know, it's just harder for me to like get along. I feel like with them, like over a long period of time. And so my mom is like really extremely religious, and I'm like the complete opposite. I don't know. I just not that I'm like demonic or I pray to the devil. Like, I'm not satanic or something. I don't know. Like, I don't fucking know. I don't really. I just live my life and I try to just treat people the way that I feel like they deserve, you know, and like I try to be kind to everyone that I can. But I also like I don't know. This is how it is sometimes. I feel like it's dependent on how you treat people. Like that's more important. I feel the same with religion. I have faith, but religions feel like a cult to me. They do, yeah. And I mean, yeah, that's fair. Like that's fair to be like, oh yeah, like maybe there is a god, but like honestly, how I feel about like if there is a god, I feel like we wouldn't know who they are or who he or she is, or if it's even gendered. I feel like it's a very interesting like conversation for sure to like kind of delve deep into like what really is like the point of us like here and having this like ability to have consciousness. I don't know, it's just like really weird that we've been one of the most advanced species to be able to kind of like understand that we're conscious and that we have like
10 seconds to
a life
insertion.
and that we are a living being, and the fact that we know that we're gonna die too
5 seconds left.
is kind of interesting. I feel like it goes to show like how like we have so much time, but like life is truly so short. Life is so fucking short, guys.
Deploying shield.
Like, I don't know, like I just live like, and I try to treat people as kindly as I can, but like honestly in life, like I don't know, like there's gonna be people that like step all over you, try to step all over you, you know. You gotta set your boundaries, you know. And like I had mentioned, oh shit, oh he's in the window, he's in the window, he's in the window.
One friendly operator remaining.
And I think people are just trying to find a way to like make sense of like what
Failed. All friendlies have been neutralized.
how we came to be, you know, and how we came to being able to be alive, I guess. Does that make sense? And so, and then I think, here's what I think, because based off of the Old Testament, my professor was talking about one time when I was in a Bible study class, he was talking about how the Old Testament was created based off of theories that other men had made. And I thought to myself, like, wow, there must be like some really, really intelligent man that decided they wanted to create religion and create this fear amongst a community of people to control them and to sway what they do and don't do. And that in itself is power. And I think a lot of people are power hungry. A lot of people are greedy. A lot of people, you know, and so that's why I'm like, I don't know. My theory is that religion was created to control human beings. And it was created to direct their life in a way that you're bad, I'm good, and if you don't do this, you're going to hell. And it's like, okay. You know how like when you're dealing with like, that's why like I think like that's why I researched in psychology like what
Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready
I researched in psychology about parenting styles, and what I had found in my studies was like extremely tiger parenting parents usually are the ones who come from like immigrant households. So for example, like one example was like Chinese households. And Chinese households are extremely strict. Extreme tiger parents that push their kids to the limit. You know? And parents who like push their child to the limit do not love them. Like, do not love them. Like, because it's one thing to be supportive and to root for your kids. Oh my god. But to, oh my god, look at this guy crawling on the ground. But if you actually knew how to like teach your kids properly, you would teach them that like balance and breaks are really important. You know? And does that make sense?
One friendly operator remaining.
I have real thoughts. When it ends, it ends. My theory is just simply that I don't really know. I have no way of knowing for certain any of these things exist, so I just leave it be and, like you said, try to be a good person to others and make something of the life I have. Exactly. I like try to make a positive impact on others if you can. Yeah, like that's kind of like what I believe in. But like I also think like it's not a bad thing to be involved in it. Like, it's not a bad thing to, like, you know, pray if you feel like whatever. I don't know. I don't know. But, like, I just don't really, I don't know. I just, like,
For me, it's always felt like something like control. And it kind of reminds me of like the Mormon church. Like, I know the Mormon church is a lot different than the Christian church, but guys, it's like the same thing, except it's more harsh and they implement more rules. Because guys, verbatim, this was my Christian. My mom's friend is the pastor's wife, and so we were hanging out with we were on a hike, right? We're going on this hike and we're just having a good time. No, Mormon church is a cult. It's not even like it might sound like a cult. No, it is. And that's why I think sometimes like Christianity and stuff, it's like more of a tamed version of a cult. But like, guys, I kid you not, like clockwork. You know how like when somebody comes up to you, like if you ever travel, you'll get told that if people come up to you and they're asking you to join their cult, it's because it's a cult, okay? Now look, my mom attends like this Christian church, and we've been attending it for a while, but like growing up, we went there growing up, and we would have food and snacks up there. But my mom did a ton of like free labor for them and has been doing free labor because she's a very like selfless person, and since she's like been a single mom for a really long time, like she has
Insertion in 5 seconds. A bomb must be located.
She for a while like took care of us, and we would go to church. She'd take us to church, and like it wasn't a bad thing. But the church really exploited her time, and I've been telling her, I've been like, Mom, like I know you like helping out at the church, and like it is a very selfless thing to do to help them, but you need to put yourself first. As much as you love religion, you can also still practice religion within your home if that's, you know, like, so that way you're not, like, you can allocate your resources to things like getting your money better or paying off your debt, or like, I tell her things like that, you know, because I care and I want to, like, you know, be there for her, you know, but she just doesn't, she just is the kind of person who's like very vulnerable in the sense of like, she lets people take advantage of her a lot. She's like very overly giving, overly loving, and it's a good trait and it's a good characteristic to have. But then she's left feeling empty. And I feel like it's because her religion, it constantly shames her and makes her feel this constant pressure to show up for free in your time and your energy, when it's like, these churches make real serious money and it's going to this girl's Jeep. I like saw her. And then I'm sorry, but the pastor's wife has a fancy ass motherfucking Jeep. And my mom's driving a Toyota. It's like, we know damn well that these churches are making a lot of motherfucking money, you know? And it's like, you can afford to pay them for their time. But they don't, because they're fucking selfish ass like motherfuckers, and they're like, oh, but it's in the love of God that you're helping for free. It's for the love of God. No, you're a scammer. That's what you are. And that's how I feel, and that's why I get mad. And I try to tell my mom about it, but she just thinks like, no, like they mean well, like no, they mean well, but I can't really help her. She's got to figure it out on her own, you know. I try to, but she doesn't listen to me. So it's like, well, whatever, I just leave it alone, right? But anyway, I'm on this hike, right, with my mom and the pastor's wife. Mind you, pastor's wife, we're leaving her nice California home in the fucking hills of California. And her Jeep is right there. She's, oh, I need to grab something from my car. Let me go grab something from my car. She grabbed something from her car. And I'm like, that's her car? And then I look at my mom's car. Toyota? And it's like, it's a good car. It works, but like, are you fucking joking, kidding me? Why is the pastor living in the motherfucking hills? You know what it is? They're scamming people of their time and their energy, and they're like manipulating them to be like, but it's for God. Do it for Jesus. What would Jesus do? Shut up. Shut up. You are pathetic. Trying to use people for free labels is insane. Anyways, so shut up. You know what I mean? Anyway. Yeah, it's so oppressive to women. Exactly. And like, I'm glad you recognize that, because I feel like I've always come across so many people who like, they're so wrapped up in it. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to like influence you to like not go to church. Like, hey, go to church if that's your religion. I respect it, but like also I don't fucking like it. I've always felt like it hasn't been helpful to women, and it's been exploitative and manipulative to women, not just women, men too. Because you know what's crazy? when I got a boyfriend, I took him to church. I was 16. I got a boyfriend for the first time. I took him to church. And guess what the church was doing? Yeah, this, talking crap about me, slut-shaming me. I didn't even have sex with this guy. I didn't even kiss him. And they're over here, yeah. This, that, the third. And then guess who gets pregnant? Guess who gets pregnant? Not me. Pastor's son, girlfriend gets pregnant. No, I'm not bragging about being 16 with a boyfriend. I was just like, no. I was just saying, like, I'm pulling up to church and I'm 16, you know, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, you know, I was dating and I really want to spend time with him. And so I'd bring him to church with me. And then they were all talking such mad shit. And they were projecting and shit. And then here they go. Here goes the pastor's son. And then no one's shitting on him. They're like, and you know what they're doing instead? They're like this. They're like, but God has blessed us with a baby son or a baby girl. I don't fucking know what the gender of the child is. But the God blessed us with a nice, beautiful son and child. Like, yes. And I was like, are we actually dead ass? Over here, they're shitting on me. And I'm sick. Okay. And then you're like, okay, fuck you then. Like, I can see how it is. You know, they don't fucking like you. And so, okay, maybe I have religion trauma. I apologize. Not all religious experiences were like this. Like, I remember I did go to like a church camp with my friend, and that was lit. They gave us food. They gave us a good time. And it was lit as hell. They gave us free food. They gave us free experiences. Hey, I loved it. That's different. I feel like not all church experiences are the same, but that was stupid. And then so, okay, let me go back to the hike because this is important, right? I'm on the hike with my mom and the pastor's wife. So we go on the hike, we're walking, everything's normal, we're talking about stuff, and then obviously the conversation goes back to being about faith. And, you know, we're talking about it. She was asking me about how, like, my stream's going and my TikTok's going, and I was like, oh yeah, it's fine, like, it's good. You know, I'm just hanging in there. I'm doing what I feel like is right for me. Borderline. No, Mormon church is way stricter than Christian church, but it's still like a cool thing, you know? And so, what's it called? So we're walking on the hike. Everything's going fine. And then the pastor's wife starts interrogating me. She's like, I forgot exactly what she said, but she started interrogating me. So, why haven't you gone to church? We really want to see you at the church. Like, we just really need to see you at the church. Like, it would be so nice. Like, have you thought about, like, helping out with the, like, da-da-da? And I'm like, girl, I've done my fair share. I volunteered at my church while in high school. Like, girl, I've done my fair share of good deeds, okay? Leave me alone. You're not cutting me a check. Leave me alone in your fancy ass, stupid ass Jeep. Like, bluffing off the wazoo, as if she's like, oh, but it's God, you know, we already forgot. I'm like, fuck you, you know? And she's like fucking interrogating me, and she's like, oh my God, you need to come back to church. Like, why haven't you come back to church? Like, seriously, you really need to come back. And she was like, almost like threatening me to come back to church. And verbatim, I kid you not, my mom's just standing there. And she's not saying anything. She's not speaking up for me. Like, this is what I mean by, like, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? And I was just like, we're in the hike right now. And you're having this whole ass pep talk and threatening me to go to church? I was just like, what the actual fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I literally, if my mom wasn't there, I would have just been like, you need to fuck off, you piece of shit. Over here driving a fancy ass Jeep while my mom's driving a Toyota, and then you keep asking her to do free ass labor. You manipulative, conniving piece of shit. Conniving ass, manipulative piece of shit. Stop threatening me to go to your dumb ass church. Fuck you. And fuck your church. And fuck the fact that you make money off the church and you let people like my mom go for free and don't even get paid. And you're over here. Fuck you. That's how you know. Fuck you. You know? And it's like fucking weird as hell. And the fact that she was threatening me too. Oh my God. I was like, How have you ever threatened someone to want to come to your church? That's how you know it's a cult, because that's what they be doing. They be doing threatens. They be threatening you, and being like, you need to come. What? What? It's horrible. Like, it's horrible. It's horrible. And mind you, you know the craziest part is, like, they've talked so much mad shit about us, about me and my sisters, just because we went off and we lived our own motherfucking life and we stopped attending the church. Like, they're beefing with us because we don't want to go to the church. Brother, a normal church wouldn't beef with us because we left. A normal church would be like, I hope you find a better, a better church, and like, really good luck on your travels, good luck on where you're living, good luck, And like, it's one thing to have morals and shit, but it's like, really? Like, threatening me? And then my mother's not saying anything to try to stand up to me. It's like, it's because that's what I mean. Like, like, I can't do anything about that. That's why, like, I can't. That's why, for me, religious people, religious places, trauma. I don't think I could ever, like, date a guy who's religious, like, super overly religious. Like, hell to the no. Because, hell no. Have you seen the Dusky Pastor skit? No, I haven't. I'm like, look, I'm not one to, like, mock the church and stuff. Like, I'm not mocking them. It's more like, this person, personally, from my experience, that church within itself, like, that church was definitely really exploitative and manipulative. Now, obviously, there's different experiences, right? Like, there might be another church that actually pays people a fair wage and actually gives them, like, a fair income. But, like, I genuinely think, like, that one in particular was, like, super exploitative. And the fact that, like, they would talk so much mad shit about us because my mom would talk about our decisions and she'd be concerned and she'd talk to the pastor about it. Like, this girl knows more about me because of my mom. And it's like, the fact that my mom's even, like, talking behind and confiding in these random church people about our relationship and, like, it's like horrible. It's horrible, and that's why we don't want to go to the church. Not because, like, we don't like Jesus. No, fuck. It's like, what the fuck? Like, did Jesus, like, cause you to be, like, an asshole to me? Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Like, I really don't know what the fuck's going on. And it's like, what the hell? And then, that's why I listen to, like, a lot of true crime shows and stuff like that, because, like, for me, when I was reading upon and, like, watching videos upon that one case. Oh my god, fuck you. That one case where the girl was talking about how the devil possessed her, and then the devil fucking possessed her, and she put her kids in the closet. She trapped them she starved them because the demons in her head were telling her not to. God was telling her that her kids need punishment. And she had one little girl. One little girl. And the little girl, because she was crying so much, the mom was like, if you don't stop crying, I'm gonna shave your hair off. She shaved her daughter's hair, her long, beautiful blonde hair, as a humiliation ritual. What? Because God told me that you need punishment. What? What the fuck? You know what I mean? And so I'm like, what the actual hell? Like, that's what I mean about, like, religion and shit. It's like I get not everyone is extremist like that, but, like, when it gets to that point, why the hell are we using God's name to make excuses and to justify our horrible behavior? It doesn't take knowing God to understand that you're a piece of shit if you don't feed your children, and you're a piece of shit if you try to humiliate them with certain humiliation acts like that. And the fact that people like that exist is crazy. Yeah, and I'm just like, look, maybe I look like the bad guy by being like, maybe we should question religion, guys. But I don't know. Think about it in a sense of, like, only the ones who are exploiting it and
using it for their own benefit, which, I'm gonna be so real, a lot of people, like...
Drone has located a bomb.
At the end of the day, I'm sorry to tell you guys, but it is a business. That's why they take donations and shit. Like, you know? And like, it would be like this. Like, let's give it in a streamer context. It would be like if I was like, you need to mod for me. Otherwise, you're this, or I'm gonna punish you with a ban. Like,
You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location.
that would be like the streamer alternative to that. Or like being like, if you guys don't gift me, you guys don't love me, or da, da, da. That would be manipulative. You guys don't ever have to do anything you don't want to do here. Ever. Just remember that. Now, I'm not saying that for you to be like, you know, I'm reverse psychologying you. I'm actually dead ass. Like, it's my responsibility to get sponsorships. It's my responsibility to work a side gig if I'm running out of money and shit, you know, and like I need to get fucking money and shit. So, it's things like that where like they're running their business off of fear and... Oh my god, I thought that was somebody. They're running their business off of fear and not actual, like, paying people to deserve. Like, I wish I could pay. But. Can I go in? Do you get what I mean, though? Get 100 kills in quick match? Let's go! Oh my god. Behind us! Behind us! Oh my god, I knew there was gonna be someone that comes out from the stairs. I knew it. I should have checked that stairs. I agree with this, but at the same time, when it comes to individual people and religion, they generally have no idea what it is that's happening to them through your lens. So, like, maybe to them, they're actually trying to better yourself and doing the correct, genuine thing. Don't the donations go to paying the pastors? Yeah, I think so. I don't know. The thing is, I don't believe that people are good. I feel like people are bad. And then to you, it's the complete opposite. You see it as like they're trying to restrict you and lean with your side more. Yeah, no, I get that though. Yeah, I feel that. But like, yeah. Yeah, that's why like, okay, look. Like, that's why like worldviews are so interesting because like everybody has such a different worldview, and you know what it is? It's based off of like experience. So like a lot of people make judgments and they make like assumptions because it's part of our survival to like assume where the danger is, you know, because we have to try. Our brains are always looking for like signs of danger, and so like either or, like a person who isn't religious, a person who is, like, our brain's always scanning for that stuff. But I was just pointing out how like some people can use it in a very mean and manipulative way, and there's really nothing you can do to change some people's worldview because it's literally all that they know. I think that I'm a special case, obviously, because thankfully, like, even though I feel like I probably would have turned out to be a religious, like very, very religious person, like if I were to only live with my mom, but because I was also living with my dad, he was a little bit more open and he wasn't really forcing us into any sort of religion at all. He just was like, you know, we obviously like would go to church for like funerals or for birthdays or for not birthdays, but like, you know, any, like we would sometimes go to like these churches and stuff and things like that, but he never really forced it upon us. So I had a lot of time to think about like how I was treated after I would leave church and when I would be at my dad's house. On Sunday, instead of going to damn church, I would wake up playing my motherfucking video games. And like, you might think I'm like, oh, this motherfucking kid. But like, all I wanted to do was play video games. And my mom hated it. My mom hated, my dad hates it still. Like, that's literally all I wanted. And just watching movies and stuff, like, all I wanted. And they were just so like, oh my god, like this, that, and the third, you know, like,
Just my mom though, like mainly my mom, like religion was like, if we didn't believe in religion, she like felt really like angry at us, or like she felt like this is stupid. Like I raised you guys to be different. But at the same time, she respects our differences and our differences to be involved in religion or not, you know? And I feel like she hasn't been as like crazy stern, mainly because she like would lose control when it would be like when it came to my dad. And so I think that like low-key that experience kind of helped.
Op 4, last stop standing.
Like low-key that situation, like the divorce kind of in a way was helpful to me. Mainly because oh, what the fuck? Bro, he left the game. I was about to res you, bro. Yeah, like surprised with everything. So how much of the blame can you put on them as beings? Like they're being heavily skewed by systems design to do that. Yeah, but it's kind of like, but also like think of it like this though. Like you're consciously making a decision, you know? And so like if you know your decision is hurting other people, especially like forcing people to join a religion, like that's, you have a point with that. But it's still causing harm, in my opinion, to others, especially if you're trying to force a religion. But maybe they just don't recognize that. But like, I feel like that's bullshit though. Like, I feel like people just like it to make excuses that justifies their bad behavior. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, they won't ever admit to it, but like, you kind of have to see through people's like manipulative behavior. Otherwise, it's fart or be farted on out here, you know? And so in this context, like, sure, maybe she was raised in like a nun, you know, thing, you know, nun thing, which 100%, you know, her experience is valid, but it's kind of like, you shouldn't enable it, you know, because if you genuinely feel like we should challenge those thoughts and those ideas to help like everybody exist, you know, peacefully, which probably will never happen, but like, you know what I mean? Like, it's okay to challenge beliefs, you know, and to challenge systems in place to control us. Like, that's just how I feel about it. But I do understand, yeah, like you can't fully put the blame on it, but you can though, because especially with that situation with the woman who is neglecting like her children. I mean, obviously that's an extreme case. Obviously, but like I feel like that goes to show that no matter if someone's not fully educated on whether or not what they're doing is okay, it still doesn't make it okay.
Be advised, a bomb location
Just because they're not intentionally trying to be a horrible person or trying to harm or trying to control. Because yes, human conditioning, it's taught, and the way that these humans are existing in the way they are is because they were conditioned to be that way. But I also think that it's quite manipulative in the sense that you know you benefit from it, you know, and you know that it's a business.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
That's how I feel about it. Especially with things like that. Like, we need to do better as a society to try to stand up for people who use religion as a shield to get away with shitty behavior. That's all. But I'm not saying that, like, they need to not ever be involved with religion. Like, at the end of the day, I feel like a good parent and a good person in other people's life is somebody who is like not trying to change you, but accepts you for exactly who you are. They're always wanting to help you improve, but they're not going to force you to do it. They're gonna go into that relationship with you knowing who you are and what you already bring, and like kind of expecting people to change and like because that's what you believe. Now that's a bit unrealistic, and that's a bit like, it's just not, in my opinion, sane, you know? That's all. But let's say you genuinely believe if people don't follow the Bible and Christ to the best of their abilities, they're going to burn. And you genuinely think these people in good faith will try to join their sides. But like logically, that doesn't really make sense. So to me, I don't believe that God made us for the purpose of just worshiping him. I don't know, but anyway, it's like their intention isn't always so bad. Well, I don't know. I feel like that's because it's so normalized, though. I'm not very religious, so I'm not speaking for them. Okay. Yeah, no, it's like giving the benefit of the doubt. I see what you mean, like giving them the benefit of the doubt, but that still doesn't take away from their actions or like their wrongdoings. I hope that that's like a clear thing. That's the only thing that I'm trying to make clear to get across is like, if you are involved in it, then don't force it on others. Don't try to hurt others with it. Don't try to get away with your own shit just because you're mad that like you're like trying to justify your own actions. And like that's where I get upset. That's where I get upset. It's like when people are hypocritical, but then they like are like, I don't know, it's just like it is just normalized, which is why it's so like popular and common. Yeah. Gert, I'm so sorry. Last time I did confessions when I was 13 or 14, the priest was hyperfixated on asking me if I masturbated. And then he asked super specific questions about it. Like a fucking weirdo. No, that's horrible. I'm so sorry that you were even in that position. That is not a person you ever want to be around. And that's what and there's literally Gert. Oh my god, you should watch this case in true crime. And I feel like that's why I listen to so much true crime, because it's literally like healed. Like being able to listen to other people's stories goes to show that like I'm not crazy. And I feel like sometimes when you deal with stuff like that, you have a moment where you're like, you don't really know what the fuck happened to you, and you're like, am I fucking crazy? But then when you watch like the true crime, oh my god, it like, there was a case where that reminded me of a case where a pastor, his whole cult was around how little boys, or not even little boys, it was like, yeah, little boys and little girls, in order to make sure and guarantee that they go to heaven, they had to sleep with them. Little boys and little girls. Little boys and little girls. And like, look, I know not all religion and not all churches are like this, but like,
Drone has located a bomb.
this is what the fuck is happening behind closed doors. I don't know. I feel like you should be skeptical of everyone, no matter if they're religious or not. And I feel like that's what I mean by like, I'm so glad that oh my god, guys, I know this sounds crazy, but like, that's I'm so sorry you had to go through that. Like, that is just horrible.
5 seconds to insertion.
I hope that you've gotten healing, and that shit is just something no one ever should have to deal with. Ever. It's just a conversation, even though like, it's just a conversation, like those type of things are just horrible. What I was gonna say, I forgot what I was gonna say. You talking about the guy that made them weird cartoon and brainwash that SEC was okay. I'm not 100% sure on the exact case, but let me look it up. Hold on. What was the true crime case about the pastor? I think it was like the pastor who sexually exploited kids. I honestly don't remember exactly what it was, but like, it was stuff like that. I maybe, oops, fuck. I forgot we take fall damage. No! I was more concerned with believing that if I was a good person, an Xbox would show up in December. Yeah. I'm 33 and I still remember that. Oh my god. Yeah. That's how you know, like, trauma. That's why trauma is just, like, some of the worst things to deal with, because it's like your brain remembers that stuff because your brain is designed to make sure that stuff like that never happens to you again. And so it causes you to remember the most painful parts of your life.
which just sucks because like maybe it's like something you just really never wanted to happen or you never wanted to like come to light, like, but your brain remembers it just that way, you know, you can protect yourself in the future and try to prevent yourself from being around that kind of environment again. But obviously, like, if you're a child, like, I mean, yeah, that's why, like, oh my god, I was gonna bring up my ex, but I'm so glad I didn't fully, like, I didn't follow through with, like, we were like, I'm so glad we broke up because he was really religious and I don't know what I saw in him. And as I got to know him, I realized I will never date a religious man. Mainly because, like, I don't see my kids having to be forced to go to church like that. And one of his big standards was, like, if we were to ever have kids, he was like, oh, they need to go to church. And I was like, oh, fuck no, hell fucking no. And then he also argued with me on whether or not a 12-year-old girl should be allowed to wear makeup. And I was like, motherfucker, you're fucking weird. A good man would... This is so weird as shit. And so I was like, this guy's a fucking weirdo. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna dip skis. So I dip skis. But he's not toxic. It's just... I mean, not toxic, but like just not... Like, I just don't think I go well with religious men. Like, religious men have never really been my cup of tea. I think he was just really good at, like, telling me everything I wanted to hear. And he was really good at, like, telling me, like, and treating me, I felt like was the way that girls really, really, really want to be treated. I don't know. And so I think I was just, like, easily, like, you know, got into it. Like, just because it was one of my first... It was pretty much, like, yeah. So...
Need to use your drone to locate a bomb.
Yeah, I think that's the one I'm talking about, Sebas. There was one where he fully convinced like 500 plus people to follow his word and made kids do it. Yeah. And that's why, and then people eventually like tried to like rat him out on it, but that guy had a serious like problem taking advantage of shit. And that's the crazy part. Is like, I mean, obviously not all religions are like that, but the fact that that shit happens to so many people in those spaces that are supposed to be
5 seconds.
like safe spaces is just like so sad. Like, and it's kind of like how Roblox, you know, like how Roblox has all these kids. It's like the fact that so many predators and like all that stuff. Yes, his like nephew or some person escaped and called him out. Oh my god, that's insanity. Oh my god. But yeah, that stuff is really sad. Like, and the fact that kids have to be put through that, I'm just so glad that like eventually like I got out of that like church, and I'm so happy that I got out of it. Oh my god, what the fuck happened?
Op 4 last stop standing.
Yeah, that case was so crazy. And that's why I feel like true crime is like such an interesting subject matter, because I feel like it goes to show like the horrible, horrible shit that happens in the world. And like, I don't know, not that like there's necessarily like a pattern with like what, like with it only being involved with church. I mean, but at the same time, Why are women obsessed with true crime though? It's like a cliche type of thing. I think it's like a mixture of thing. I think it's like a mixture of like they can relate to the content, and then as well as like it's a way to kind of like speak out for victims. And I feel like because women have been victimized a lot, and not even just through like churches, but like through domestic violence cases or things like that, I feel like it's a lot more relatable to see that what the victims are going through, like kind of like, and I think because women are fearful, some women are very fearful, especially like if they're afraid of men or like have dealt with like dangerous men. No, it's not like trying to relate to the people committing the crimes. It's relating to the people who are suffering from the crimes. And the fact that the people who usually talk about true crime are women, it's more about like advocating for victims. Not relating to the criminals. It's more relating to the victims. That's why more women like true crime. It's kind of like how more women watch baking content. You know, they're more likely to pick up baking than a man. But, I mean, not to say that a man can't ever pick up baking. It's just, you know, she's more likely to do that. And baking items in the market is perfectly catered towards women to fulfill their needs, you know. Or
10 seconds to insertion.
It's being convincing and passionate when
5
explaining
seconds to go.
something to someone. If you make something seem like it's the best thing they've ever come
Bomb
across,
location and defuse
they'll
it.
join it if they're extremely naive. That's why preachers get away with horrible things. They are very good liars and good at painting something evil into something good. Yeah, that's a good way to think about it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, most of the time it's because women are victims to true crime. And so it's just a lot more common. I think that's why more women watch. And also, like, some people also watch because it's like, if they're paranoid in some way or they like have deal with like hyper and vigilance, like if they deal with hypervigilance, which is like a feeling of like always feeling chronically fearful and whatnot. They're more likely to consume content like that. I would say mainly because of like they're just trying to look out for any threats, any potential threats. And so like when they watch stuff like true crime, it's kind of almost like doing like they're mentally preparing for the fact that that stuff could happen to them, and it actually does save some women's lives. It's kind of crazy, like, because there's like this one true crime podcast that's called Crime Junkie. Really good one. They actually cared a lot about like those who are paranoid about potentially dealing with true crime, and they created this thing called a If I Go Missing folder. And it's this thing where you can like put all of your tattoos, all of your, you know, DNA. You can talk about like if you've ever been diagnosed for like feeling suicidal thoughts, or if you're like things like that. Like you write down a whole, maybe like write your passwords for your family to access your devices, like things like that. And in that, the Crime Junkie would talk about how like they would talk about how like if you ever are in a situation where you're like in danger, you can like hide your DNA. And they talked about how like some of the true crime victims would try to do that just so that way they can catch their killer if they end up dying. So at least if they are gonna get like killed, at least the police and the investigators have like an easier time finding their body or finding out what happened to them and bringing justice to the case. So yeah, which like if you're a man, you probably never really have to think about that, because that's the privilege of like being a man. I mean, maybe you do have to think about it though, but like at a lower scale. But I don't know, maybe it's because men don't really come out about what happens to them, that we don't really know what happens to them. But maybe if like we had more people coming out about what happens to them, like we would know. But it's, yeah, women are more likely to deal with like domestic violence and go missing in that way, or like, and so that's why like during police investigations, a lot of the time when a woman does go missing, the first suspect is her significant other. So, because a lot of the time when women die due to homicide, it's because of like a domestic violence case. But that's just the statistics. Like, obviously every situation is different, so like there's not one size fits all for like every person who gets murdered or every person who deals with potential like crimes happening to them. And so like that's why it's like important to like not like, I'm trying not to generalize, but I think the reason why more women watch true crime is because they're very, very empathetic creatures, and we've just been conditioned to be very empathetic. But obviously there are some women who are far gone and obviously not empathetic at all. And it happens way more often than you think. But I think because it's underreported, especially for men, like they underreport what happens to them, it's just harder to know like the statistics fully and like what's actually like the truth. But like anyone realistically could be a victim to true crime. So that's why I think some people watch it more for like the peace of mind of like they're kind of preparing for the what if they were to get murdered, what if they were to have something bad happen to them. And I don't know about you guys, but like growing up, I dealt with like a lot of creeps. A lot of creeps. A lot of people sexually very, very entitled to me. Sexually, emotionally, a lot of it. And I'm only saying that not because I'm trying to paint myself out to be a victim. I'm actually a survivor. I like to think of myself as like a survivor. And it's more so I'm speaking about it because like it goes to show that like it's really common. It's like 1 in 3 women that deal with SA throughout their life. And I've dealt with SA about 2 times now in my life. And I talk about being an SA victim, but I kind of like to look at myself like I'm an SA survivor. And not like I'm a victim, but I talk about it from time to time because, and I think that's why I like true crime so much, because like I relate to a lot of the stuff that happens to the woman. Obviously not the actual like murder part, because thankfully I'm still alive to this day, you know, but it's more about the fact that when you sometimes like being an attractive woman, it actually can put your life at risk. Not saying like I'm the most attractive woman in the world, but it's more like when you are an attractive woman and a man is sexually attracted to you, in some ways, that can actually be a risk to your life. But men will never really understand that because I feel like when it comes to, like only some of them do, but it's like when it comes to like, especially like sexual stuff, like I feel like women understand a little bit more boundaries, but there's still that stuff that happens to men, even at the hands of women. So like, it's a lot more common than you think. And it's 1 in 3 women. So I'm 1 in 3 women. And that's why I like true crime, mainly because like it talks about people's, you know, what their experiences are. And like, I don't know, it's for me, I kind of see it as like speaking out for victims and giving them a voice. That's why, you know, when I talk about certain things, like I do get pretty passionate about it. More so because I like to stand up for victims. People that are put in situations where they're taken advantage of and stuff like that. But it is a hard thing to come forward about something like that because obviously like a lot of people, you know, opinions are mixed about SA and like what are the real truths about SA, and it goes to show like how often, more than not, like people are willing to take the side of a man mainly because like they care more about his career than they care about a woman being sexually exploited. But then when it comes to an OF girl, all of a sudden they care so much. It's like, okay.
15 seconds left.
You know, it's interesting how society works, and it's interesting how people think
10 seconds left.
about women and how they feel like so like they feel like they have so much control over women and they deserve to have control over women. Like I find that to be so interesting. Like, and I'm just like, what is wrong with people, you know? Thankfully it's not everyone, but like, yeah. No, I did not get sunburnt. Like Law and Order type stuff. Sorry, man, I'm zoning in and out. Just have this background noise while I said, okay. No, but like, it doesn't just happen to like pretty people though. Like, that's the thing about SA is like, it's not even about just being, but like pretty. Like, it happens to it happens to any and every. It can happen to any and every woman. It can happen to any and every man.
I don't think it's about attractiveness, but I do feel like sometimes, like, I think about how it kind of being pretty can almost act as like people see it as like an open invitation to treat you a certain way, because it's like the entitlement that I was talking about. Yeah, that's borderline essay. No, yeah, for sure. That's sexual harassment for sure. I believe like yeah, borderline. Yeah, it's called sexual harassment, but it's like sexual harassment and sexual assault are like different things, but they're both like both equally just as like invasive, and stupid, and it's horrible for anyone who experiences it. And that's why I tell people, like, in my opinion, I think there are worse things than death. And some people say things like SA are like, they compare it to like the death of one's soul, because you are being like stripped of any consent or any choice in the matter, and people are completely stripping that of you. And unfortunately, it's just happened way too often. But it's because like people think that like because you might be attractive or that you're available or that you're friendly, they might see that as like you're an easy target to like get away with something like that. Or like if you're alone, like when you're a woman and you're alone, sometimes like people will take advantage of that. Yeah, like even in streaming, I get a lot of people like aggressively pursuing. Like the other day, some guy got mad because I didn't want him to compliment me. And like, okay, normally I don't mind a little good compliment, okay? Like a little compliment here and there is fine. But then when it's like every comment, that's when I start to get annoyed, because I'm like, okay, you can mention it once. I'll acknowledge it and be like, thank you. Like, I know some people just want to get it across. Like, they just, oh, you're so pretty. And I'm like, oh, thank you so much. Like, that's one way to compliment, right? That's a good way to compliment. And then there's,
Use your drone to locate a bomb.
hey, beautiful. Hey, beautiful. So, what city do you live in? You know what I mean? And I'm joking about it now, but like I'm so serious. Like it is so weird and it is so annoying. But like I think SA and sexual harassment is something that you just can't teach people to understand. Like people who don't understand what sexual assault or sexual harassment is like, they'll never understand. They will just paint you as being someone who's like dramatic. And it's usually people who have never experienced it, even women. Like I met a woman who I had confided in her about dealing with harassment with men. And you know what she verbatim told me? She was like, you're just dramatic, like. And I was like, what the hell? Like, what the actual hell? And that's how you know. This is what I mean by like, people do not care unless it happened to them. Like there's some things in life where it's like they do not give a flying fuck unless it happened to them or they're able to have empathy, which like having empathy is not a hard. I feel like that's not a hard thing. But for some people it's a lot more challenging, you know? Trying to get a mod clip with the meta glasses POV picking up streamers. Yeah, that content is, I don't know about that content. That shit's weird. I think a big chunk of it stems from like pornography. Yeah, I think that in itself is evil and evil too. I wouldn't say like corn is evil. I think that it's only bad like if like you abuse it and like you watch that content like every day and like it's bad. That's when it's bad, because I feel like if you have no discipline around corn, like maybe once in a while, like yeah, but like I would say like if you're fully like addicted to it, that's when it's like a full-on problem in my opinion. Yeah, because it can, like, I think people who consume it, like, religiously, like, they end up it's kind of like scrolling on your phone and doom scrolling and then, like, getting more addicted to doom scrolling because your videos are getting better, better, and better, and better, and then, like, the videos you keep watching, you end up getting bored, and then that's what creates PDFs. I feel like, but I feel like low-key, though, I feel like PDFs are just fucked up since birth. Like, I don't know what the fuck goes through your mind to, like, think that way and to think, like, vulnerable and easily naive and easily manipulative like young people are like. It's just so, to me, it's so weird. And I know it's weird. I know it's like, I know it's not good to like compare, but like, I've looked really young for a long time. Like when I tell people my actual age, they are always very shocked to know that I look a lot younger than I actually am. Now, I'm not saying that to toot my own horn. I'm just saying like, that's how I feel. And I low-key feel like some of the beauty standards placed on women are low-key because people want us to look like children sometimes. And I think about how like being shorter and being like younger looking, like sometimes it makes me feel like I attract like really older men that is like that just wants like a really young looking partner but isn't technically like young. And I always found like men who hyper fixate on the fact that I look so young are so weird because even though obviously like them being with me it wouldn't be an issue, it's just the thought behind like if they're hyper fixated on the fact that you look young or something, now that's weird, you know? You look like you're 25. Okay, that's good. I think it's because of my height. Yeah, like, I'm 4'11". So, like, I think because of my height, like, people think I'm a lot younger than I actually am. And so, I feel like it attracts a lot of bad people sometimes. You know? That's another thing. Is it a problem with being youthful or looking at? I feel like if they're hyper fixated on it, yes. Because it's kind of like someone hyper fixating on the fact that you're small. Like, low-key, like, this is giving sus. Like, it's one thing to have preferences, you know, in terms of, like, you know, you want a girl to have nice, clean skin, you want her to have a nice teeth, you want her to take care of her body, you know, like, that's fine. But wanting her to be particularly not, like, young, that's weird. That's weird. I don't know, that's so weird. Is it the same problem if a guy wants a 5'2" I don't know. I think dating people your own age and not hyperfixating on that sort of thing is like anytime I meet a man and he's super hyperfixated on my height, I've always found it to be just really weird because there's usually like some type of hidden reason as to why he even likes that. And I don't know. I don't want to get into like I don't even want to get into that, but like that's how I feel sometimes. Like even though I'm an adult, right? Like it's just, oh. Sorry. Like, we just want someone whose breath don't stink. Exactly, like having normal standards and like that stuff. What if he's hyper fixated on your height because he can't go on roller coasters? Nah, I think that like focusing too much on a girl's height, like and she does look specifically young, it has to do with them being okay with like weird beauty standards placed on a woman. Because personally, if I were a man, I feel like I would like a girl, you know, normal height, normal whatever, you know. But the whole point of what I'm saying is like it's not that like the guys that would be with me like all of a sudden they're guilty just because they would like somebody like me. It's more like if they're constantly hyper fixated on that, or they're constantly hyper fixated on the fact that I look a lot younger than I actually am. Now that would be like, okay, you were just trying to find the next best thing to what a child would look like, and you're trying to do it like you're trying to make sure you don't get yourself into any legal troubles because. Like, that's how you know they're sus. They're just sus to me. Ow!
One friendly operator remaining. We have been eliminated.
Like, that's, I'm not saying it's a bad thing to go for short girls. I'm just saying, like, for me personally, like, if a guy was fixated on that, I would think it's like a really big red flag. Like, there's a difference between, it's kind of like when people have like a fetish for like, that's when it's a problem.
We need to locate a
I don't
bomb.
watch Game of Thrones, no. But anyway, I just think it's weird. I just think it's, that's why, like, I never really acknowledge my height, because as soon as I acknowledge it, I feel like people try to like play into like making fun of me for that, and I always found that shit to be weird. Because it's just like, it just feels like sometimes also, I feel like throughout my life, I've always had people like always making fun of me for it and making me feel inferior for it. And if I ever meet a man that I want to be with, he has to be scared of me. Otherwise, I'm not going to be with him. Because every time a guy likes a girl, and I mean like a girl, he's a little bit scared of her. Even if she is a little bit shorter. Yeah, I don't like men that like think of me as like in an inferior way. I like men that think of me on a superior way. Because like a lot of men have that toxic masculinity of like, oh, but I'm the man of the house. Are you though? You fucking piece of shit. You stupid ass piece of shit. Weirdo freak. I fucking hate those motherfuckers. Actually horrible. I sound like my dad. Bro, I sound. Ah! No!
No longer in your possession. Friendly last operator.
Men who are like a little bit scared of their girlfriend are not in love with them. Like, that's how I found out, like, the last guy I was like talking to, I asked him, do I make him nervous or do I make him scared? And he said, no. And I said, then that means that you don't fucking like me. And then that's when I accepted he didn't. And then turns out, guys, he never really liked me. So I was right. Not like in a like intimidating scared, but more like when you really care about like wanting to be with someone, you are fearful of the thought of like losing them, and like you're kind of afraid of them. Not like in a, but not in a like, oh, it's about power and control, but more so like it's about like that respect. And I feel like when you have respect for some people, you're like a little bit scared of them because you're scared to upset them. You want to impress them. Exactly. So that's what I mean. Not like in an intimidation. Oh, I'm gonna, do something mean to him. No, it's not like that. It's like, yeah. It's more like if they want to impress. Yeah. That's what I mean. But honestly, I think a lot of men lie. So that's for me.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
Okay, talking about weight is a touchy subject. Let us not get into that.
4 located a bomb. Protect it.
Yeah, especially, yeah. A guy's always nervous around a girl, usually if he likes them. And that's all that it is, you know what I mean? It's not really about, like, intimidation, but it's more... Oh!
5 seconds to insertion.
Setting up.
Op 4 has located a bomb.
Setting up.
I'm, like, really freaking tired right now. And I'm, like, kind of hungry again, but I just had my Subway sandwich, so I'm like, bruh, how am I hungry again? I've just been yapping too much. I get exhausted after a while, but yapping too much. Oh my god!
Mission failed. All
But yeah, you know what I mean? Like, but wouldn't you be weirded out by that? Like, if you were a shorter girl, like, you'd be weirded out if, like, that's all they talked about. Because it's more, like, in my opinion, it's, like, more like objectification. Like, it can feel so degrading, and it can feel like, oh, yeah, here's the word, infantilization. Shorter women often face the frustrating stereotype of being treated like children. If a partner's attraction feels connected to that dynamic, it can feel deeply unsettling. So, like, so even in the sense of, like, not being able to take someone seriously because, like, they look so short and, stupid. Some people think we look stupid and short. And it just can it can feel like such a lack of respect. But if, like, the attraction is purely just, like, a physical thing, and it's, like, not even about that, and it's, like, oh, if it's, like, not, okay, so wait, hold on, let me rephrase that, wait. When the attraction feels purely physical and ignores their personality, achievements, and emotions, it feels really shallow. I think it becomes harmful or weird when the preference replaces respect for the person's humanity. Yeah. That makes sense. How media and culture shape our feelings about height. The difference between a healthy preference and a harmful objectification. Yeah, like the internet says, like, it's a preference, but as soon as it's, like, fetishized, that's when it's bad. And it's when it's, like, like, because if it were, like, a fetish thing, or, like, if it were, like, due to, like, them being drawn to, like, younger looking woman, and I mean, like, because then in your mind, this is what would go through your mind if a man was to be like that, right? Let's say he was really interested in younger girls, but he just never admitted to it, but that's just what he was attracted to. And as you were getting to know him, he, like, made subtle signs of, like, oh my god, like, you look so young. You look so young. You look so this. Like, during the sexy time or something, you look just so young, so tiny, and so petite, and you would be scared. Mainly because of the whole concept of, like, what if the man ends up being attracted to their daughter? That's something that women have to consider when they're dating men, because it is true. There are men out there who, not all of them. Thankfully, I have an amazing dad who, he's protected me throughout my life. Like, he's kind of mean sometimes, but, like, he, you know, he's never made me feel uncomfortable, or he's never, like, ever. And there are good, like, dad or girl dads, you know, that are good in terms of that, you know, and he's always been about protecting us as well. He's always tried to protect us in a lot of ways, which is why, you know, he's a good dad, you know, in terms of, like, he's protected us. But here's the thing. If you could be attracted to your daughter one day, that's, like, a genuine threat. Like, that's a genuine threat. He is not a guy you want to date anymore. He's a threat. He is a threat to your future daughters and your future son. It's shit's so fucking weird when they're drawn to people because they look younger. Like, that's shit's so fucking weird. Hell no. Like, I'm not saying it's not okay to have a certain preference. Like, that's fine. But it's just one thing to have a preference. Like, I'm usually drawn to, like, certain things. But then to, like, fetishize them? Now, that's a completely different story. Like you know those guys, like, even on Twitter, there's, like Asian people deal with it all the time. And, like, there was this one guy and he made, like, an account and it was like, I only date Asian AGBs or something, and it was such a weird, like, username to have because it's like, why are you just, like, objectifying people just for, like, their ethnicity? That's another thing. Oh my god, like, people objectifying and having these stereotypes towards Latino women. Oh, hell no. Hell no. You know what I mean? Like, would you put it off as strange or wrong? Because how much younger she was than him? I just find it to be strange in general. Okay, so how did you feel about the connection of the couple? What couple? Because I'm going to ask a very important question surrounding that movie. What movie? Lost in Translation? No, I have not seen it. Like, would you put it off as strange or wrong? Because how much younger she was? Oh, yeah. Okay, wait. Because I'm going to ask... Oh, because from what I believe, there's a huge age gap. Yeah. Okay, so how do we feel about the connection of the couple? Like, would you put it off as strange or wrong because of how much younger she was than him? I think yes. Because I think age gaps are weird. Because, like, why would you want... I don't know. Like, what are you gonna find in common? Like, let's say, okay. Like, let me give an example of, like, this... Like, someone who's 18, right? So someone who's 18... just graduated high school, is just barely starting their life. Their brain is not fully developed. And a 30-year-old is hitting on them and being fucking weird. In my opinion, I think that that's weird. Mainly because of the fact that unless they're both two consenting adults, consenting adults, then you know what? Live your life. I can't change what you do with your life. But in my opinion, I do feel like relationships like that, where one person is in an obvious power dynamic, it's just really weird to me. I don't know. Hell no. You know? I think that there's a reason why, like, older people that are like 30 plus, no offense, but like, there's a reason why they're single, okay? And if they have to go in the dating pool and they have to choose people who are a little bit more naive, then I feel as if that is manipulative. But at the same time, if someone is a consenting adult, technically you cannot speak for that person because you don't really know what the relationship is like, right? So, like, let's say the relationship's perfectly healthy and the girl's getting everything that she wants. So be it, you know? I can't really control what other people do. But all I can say is, do I find it weird? A little bit. I think that, like, if you seriously have something in common with, like, an 18-year-old and you're, like, 30 plus, like, that's fucking weird. Like, I'm sorry, that's fucking weird. Because, like, what the fuck do you have in common? You're 30. You've already lived life. You've experienced shit. What the fuck do you have in common with an 18-year-old? I'm sorry, but, like, what the fuck? Hell no. But yeah, no thanks. I'm good. One time I met a guy and he's like, well, my mom and my dad, they had a 10-year age gap. So, like, I'm allowed to want an age gap. I was like, okay, I mean, do you, but I'd never date a man 10 plus years older than me. Unless he was giving me money or something. Maybe, but that's the only if. That's the only if. But even that, I would still find him to be weird. And I still think, though, personally, I think, like, letting a man have full financial control over you, that's still really bad. And so, like, maybe I take it back.
I don't think I would date a man that old just for money. I think that I would find it so fucking weird, and I'd rather just get money on my own instead. Like, don't get me wrong, no, money is a weakness. Yeah. But I would say that, like, honestly, letting a man have full financial control over your life is actually really dangerous. And if, let's say, hypothetically, a man did invest a lot of money into me, I would just put it back into myself. So therefore, I could invest it into myself, and then I can gain freedom from him. But yeah, when it comes to money, obviously, like, some people will, like, always feel entitled to you after investing into you. So that's just, like, how. But people shouldn't be able to have that control over you. Like, you should still have boundaries around money. But anyway, chat. I think I'm going to take a break soon because I am kind of getting tired. And I wanted to go do some work and stuff that I need to work on. I wonder if I still have my car. Maybe I should go check to see if I still have my car. I didn't think you were a gold digger. That's not being a gold digger. That's a preference. Like, wanting a man with money is a preference. So I wouldn't say that, like, it's my main thing though, because, like, I've tried to be with people that didn't have money, and it made me really uncomfortable because I am like the reason why, I'll explain why. Mainly because, like, it makes sense to me. I don't know. My love language is gift giving. And so it just wouldn't work if I met somebody who, like, was broke. It would be so wrong for me to try to change them to get me a whole bunch of gifts. Like, I already know who I am. I know what I want. I know that I like gifts. So I'm just gonna pick one who have the resources to give me those gifts. Now, I know that might sound shallow, but I already kind of do that for myself. So I feel like in some ways that's not legit gold digging. You don't even know the definition of gold digging. Gold digging is taking people's money and then leaving. That's gold digging. In a marriage, that's just what I would want. Because if I'm going to get emotionally abused or physically or put at risk, I would want money. That's all. But you might be the motivation to get a guy to turn his life around. I'm not here to do charity. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not here to do charity for some grown ass man who can get his motherfucking shit together. Gold digging to me is just being with someone purely for financial aid. But that's not gold digging though. Like, because if you're getting involved into marriage, you're giving the man the privilege to be around you, the privilege to have a child, the privilege to take care of a family. If he sees you as gold digging, he does not have any gold to dig. He's just mad that he can't have access to a woman like you because it takes real work. So here it is. But, like, the reason why I even say that, though, is because it's just a preference. No, it's not only for money, though. For me, I was just saying it's one of the factors that I feel like makes women decide whether or not they're gonna be with somebody. I think more for me, it's about wanting a financially responsible partner. That's all. And I feel like if I know that my love language is gift giving and I know that's what I need to feel loved and fulfilled, then I'm just gonna make sure that I pick somebody who has what it takes to fulfill that need. And because I do it for myself as well. Does that make sense? Like, if I do it for myself and I already placed that standard for the way that I take care of myself, then I feel as if that standard isn't a negative thing. I feel like it would be entitled if like I I feel like it would be worse if I like met a man and then I expected him to be like a rich man. And I like was like, "Oh, but I still want to date you though, but like just you have to work on your money." Like that, I feel like that's bad. Because you shouldn't have to hold a man's hand to be a man. He should figure that out on his own. It's okay to get like support, but like his support would be being involved with the woman and being able to have the privilege to have a child. And yeah. Well, yeah, but I feel like gold digging is like taking a man's money and then leaving. Or like not actually liking them. Yeah, that would be gold digging for sure. But I'm saying like that's what I look for mainly because that's what I firmly believe that I deserve. And no one's going to change my mind about it. And the craziest part is I'm going to get exactly what I want. And I think that people who try to argue with me on my standards, I've dealt with it my entire life. They're just mad that they can't have access to me and that it takes a lot of work to have access to me. But I'd rather that than being available and people pleasing to everybody because I know that I'm not for everybody. I just think that men want you to partake in in activities, but then when a woman wants to partake and match your financial compatibility, all of a sudden she's evil. But then men be like on the first date, they're like trying to get you to smash. It's like, okay. If a man is ever asking you for nudes or he's ever trying to get you to smash early, you just start bringing up money. He asks you for nudes, okay. Send me all the money in the world. When a man truly likes a woman as well, he's willing to push and move mountains to do what it takes to make her happy and fulfill her. I'm not trying to change a man. That's why, like, I understand. A man doesn't have to get his financial situation together and be more than financially stable if he doesn't want to. That's not a fairy tale, though. Because the craziest part is I've already experienced it. And so, because I've already experienced it, that has set the bar in my standards. And I don't think anyone else is going to reach that bar. So I'll be single for a really long time, but I don't mind that. True relationships are emotional, but like true relationships are when people sacrifice and when people make effort. When a man tells you that he loves you and all that he can offer you is love, in my mind, if he's not making an effort to show me love, then he's trying to manipulate me. Not because I shouldn't give him grace for being yeah.
Because the way I see it is like if you have the privilege to provide for your family, that should be something that you should be proud of. It's not about you being exploited for money from your wife. It's more so like you are working hard for your family and that's something you should be proud of, you know? It's and that's why like preferences are good. And when you meet women that are 50-50, then you'll probably get along really well with them. I've personally met men that wanted me to try to do 50-50, and they tried to bargain with my love, and I was like, absolutely not. I'm leaving because I'm not getting what I feel like I'm not feeling what I'm getting is fulfilling me. Simple as that. Just fulfillment. Love languages are about fulfillment. So 50-50 is just not something that I would ever consider unless I was like a really rich millionaire and da 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 da. Then maybe I would consider dating. But no. I even think that millionaires should never date down. I think that they should be with people who are going to be the next generation of people who flourish with money. I'm sorry, like because in life, I'm sorry, but like when it comes to relationships, like I wouldn't be dating a man with money just so he can give me all the money ever, but it would be more so that it's more about the fact that he's has the ability to show me that effort. Because dating a woman for potential or dating a man for potential, like, is not good for you. Like, if you saw that a woman was crazy in the beginning of your relationship and she was extremely toxic, a rational person would be like, I need to leave this situation. Just dating a daydream at that point. But it's not a daydream, though, because I've actually experienced men that provided for me. Saying this and you still stay with your parents. Okay, I mean, I never said that. I mean, I never said that like I don't think it's wrong to stay with your parents. And I'm also paying rent, so I don't get how that's supposed to be like a diss. There's always someone more appreciative than you, and a man with power loves to flex power. I mean, dating for potential equals dating a daydream. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Mhm. Like I get what you mean about me staying with my parents, but I've also built like a I don't know, like even though I do live with my dad and I still pay rent. Um, I would say that like I'm 24, so like I mean it's a pretty normal thing to still be living with your parents at 24, but like I technically did live on my own from like 21 to 23. I lived on my own for like 3 years. So I could live on my own again. It's just I think what's going on with me is like I've kind of let myself go, and that's why I'm not in a relationship right now. But I'm just saying if I were to be in a relationship, I wouldn't settle for something that I know wouldn't fulfill me. And I know that a relationship with a man who doesn't have the resources, I'm just not going to waste my time trying to convince him what I feel like he should do to fulfill me. But if he doesn't feel like it's his calling nature to do that, then like we just would be highly incompatible. That's all that it is. Mainly because I'm not really looking for a man to save my life. It's more like I just want someone who holds himself accountable. That's really all that it is. It's not a bad thing to like live with your parents. And I don't know. The craziest part is like I used to live on my own. So I can live on my own again. I think I just need to get my shit together again and then I'll be fine. Yeah, like moving with your parents back is not like a bad thing. Sometimes you need to like be able to get back on your feet and get some footing in the world, and that's how it is. But like that's why I'm not dating right now. And I don't plan to date at this point in my life. Cause yeah, obviously it would make things really challenging. I'm living with my parent like 100%. Like it would, it would not be good. Yeah, I know I'm not like at the point. Yeah, 400 a month instead of 1.2K. Yeah. Or you meet another person in your range, which honestly, nah, I'm good. I don't think that like I don't know. I think that men that don't want to like provide for women, like I'm sorry, but like I don't want to offend anyone, but I genuinely just don't find them attractive. Like I cannot find them emotionally attractive. And it's a really big deal breaker for me to be attracted to somebody's like their way of thinking. And if their way of thinking is that they don't wanna provide for the woman in their life, I just would not find them attractive at all. And in the same way that some men would see this, like, way of thinking as like, "Oh, she's just a gold digger," like, you're so valid to also not be attracted to my mindset, you know? In the same way that I'm not attracted to that mindset, you know? That's why people date people who they feel like is gonna fulfill them, you know, and vice versa. I don't know. That's just how I feel. Um, like you say, if all he can provide is what he provides, what's wrong with it? Huh? It's like the most satisfying thing to do though, to put in work and provide like that thing. That's it. I know, right? Like, yeah, like I know I'm not in the best situation right now, but like, yeah, right now, I mean, right now is right now, but I don't have any plans on dating right now. And I think dating when you're financially struggling is stupid. So, but thankfully, like, things have actually been getting better. So I think the only thing is like, I'm not like struggling. I'm just the only thing I think that's going on is like with my dad. He is wanting me to pick up some of the slack of his problems, which I don't have room to afford. And I think even if I did make way, way, way more money than I'm making now, it still wouldn't be fair to me that I'm picking up some of his slack, if that makes sense. Like the stuff that he needs to afford. I think what's he's saying I think what he's saying is, what if he's limited to provide the things you want, but he really wants to be with you? What's wrong with that? Nothing's wrong with that. It's perfectly normal for you to be attracted to me and not be able to provide for me. I'm just not going to choose you because that's my choice. And if you don't respect my choice, well, I'm not going to sway it for anybody else. I'm not going to sway it because I'd get more men if I change my standard. And if you don't think I'm going to be chosen, well, then that's what you think. That's not a reflection of what's actually going to happen. But if I so happen to be like 40 and single with cats, I mean, then maybe you can say I told you so. But sorry, bud, you don't get chosen. Next question. Exactly. Exactly. I'm not going to choose them. Thank you next. Thank you, Jean, for the tier 1. I appreciate you. I just say tough luck, bud. Like find a girl who doesn't have those standards. Tough luck, bud. Like it was nice knowing you, but tough luck, bud. I when it comes to dating, like I just don't think like a man who actually has good intentions with you, like whatever. It's just like whatever want you to compromise your standard. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like a guy, but I'm not moving a goalpost if I never give a guy who I know isn't in my like in is someone who I'm not gonna want to be with because of the financial aspect. Like I'm just not even gonna give him a chance to begin with because I know too deeply about myself that in order for me to feel loved, I need gifts. Like that is just what makes me feel loved. And I know to a lot of people that is materialistic. That is this, that is that. But like the only reason I feel that way is because that's the way that I've shown love to myself. That's the way that I show love to the people around me. Like, I don't know, that's just the way I've shown love to myself for years and years and years and years and years and years. I do want to give myself the gift of like living on my own again, which is actually something I'm working on right now. Um, and that's why I'm not dating right now because I just don't feel like I'm in the headspace or in the mentality to even be in a relationship. But I'm just saying, like, if I were to give relationships a chance, then that would be one of my standards because I feel like it filters out a lot of people who make excuses for their actions, you know. And I feel like now I'm not saying like it's like they're trying to be, you know, in a tough spot or they're trying to be in a bad area in their life. It's just like, I don't know. I think that if you're in a tough spot, maybe you should focus on that before you give dating a chance. Like you're allowed to be loved and you're allowed to feel loved. But I genuinely think that like if you want a relationship to work, you need to put in effort and effort takes time, effort takes money. It's not just money, obviously. Like it's time, it's and I think for me, I think what I look for is just like generosity, you know? That's all. And you can't really it's not purely financial. It's just one of the foundations that will make a marriage happy in my opinion because all that I ask for is that like if I'm going to have kids one day and if I'm going to be put in the position to have kids that at least I can have the peace of mind that the man is going to be able to step up in the way that he needs to provide when I'm 9 months pregnant, you know. For me, that's why if I were to get into a dating and into if I were to get into a relationship, because when you're dating, you're basically like women are put at risk of potentially getting pregnant. And like, would you rather with a man who's a provider or a man who is making excuses about being a provider and saying, oh, but I'll be a provider one day? It's like not really fair to a woman for her to gamble her happiness and her future with a man who just doesn't want to lock in. It's just not fair to her. It's because and dating and marriage is just so expensive that like and the thing is, I think about that is like I want to be a provider too. And in a lot of ways like I've been a provider for myself. That's why I feel like I deserve that. So, yeah. But I get that whole mentality of like, but if you're still living with your parents, like how can you have that expectation? Like 100% I understand. But that's like exactly why I'm not dating right now. And I don't plan on dating cuz I don't date people for their potential. And I would sure as hell, like, hope people wouldn't date me for my potential too. Because like, I hope they date me for exactly who I am in that moment. Which is like, if I'm doing well, and I don't think you should get into a relationship and risk you both having a kid if you guys both are not financially stable. I think you should first figure out your financial stability. And this goes for myself too. Like I'm talking about myself when I'm talking about this. You first should get financially stable. Then you should figure out a way to get like a room and live on your own and have your independence and be able to have, you know, a home and be able to provide a home and stuff like that. Actually, a whole friend group all just got married at all at 19 and don't even have careers yet. I mean, and that's them, you know, and good for them. If that's what makes them happy, like good for them. Like I'm not gonna hate on you for having that type of life. That's your life, you know? How much does a guy have to make for you to even look his way? don't really have a necessarily number or preference. I think for me, I think a big thing is like if what about when it comes to dating when you were younger? I didn't really date a lot when I was younger, so because I was focused on my career. And I always thought that dating was not really a good idea because if you're focused on your career, it's better. And then once it's just counterproductive to I don't know, that not that you can't live, but I don't know. I just don't believe in that. Yeah, my love language is gift giving. So like at least 100K. No, not at least 100K. I would say like if he can go to an adoption center and he can apply to adopt a child and he meets the criteria for being able to afford a child, that would be how much? I feel like that's pretty fair because like when adoption centers do give up children to be adopted from even like from like third world countries, they have strict regulations on whether or not, you know? And gift giving is legit the most fun. That's what I'm saying. Cuz like when I get money and shit like that, I always want to give back to the people that I love. Like and I do not care that they pay me back or whatever it is. And like I'm not rich, and if I can do that and I'm not rich, like I'm not necessarily looking for like a rich man. It's more like if he can afford to match my like the lifestyle that I want. I have chosen like more of an expensive lifestyle in terms of like what I want to do, where I want to live. But then I also do think about frugality and I do think about how like living in Korea would be freaking awesome. But like I think cheaping out on everything in your life and like trying to bargain with a girl on like what she in her mind thinks that she's worth, I feel like you're just wasting her time. But yeah, I get the concept of like if you're not there yet, you know, you shouldn't expect that, which is why yeah, like 100%. But in a way, I mean, I kind of already am. I technically kind of am like on my own. And I've built like a lot for my streaming and a smart man who is also like a business owner would totally like respect that and totally understand that like I'm not just somebody who is completely broke. Like I've worked for a big like I've worked to build my business. So technically like I'm not broke. And I've technically I'm not like not well off if that makes sense. But I'm also not like rich either, which like I in my opinion it's not necessarily like the goal to be 100% rich, but it's more like I think the goal is for me to be like comfortable and just well off, like just comfortable. And to be healthy. And I'm sorry, but like when you are around certain people, that is the future. That is your future. Just like in the way that people are drawn to me because they know that I'm a streamer. They know that my like me bringing in money monthly and passively, passive income even when I'm sleeping, like they know that that's a very big strength in a partner. But some people want to take advantage of that, you know? They want to take advantage of that because they know the value in that. In the same way that if I were to meet a rich man, I feel like in some ways we would be able to relate to each other in the ways that I'm a pretty woman. I'm also like, yeah, that's another thing. I'm like a pretty woman, so like because I'm a pretty woman, like a lot of people want to exploit that. Their looks digging or whatever, if that's what you want to call it. But I've been holding off on talking to this one woman for a while because I'm not fully at the state where I feel as if I can fully provide, but I mean, we're still young. Like I do work and I have a car and whatnot, but I don't know. I just feel like it hasn't been enough. And yeah, sometimes that's how it is. Like most Californians aren't rich and live paycheck. That's true.
Yeah, and I mean, if she's willing to look past that, but I mean, realistically, your relationship is just gonna be way better off if you guys both have more resources. Because in a way, by you going out there and getting more resources for yourself, that is you looking out for yourself. That's you loving yourself. Like the fact that I'm gonna go and get another job, like that's me loving myself. That's me looking out for myself. That's me creating my own independence, you know? Am I gonna be necessarily the most rich people in the book? No, but I don't know. I've definitely built something real, and my wife is the same way, and it's definitely made me work harder, and I make way more money than I've ever expected myself to at 26. You're definitely right about everything you're saying. Thank you, Frank. Thank you. See, living proof. That's what I mean by like, that's why I know I'm really valuable, even if I live with my parents, and even like I am a really valuable person. I would make a wonderful, wonderful wife one day. Like, just as long as I make sure that I'm getting what I want too, because I think that like a man might see me and he sees, "Oh, she's so beautiful. She's so this, she's so that." But like, do they really ever think about like what makes me happy? Or are they just gonna chalk it up to my love language as gift giving? Like, do they just chalk my love language of gift giving as, "Oh, she just all she wants is material gain." Like, and I never once talked about wanting a Birkin bag. And I'm not necessarily the kind of person who likes to flex with designer things. I don't like flexing. I just want to live a comfortable, free life. A life where I can be on the beach and I don't have to worry about when the next bill is coming in. That's what I want. And I'm already working towards that on my own. And so if I can do that on my own, in my mind, I'm like, what's stopping a man from doing that though? You know? Like wanting a standard for life isn't materialism though. It's not about things. It's about the experience. Exactly. And it's also about like the freedom that you can buy with money. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like the ability to be able to take time off of work and be able to go and travel and just lay on the Bahamas and not really worry about when the next paycheck is going to hit, if that makes sense. And I think that like that's why I've worked so much on the way that I look, because I understand what some men like. They like a woman who looks pretty. They like a woman who takes care of herself. They like a woman who conducts herself in a way that like looks nice, you know? And like Marilyn Monroe said, a rich man is like a woman being pretty. And so I'm a firm believer that my looks are already a qualifier for me to get a rich man. Sorry, bud. Like, I get it. Like, a lot of people trying to exploit me for my looks. So, in a way, I would actually feel like I have a lot in common to a rich man because of the fact that people try to exploit me for the way that I look and try to use me for sex and try to use me for attention, you know? So, like, in a way, I'm already kind of qualified for that. Now, I'm not saying, like, oh my God, like, you should fully financially rely on a man. No, that is not what I'm saying at all. Because of course you do have to be careful of who you decide to have that much financial power in your life, while also making sure you have financial power in your life too. That's what I mean by both people being providers is so important. Because you guys will make a power team, you know, not imbalance. One person's rich, one person's not. That's not fair. So like of course, like but when I meet men, yes, I do like the ones who pay for everything. Because when they do that, it makes me feel like I'm the only girl in the world and they're just doing everything. It's like bring back the times when men used to do dances for women and men used to do like it's like the freaking ostriches or wait, no, not ostriches, the peacocks. The peacocks, they put their feathers out and they do a little dance so that way they can impress the girl. I want a man to do the little dance and impress me. And if he doesn't impress me, then I don't want anything to do with him. Like, and if he doesn't feel the urge to want to impress me, then I just don't think he likes me, like, in the way that I want to be liked. You know? I know, like, that's the dream is like having like a duo, like having like a, like, it's kind of like Valorant ranked. Like, you guys are both high ranked, and okay, maybe one's at one level and one's at one level, but it's like you guys are both holding yourself accountable. But like you guys learn from each other and you guys both lift each other up. You know what I mean? But that's not 50-50 though, because 50-50 never benefits women in marriages with children. And let me explain why. When a woman takes on childhood labor, like all of the babysitting, the breastfeeding, risking her body, spending 9 months in the medical hospital, and then you're telling her you want her to pay for half of the medical bill? Like, when she had to take 9 months off of work, how in the hell is she going to be able to pay for half of it? And then you're over here, bruh, all you had to do was pump and dump, okay? All I'm saying is that when a woman takes that risk of having a child, she is taking months off of work for being pregnant. Yes, it does happen. I swear to God. I swear to God it happens. You know what a real provider is? Oh, okay. Women continue to work 2 to 4 weeks before their due date. Oh. But like still, they're taking financial strain. But that still doesn't like prove your point though, because they're still going to deal with financial strain. You take time off after you spit the kid out. No, you take time off during the pregnancy. Do you know how hard the pregnancy is? Oh my god. Oh my god. See, like, that's the thing. I could never be with a man who's like, it's not that bad, is it? While you're going through the second most painful thing in the fucking world. I would actually lose it. I would actually fucking I would just kill myself in front of him. I'm just kidding, sorry. I was actually kidding. No, I literally would. You just want to be a diva mommy and get pampered. That's not true. And that's not a diva. That's not diva. That's just having standards. And I think men who are okay with letting their women suffer during that time, they are a piece of shit. They are a piece of shit, and I said it. And you're a lazy motherfucker. You're a lazy piece of shit, and I said it. You wanna know who a real provider is? Let me tell you who a real provider is. Ready? My grandpapa, my grandpa on my dad's side of the family. He loves my grandma. They split up a long fucking time ago. But that is the mother of his children. Guess whose house she is living in? Guess whose house? My grandpa's house. Her daughter's house. His house. He paid for with his hard-earned money because he worked hard for his family. And guess what he did? He remarried. But he still was there. He showed up for her. He provided for her. He took care of her when she was going through, not because he felt bad, but because he loved her. And he didn't just say it, he showed it in his actions. He provided for her. Guess who's paying the medical bills? It's probably my Aunt Yesenia and then also my grandpa. But my Aunt Yesenia took over the business because it's technically my grandpa's business though, but she's taking over from my grandpa's business. So technically it's inherited from my grandpa. And she's you know, and she's been provided for, you know? She lived a good life, you know? It was for the kids and for the mother. But that's exactly what I mean. Is like when you are providing for a woman, it is about doing what you have to do to take care of your kids and the future of your kids.
And by me filtering out the men who don't want to hold themselves accountable. I'm sorry, I just don't see them as people who hold themselves accountable. I'm sorry. It's just not my cup of tea. And so exactly. And look, you don't have to be rich to provide. It's about being able to make those sacrifices because you know that women deal with different stuff. You know that. And if you don't want to acknowledge that, like, that shit is stupid. You know? Like, and vice versa. Would you want to be with a girl who makes a bunch of excuses and then you're on your fucking deathbed and she's got to take care of your kids one day, but she hasn't developed the skills to be a provider and lock in with the like maybe $10,000 in your savings account that your kids are going to inherit? Like, like, what if you have cancer? You would want to pick a person who's gonna be able to lock in on their own too, you know? Which is why I'm not saying women should just date rich men and da da da. Like, no, it's about being the provider and then also providing yourself. And I feel like in some ways, when women pick a man who is going to provide, thank you, Disobey for the Feather Tiara, they are ensuring they are not gambling anymore. They are ensuring that their future is going to be okay. But, like, the thing is, though, like, her giving birth and being able to give you a child, her even being involved in your life, she statistically makes your life improve. She statistically makes you earn more money, and that is her value, but you just don't wanna acknowledge that because you wanna avoid accountability. True 50-50 would be what I just described. But the but when I think of 50-50, I think of a guy taking you on a date and being like, "Yeah, so, I'm not touching the bill." You know, it's a good thing for men and, women to take turns. So, this time you get the bill, yeah? Or this time, I've been having a immediately dumped. Immediately dumped. Immediately dumped. Immediately dumped. Because, guys, I lived it. I tried to date a guy who made me split in and out. I tried, guys. I tried. I had zero respect for him after that moment. I'm sorry. I can't lie to you, and I can't lie to you anymore. But he made me split in and out. And I was like, oh, yeah, if I get pregnant, this guy's gonna be like, so, for your ring, if you want the nice one, we're just gonna have to go 50-50. Ah! 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 I can already see my future, like, and it's not a future I want to live. I'm sorry. And I could just see my future from a mile away. I would get flashbacks when I was in that relationship. I would get flashbacks and I'd be like, we're gonna have an insane medical bill and he's gonna make me pay for it. If I get cancer, I'm leaving whoever I'm with and disappearing. No, oh, yeah. No, that's kind of but I mean, it's good to be honest, though. I think splitting bills is a bit corny. I agree with that. I would never make a girl pay for a ring, but like you better believe it's lab grown, not real. Oh hell! You're gonna about to be single forever. Good. That's what all the men who settle for situationships say. But all right, bud, whatever you want to say. The thing that's crazy about it is like I've already experienced people like spoiling me and stuff. So it's like, why would I settle for anyone? Like, I know that's what I deserve. I know that's what I deserve. Because the way they treat me and the way they treat themselves is how they're gonna treat my kids. But not only my kids, but like I know the future I want to live. And would you rather me be honest or like lie? You know? I don't want to lie. And if it's gonna cause me to be single forever, then I don't give a fuck. I'm only sad on February and then I get over it the next month. I'm only sad on Valentine's Day and then I'm not sad anymore. But like that's not taking her money if like if she agreed on it. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like that's why when it comes to a provider, I'm not going to pick the one that I have to force to do it. So here's the saying that I like to go by. A man, this is by this girl that I watch on I don't know, I watch her and she gives good advice and stuff. A man does not have to get you flowers if he doesn't want to. He doesn't have to do that. He doesn't have to do that. And I'm not going to be the girl to force him to. Okay? I'm going to choose the one who wants to, who makes the effort. Simple, right? In the same way that if I'm getting pregnant and with yours, which is not going to happen unless I can trust that you are going to be able to provide and protect my family with a proven track record, I ain't motherfucking dating you, bro. Okay? Fuck that shit. And that's why I'm not dating that, because I'm not even in the space of like providing for other. Well, technically I am. Technically I am. Like I'm able to provide for like my immediate family right now, but like I'm talking about like a proven track record, meaning like not only does he show up with flowers. Yes, we get it. You won't let Broca unless he is or his dad isn't. No, I'm not expecting his dad to be a millionaire, and I'm not expecting them to be a millionaire, guys. What the fuck? No one said anything about a millionaire. Okay, now we're being dramatic. Like, I'm just saying he has to be generous. Okay, he has to be generous. This guy just called me community pussy. Okay, fuck you. You're community duh. You're the community duh. Fuck you, projection final boss. You're community duh. Community duh. 50-50 can be split many ways. I was raised the old school way and believe in Friday, so my wife can be a mother and keep the home going, but I'm not holding on out until I make a lot for just to find some. What? Okay. What is so wrong about wanting a provider though? Like I just don't get like the argument. And see, that's what they mean by like when a man can't provide for you financially and he can't do the work to impress you. He will make any emotionally manipulative comment in the motherfucking book. He will mock you. He will call you community puss. He will call you anything in the book to try to discriminate against you. And they will try to argue with you because all they can afford to do is argue. Okay, so I'm done with this conversation. I will pick it back. No, it's not entitled though, because listen to what I said. A man doesn't have to buy me flowers if he doesn't want to. I'm gonna choose the one who wants to. Because I'm entitled to my own choice, not his money. But that's exactly why people say, and I say, a man doesn't have to financially provide for me if he doesn't want to. But he can if he wants to. And I'm gonna pick the one who wants to. Because there's nothing more attractive. I'm sorry, there's nothing more attractive than a man who is like, oh, you think you're gonna pay the bill? Absolutely not. And I've experienced it in dating, guys. I met this guy. He worked. Okay, it didn't end up working out because we had
I think we had I don't know what happened. I don't know, maybe he didn't like me. I don't know what happened, or maybe I don't know, we just had a falling out. Maybe I was a little bit too masculine because I did ask about a second date. That was my mistake. I'm new to dating. I didn't really know what the fuck I was doing. Okay, so I low key fumbled the fucking bag. I fumbled, not fumbled the bag, but I fumbled. Not only was he a oh,
Message I want to.
aw, thank you, thank you, Amer, for the coconut juice. Um, I'm not gonna, you know what? I'm not gonna like internalize it. I think he found someone else, and I found someone else, and it ended up like not working out, right? Um, I low key fumbled the bag in terms of like not his bag, but I fumbled the bag. Oh, I fumbled. I fumbled because this guy worked at a really prestigious. Sorry, let me mute. Let me mute. One. He worked at a really prestigious company, and he was really like when I met him, I thought he was really cool and such a successful guy, really cool guy. And when we were going to get the bill, right? I put my card down because I thought we were just friends and we were just hanging out, and I put my card. I was about to put my card down, and he went with the check like this, guys. He went with the check, and he was like this. He was like, don't worry, I got it. And I was like, oh, that's not that. I was like, oh, okay, wait, me? Okay, bet. You know, and it's not that I can't afford to like at the time. Something I was making too. I was making money too, but like that had me geeking a little bit because I was like, oh, that's like it out for me, you know? And I think it's an important characteristic for a man to be generous. Okay? I don't know. And I whenever it's just to me, it's just like that's just what I like. You know? And I just can't help but what I like. It's kind of like when you don't date women that you don't find attractive. That's just how the cookie crumbles. Thank you, Amer, for the watermelon slice. Like because you can't argue with me right now when you know deep down in your heart you're never gonna date a woman you're not attracted to. You know deep down in your motherfucking heart. So wait, so you guys were two friends, but you went on a date? I don't know if it was a date. So I don't think it was, but I think, or maybe he was just trying to be nice. I don't know. I don't really know for sure. But he was really sweet. Thank you for the $5 donation. You know what I mean? I don't know. You don't have to agree with me though. Oh. So what exactly happened after? So we actually got boba and then he paid for that too. And then I knew he didn't have like a car or anything because he normally just Ubers around where he lives. Thank you for the s'mores. Thank you for the s'mores, Amer. So that was a date then. I don't know. Was it a date? I don't fucking know. No, but I think he's in a relationship right now, which respectfully, he's in a relationship right now. And so I don't think that, no, like not that I don't think we knew each other like well enough for us to like to know whether or not like it would have gone further. And like I kind of like I asked him about a second date and like, or not like a second date, but I didn't say date, but I was like, oh, like do you want to go grab food again sometime? Like it was really fun. I had a good time talking and stuff like that. I was like, you want to do something else soon? And he was just always really busy. And so I kind of took that as like, okay, maybe he's just busy. I don't know. So y'all just like kind of distanced away. Yeah. He was so cute too. Like he was so cute, so successful, and like so like man. Very nice, man. That was a long time ago though. I fumbled the bag because maybe I should have like kept more in touch. I don't know. Um, and, like, we barely knew each other, so that's why, like, also it was kind of rough. Like, we didn't really know each other, like, super duper well. But he was really sweet. And I just remember, oh my god, it was so freaking awesome. Like, I just remember he was, like, the coolest guy I'd ever met, like, in a long time. Yeah, he was a male baddie. Like, I will say it 1000%, he was a male baddie. But, like, not only that, but he was also successful at the same time. So I was just like, "Oh my god, this guy is a male baddie." And I don't know. I feel like we had a lot of things in common. Besides, like, I didn't really watch a lot of anime, but that was it. I would have gotten into anime for him, though. Just saying. I thought he was really cute though, but, like, at the end of it, like, sometimes things happen and, like, I think he's already, like, settled with someone else and he's, like, kinda older. He was the only guy that I had met that, like, was older that, like, I actually considered him. Mm, just because mainly because of, like, 3 things. He fit a lot of my boxes. What made him so cool? Very, very, like, very, very good at the things he does, like, very good. Like, anything he would do, he would just be really good at it. It was like this, like, the weirdest thing. It's like, have you ever met a person that everything they do is they're good at it? He was one of those people. And I just always thought like, "Wow, how the fuck do you know how to do all this shit?" You know? And, yeah. Yeah. Very good. Very good at everything he did. I low-key fumbled. No, he's not a serial killer. If he was, I feel like he would've murdered me already. The worst part was, like, oh my god, I was late to the date too, guys. I was late because he told me, like, we were gonna go to this Korean barbecue spot, but then it was like, but then guess what I found out? So, at this point, I wasn't, like, talking to him or, like, anything, and, like, he's entitled to be with whoever the hell he wants, talk to whoever the hell he wants. And, it's like a lot of rumors go around about people, and a lot of rumors went around about him, but, like, I never believed them because I always feel like one thing that my friend was telling me about that was, like, some people are just jealous or they've been rejected by him, so they probably try to make up, like, some type of, like, facade about, like, how he actually is because they're angry that they rejected him. But at the same time, like, you never know. But a lot of people were, like, trying to, like, I would tell them that, like, I had a crush on them, and then they're like, "Oh, so and so is, like, might be this or that," or and so I was like, "Okay." Like, I don't know. I think he was just he's also just really popular, so, like, I think that's another thing, like, when a guy's really popular with the ladies, it's kind of a complicated thing. Like, they have a plethora of like, of people that are interested in them, and so I don't know. Imagine the ego boost from bro if he ever I don't think he ever really truly knew how I felt though, because I never really was, like, honest. I was, like, super tempted to, like, tell him how I felt, but then I just, like, was kinda confused. Like, we had only been on 1 date. Like, I didn't wanna, like, scare him away or, like, make him feel uncomfortable because I'm sure he gets that a lot. I'm sure he gets a lot of people, like, just being, like, interested in him, you know? Especially because he's just, like, a really popular person. So, like, that just I don't know. Like, just naturally, a lot of girls were just interested in him. Even, like, when because we would go to I can't really say actually specifically. We would go to it's kinda like a sport, okay? It was a sport that we would go to, right? Kind of like a sport. I'm not gonna say which one, but it was like an activity, an indoor activity, and it was like a sport, right? And like I said, this guy was good at everything he did. Everything he did, this sport included, right? Um, he was like my I had a big crush on him for a really long time, and so many other girls did. And when we were like partaking in this sport, right? Literally verbatim, one of the girl staff members comes up to him and is like touching up all up on his arm and shit. And I was just like, oh God, I don't know if I could ever be with a male baddie because like this is really scary. Like I would have to be really secure with myself. And I had like a big after that, like after I had this crush on this guy, like I had a big epiphany of like when you're in a relationship with like a male baddie, you have to have the self-confidence of a fucking Victoria's Secret model. Like you cannot question your worth. You cannot question whether you are good enough because this guy was getting girls on his fucking arm like fly fruits to a fruit, like those fly fruits and a fruit. He was getting women on his arm like that. And it was just like, what the fuck? Like, it was crazy. And I low-key felt like he mogged me a little bit. Like, he did mog me, guys. He mogged me. Like, and I don't mean to, like, be self-deprecating, but he low-key mogged me in some moments. Like, he low-key mogged. Bro is, like, ultimate mogger. Anyway, you know what I mean? Anyway, so people will be jealous and like to it and love to assign some traits and project. Yeah. If he's about you, he's gonna shut that shit down. Exactly. But he is really like friendly with people, so that's why I think I got confused on whether or not if that was an actual date. Wait, so you guys are telling me right now that was a date? Oh my god, I'm stupid. It sounds like a date. Yeah, because I mean, it was just us. But yeah, like I stopped like reaching out and he stopped reaching out. And then we kind of just didn't really, nothing really came about it, you know? I think it's because we just didn't take the time to like actually get to know each other like really well. And Loki, in like some ways, I was Loki like self-sabotaging. Like I didn't think he liked me. And so I was like kind of in my mind about like whether or not he liked me. And I think I was like putting him on a pedestal a little bit. And I feel like I low-key kind of like think that I have so much work to do in terms of like putting people on pedestals, you know? Because like at the end of the day, like I'm a fucking baddie. Like I need to accept that about myself and stop like being like, oh my God, if this guy doesn't like me, like, oh my God, that's horrible. Like, you know, like, and I wanted to be like direct, like about my feelings, but then at the same time, I'm pretty sure he deals with that like all the fucking time. And I started thinking to myself like, what are some ways to stop putting someone on a pedestal? Start thinking to yourself, well, what does he offer me in this relationship? Like, is he really the man that people make him out to be, you know? And yeah, that's kind of like how I felt about that, you know? Yeah, it was a small pedestal. Yeah, I put him on. But then I started like looking at it from an angle of like, I need to stop putting people on pedestals and like, he probably doesn't like that energy anyways, because I think like men like that, they probably want to do some of the work of like pursuing and, you know, they wanna feel that, like, a sense of, like, they had to work hard for your attention, and I feel like at that time, I was so young and so, like, infatuated that, like, I gave that, like, desperate girl energy, you know? And I think that's why I think I fumbled in that way, because I think he could sense that, like, desperation or, like, wanting to impress him, like, it's a desperation, right? Like, there's a difference between, like, wanting to do, like, a kind gesture to people versus, like, being a complete pushover, you know? Yeah. Mm, yeah. So, does that make sense, though? Like, it's a whole thing, you know? But, yeah, I mean, obviously, like, that's how life is, you know?
Yeah. But yeah, I think he's in a relationship now, which is totally fine. But yeah, I totally fumbled, but it's fine. You know, providers come and they go, right? Like, at the end of the day, privacy and all that is so important. And respect is so important. You know? So yeah, that's kind of like how I feel about this situation. But also, you know, it could be also other things too. Like, I think some guys have like a certain preference for things, and they won't know that preference until they like meet somebody in person and all that. But anyway, does that make sense? Anyway, okay, I think I'm gonna take a break soon. But I appreciate you guys listening to me yap, and I should probably take a break though because I am kind of like tired and I need to take a break. But I think I'm gonna go do some other stuff. Like, I'm gonna do some productive stuff today. You know what I mean? But anyway, from siege to dating, but my bad, my bad. The desktop organization is gonna stress me out. What? Just know I see the vision in the lens. Okay, bet. Thank you guys again for all the love and support today. I'm gonna end the stream so I can, you know, take a little breather. We might make a post to Patreon, and then I'm gonna do some extra work so I can make sure that we can pay our pay Cleo's vet bills. And I hope everyone enjoyed today's stream. Make sure to join the Discord before you leave, okay, guys? And thank you for being so supportive today. And have a great rest of your week, okay? I'm gonna go do some fun stuff. And wish me luck. I will take care. In the meantime, I think I'm gonna visit my grandma as well. And try to get some work done for YouTube. But I will update you guys and hope you have a great day, okay? Goodbye, everyone. I'll see you later. Everyone say bye. Bye in chat. Everyone just say bye. Bye. Because I was watching another streamer and um their chat was just like bye, and then she was typing bye. But because she had like an ending soon screen. See, chat, that's what I need. I need an ending soon screen. Ending soon screen from Timu. Ending stream soon on a budget. Thank you again, guys, for such an amazing stream, and I really appreciate everyone who has been tuning in like crazy. So I will reach level 50 in Rainbow once I get my shit done for the day. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Bye, everyone. Bye.